Alright. I ain't want this thing on back, but I'm doing all that. I gotta pick AC or the AC or microphone. Just rock with that for now until they come. Mm-hmm. Probably do it. Alright, get these invites going. What's the deal, Mia? How you feeling? How you feeling? Man, I don't know this thing. I gotta make sure it's turned up. Alright. Interesting topic, man. Running across the I seen a video with Joe Rogan. He was saying that he knew that when he said it, that if a lot of people would probably be upset, but they said they did a studies on people, majority of people that uses iPhones versus majority of people that uses Androids, and he was saying the differences. They said that like most Androids. So I'm good. I'm blessed always, man. You know the usual, man. Every day I wake up, man. Got another chance at it. Nothing to be mad about, man. Why be mad? You feel me? Um, uh, but basically, he did a study. I'm gonna play the video too. Um, it was saying the people. Now, I guess the things that he said about the iPhones, they said they text more, they take more pictures, they are they're more, I guess, extrovert. I mean, not introverted. Like no, they said Android users are more introverted, and they say Android users are more honest, smarter with their money. Um, who is that? And nicer, I guess, nicer. Pretty sure they said they said the opposite for the usually for the Android users. But they said they're more outgoing. They are more they text the most. Um, they take more pictures, text the most. Um, outgoing. Otherwise, it just didn't sound cool on the other end. So it's like the opposite. So yeah, that's what this whole first part of this topic gonna be about. Then there's other three ones I added. I just thought about something off the back of my head. Let me see something real quick. Where's everybody at? Let me share it up. Everybody want to come in here with my room and get the jumping up. They don't. That happened yesterday. My juggle lease was like dry for like least about 10, 15 minutes. People start coming in and everybody come back. So we can get a pretty conversation. You know. All right, let me get this. Get some of these invites going real quick. Get some of these invites. I'm gonna stop sending them in. They doing their own lives. Stop sending them. Let them come in here. Um, they mixing these pictures up. I gotta get other people's up. Um, she must have took a break. I ain't see her in a while on this thing. Who else? Who else? Who else haven't I sent the invite to? Uh, Let me turn this on. Alright. Turn this thing up. Give me a second.
What's good, Kev?
Give me a second, real quick.
I don't know if there's a lag. I'm gonna drop down, come back. It seems like there's a lag or something.
Nah, that was me. I had my other phone playing in the background. Alright, there we go. Grab some real quick. Yeah, that was me. That had the other phone playing in the background. Shoot. Give me a little snack for a minute.
I'm doing some racing right now online. So
So you racing?
yeah, I play Forza
Oh.
Horizon. That's the game I get down on.
Ooh.
Don't really do much else. Don't have much time for any other games.
I was just thinking about that too. I said, man, that's why I said I can't turn this one on. I got right here. 'Cause I bought that thing off TikTok. They got like, I got one of them got 40,000 games on it. The other one got like 20,000 games on it. It got all like the old school games and stuff on there. And I said, I can't have it. I said, let me wait, cause that thing be having me occupied. I was over there playing one of them old games called Hearst Adventures, man. I was zoning out. Everybody in the live over there like, hey. I
Well,
like that. I think that's something everybody should get, man. A little class. Cause I see my nephews playing against each other. I don't know what fighting game it was, but there's so many things on fighting games. They was both going against each other. My youngest was getting with the oldest. I was shocked. I was like, what the heck?
Hey, I
My
see a
oldest
Joe
is,
Rogan background. Have you given him some listens since I compared
yeah,
you
I gotta
to him?
listen to him some more. No, I haven't. I haven't even had the time for real. I ain't think about it. I did follow him on one of them things. I just gotta see when he pop up. Yeah, I guess I'll be thinking about so much other stuff. But I'm gonna check him out though for sure. But I ended up seeing this one video that my friend had sent me, and I just decided to look at it, and I was like, "Oh, that's interesting." It's talking about which this topic is about. You know, they said they had a study on Android users versus iPhone users. He's like, I know this gonna get people mad, but something like that. But they said they've been doing the studies and something like that. It said they are smarter with their money. They nicer and they honest. I was like, wow. But they said with the usually with the Android users, because they said they also said they noticed that they're more and more introverts for the Android. Uh, so the Android be, I mean the iPhone. I mean mixing that stuff. iPhone is more of a, they said they're more outgoing. They text the most. They what else they put down? I forgot. I don't know. I gotta play that video again though. I'm gonna play that video
Well,
when
I can
people
see
start.
that iPhone people text more because we have iMessage, so it's nice.
Hmm. Yeah, it's gonna be interesting one though. I was like that. I didn't think I could. I tried to think of how I was gonna do this one. Do this one. I said. Then I added like three other things on there once we get off that one. Added three other
I
things. I thought
mean,
of.
does it really matter though with the phones? I mean, is it really that? Does it really say that much about the person where you can really learn about their personality just by looking at their phone?
No, they just saying. I guess they're. So I do believe it's like a. It's not saying that everybody is the same that get it right or their intentions. But for the most part, the reason why I can believe it is because a lot of people do this keeping up with the Joneses. I'm pretty sure if they did the studies on people that buy Jordans versus ones that wear Skechers, it'd be a whole different type of mentality. You know what I'm saying? So they know that iPhone is more of a popular type phone, and them ones that usually people try to keep up. You know what I'm saying? Keep up with the so it really be their lifestyle. They willing to pay. I heard that phone was super expensive too. Like when it first, especially when it first came out, they got a new one every year, and some people were willing to just spend thousands of dollars just to keep that phone on. I guess to take good pictures. I don't know. I don't know the real reason. What's sweet about the phone though? I ain't never took the time, but I just need a phone that take regular pictures and take videos so I can record my stuff, and I ain't really worried about a good memory on there. Yeah, that's I'm good on that one. Shoot, just use it to talk anyways.
Well,
But
for me, I use an iPhone because I mean, to me, it's just easy. When my whatever iPhone I'm using stops functioning how I want, like it's getting too slow or whatever, I just go to my phone provider and I just get the newest one that's out. And there's usually never I never have to fork out a bunch of cash. There's always an upgrade on my plan available,
hmm
and I don't have to do anything special. I get the new phone, I turn it on, I log in, I hit sync previous backup. It's all through Apple, and in 10 minutes I have my old phone cloned onto my new phone, and it functions perfectly fine. Like,
hmm
to me, it's easy, and it's connected to my iPads. I use my iPads for work. Um, you know, there's just everything about it is all internal, and it's all through Apple, and it's just easy.
hmm
Like, my whole family, we all know where everybody is all at the same time because of family sharing,
hmm
and I don't know. To me, it's just easy, and I'm sure that there's people who feel the same way about Samsung. Like, I'm sure that they have programs and things on their phone that operate in the same manner.
Yeah, like every phone got some special stuff to it though, especially these new smartphones. Oh yeah.
I mean,
Well,
and
I might as well
honestly,
make the best out of what you buy. You know what I'm saying? So
I mean,
I'll
honestly,
be
I
trying
don't
to.
got to worry about the phone changing too much either.
Yeah.
I mean, they've been giving us the same phone for the last fucking 6 phones.
Right. They changed the name at least. Change the
They put a
letter.
new they
And,
put a new processor and a different
yeah.
type of memory or bigger memory, and then change the shell by a millimeter on each side and call it a new phone.
hmm Yep.
But I don't need my phone to
I,
be a bunch of shit. I just need to make calls and texts and be able to do
yeah.
this streaming shit. Other than that, I don't really care.
Right. But only reason why I probably would buy a iPhone is I heard the camera might be better, but I don't think I've seen the difference. I guess I gotta check it out. I mean, as much as you spend on that thing, I would expect the top notch anyway though. So you're supposed to get your money's worth. But that'd probably be the
I
only
just
reason why I do it because I do videos.
How good does the camera need to be before it gets to a point where it don't matter no more? Where all the cameras are just really good at that point.
All right.
I mean, your eye can only see so clear. You know what I'm
I
saying?
can see my pores. Get to a point you're gonna be able to see germs in a minute.
Well, we already can, just not with these ones. But I did hear something funny about cameras. If you want to hear something funny,
What that?
that you remember there was a thing a while back where Samsung was advertising that their cameras took the best picture of the moon,
The
and
what?
their camera, you could take a really good picture of the moon. Like the zoom in function was really
Mm-hmm.
good, and come to turn out that it wasn't actually zooming in on the moon to take a good picture. It was just using AI software to generate what the moon should look like zoomed in for you. So you're showing off these photos that you thought were like really high end photographs of the moon, and really it's just a AI rendering. And they figured it out by putting fake moons on the wall and stuff that would be the same perspective and distance, and it wasn't the moon. And then they take the picture, and the AI software made it look exactly like the surface of the moon and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So obviously there's so much going on in the camera battle that they felt that they needed to lie about their abilities.
Cheap, uh, well, hey, funny thing is we go. Funny thing is we gonna do facts over feelings tonight because they said these things is actual things that they said they researched. Though I don't know if they how can they. Hey, that's gonna be funny though. I feel like hey, at least cuz started off, because we know it's gonna be people that's gonna do that so far. I'm like, hold up. So where your studies at? Even though I don't got the studies either. I'm just going off. I guess I'm just trusting what what's his name again? I forget.
Hey, you can not trust me. I don't give a
Joe.
shit. It ain't gonna change what I'm doing. I'm team iPhone, so
See,
it ain't gonna change me. Samsung could fucking do the best thing in the world. I don't give a shit.
mm.
It just don't matter.
What about people that's just like what they call like the galaxy? That's his own thing. I don't ever hear them in competition. They said they in their own zone. That phone costs a lot of money too, depending on the type of one you get. I don't see how people can boy spend a TV on a phone. That's crazy. I think my biggest TV, the most I ever spent on a TV was like I think it was like 2,500, and that was that's the one I got downstairs. Like a what is it? I forgot what size it is. Is it 60? I know it's a is it 8? I know it's an OLED or QLED. I know it can play 8K or it's close to 8K. They said it can be compared. I gotta remember what it is though.
Does the 8K make a difference since you wear glasses and shit, or no?
Um, I gotta look at the old one, but I know when I bought it, it actually could keep up with my game I got. Cause I really only bought the TV for I only be caring about them 8Ks and all the other stuff because my video game. Cause I play the game. I be wanting that game to be at crisp. But yeah, that stuff. I mean, it show. I can't see all the way the deep thing, or sometimes I think my eyes get used to it until I see some TV that's bootier than that. And I'm like, oh my, okay, that's the difference. Oops.
I
I thought that was
mean,
the game.
I have a 4K in my living room that's a gigantic television, and there was like an adjustment period to like watching movies and stuff on it. The like
Mm-hmm.
perspective, like it like made us a little dizzy. It was weird. It was so clear,
Yeah,
so real looking. It was odd.
that's how it was when I first bought my first 4K too. I think when we first, that's what happened to everybody. When you first get that upgrade, it'll hurt your eyes. Cause I remember when I first got a what was it PlayStation 3, I was like, oh my, I think it was hurt my eyes so bad my body was itching. I was like, oh, what the heck? They're not looking like squares anymore. My body started itching. I'm like, wow. I like that. Just hurt my eyes, but now my eyes used to it. Now I hurt my eyes to go backwards. I'm like, what the freak? That's
I
why I was
can't
trying to
see
get used to that.
shit.
Yeah.
Going back now, you can't tell what the hell's happening. Just a
Hey,
bunch
I'm
of
like, dang, we used to play this because I was playing Fighting Force on that little. Man, I love that little thing, man. That little what they call it, like emulator. I forgot what, but that thing got everything. I was playing, man. I was playing all type of games on there, man. I got stuck on Fighting Force. I'm like, dang, I forgot I was supposed to be checking other games out. I was playing Fighting Force 2. I was playing Herc's Adventures. Them the only two ones I got deep into. Um, Man, there's so many. It is so many on there. That just be hurting my head. I be trying to think of more games that I. Cause sometimes it's so many games on there that you got to think about. What about this game? Then you got to look it up on there and see if they got it on there. Or they got Blitz 2000. That was my game. I used to whoop Cuz up on there. You see the one that's down there. That's whoop him up. He ain't hear me. He ain't hear me though.
I don't know. I remember back in the day,
Blitz 2000.
I used to be really nasty at Soul Calibur 2 specifically.
Oh, I think
You
they got
remember
that on
that?
there too. Yeah, I think they got that on there. I can play that new one though. I'm not super sweet. I'm more of a Mortal Kombat person because I can play that and Tekken. Them my two fighting games I play today.
Oh,
But
Tekken was the shit back in the day.
yeah, yeah, they got Tekken two or three on this emulator. But I play Tekken 7 now. Man, I get so far in that ranks that jump be annoying me now. I tried to play it a little bit like a couple weeks ago. Cause I'm good at the game. I'm good at it, but it's just when you get in them ranks, them dudes be way sweeter. So this dude, came back on me. I seen I was about to get mad. I was like, you know what? Let me take another break. I used to- I said I could be yelling at somebody online on this TikTok instead of yelling yelling my brains out. At least I get an investment out of this one. I'm getting this high blood pressure for no reason.
I mean, I'm ranked pretty high in Forza, so I'm usually the one causing the
You
rage
for
quit.
sure a racer, huh? You play on like online?
Yeah.
Oh, you competitive? I didn't know that. Oh, when you was talking like that earlier? I ain't gonna mess with you then. I gotta get into the racing though. The last one I played was Blur. My boys woke me up and they made me stop playing that. Huh? They had beat me with this nasty truck. I was like, what the hell you beat me with this nasty truck? I got the fast car. I was like,
Yeah, man, I do that to people all the time. I call them it's a sleeper. You know what I mean? I pull up with like,
that sounds funny. That do sound.
I pull up with something that it's got like a rusted paint job and it's, looks stock. I don't have the exhaust upgraded, so they can't hear when I'm driving.
Like he said, he's showboating over there.
And then I've got, a 10-second lead on the pack in this tiny little, Asian little four-door sedan, just blowing the doors off of Ferraris and Lambos online. It's fun.
Mm-hmm. I think most of my mine's going to either like Tekken and Mortal Kombat, or it'd be Call of Duty. Like Call of Duty, that's the one I take the most serious out of all of them, though. I'm real good at I'm like the fighting games is my second place, but Call of Duty, like literally, if I'm weak for a good week, I'll be only weak for a week. Because otherwise, if I see somebody that's sweeter than me, I will play the mess out there. Joe. That's one game I'll play until I be able to beat a person that's playing on a computer type stuff. So that's one game I take serious. But I'm probably weak at it right now because I ain't played it in so long though. But yeah,
I do
that's
Call
my
of
game
Duty
right there, Call
Mobile.
of Duty.
Have you done that one?
Huh?
Have you done Call of Duty Mobile?
Oh yeah, I like that one. That was fun. Yeah, that was fun.
Yeah,
I was
I'm
into
not gonna
that
lie,
one for
I'm pretty
sure. I used to.
nasty. I'm pretty nasty in that game. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, it's easy though. That game easy to beat. You better be nasty. That
I
game's
mean,
so
dude,
easy.
on regular team deathmatch. I probably seriously out of 50 unalives, I'll probably get 35 of them.
Mm-hmm.
And then if I go into ranked where we're doing like frontline or something, and it's you split at 30, you swap sides, I'll probably get 45 unalives on the other team. I've taken so many screenshots of the victories and stuff I get from ranked battles. It's ridiculous. I can't believe some of the scores. But I'm playing people on phones and shit too. I'm using an iPad Pro, so it's a little unfair.
Oh wow. That was weird. Hey, what's that noise? Me? I thought somebody threw a controller. Have you ever threw a controller before?
What's going on?
Have you ever threw a controller before?
Yeah.
I think my first time really throwing a controller was a fighting games. Fighting games would be it is the one that do it to me. I would have thought it'd have been Call of Duty, but it don't. I just get real mad with fighting games. All it takes is that one person. Like, so say if I'm now that's the one that make me the maddest is if I got a person they got a pinch of energy left and I got the lead like crazy, ain't no way they gonna come back. And then they find a way to come back, and every time I try to hit, they come back on me. As soon as they get me, I'm like, no, what? I feel weak and throw that. I did that a couple times though, man. I can't believe I do not like losing in the silliest way. Like, bro, I can't believe I just let that happen to me.
Man, I'm a big dude. Like I've broken controllers just by just holding them in my hands and like twisting my hands the opposite directions because people are fucking with me online. I've damaged controllers just by holding them and squeezing on them. But I hate what you're talking about when it's like they've just got the timing figured out and they just keep bouncing you off of their attacks and you can't break the timing that they're in, and so they get the victory.
Yep. You talking about like juggling?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's I can do it. Yeah, that's part of it. Yeah, that's part of the game. That's I can do that on both of those games. I think that's the whole point of not whole point, but that's the whole thing you want to learn on there is how to juggle. That's why they call them combos. They call them combos. So if you get them in the air, you gotta want to do as many hits as you can before they hit that ground. That's the whole thing. That's on both those games. Even Tekken and Call of Duty. I mean, Mortal Kombat. The first controller you broke was on Fraction. I don't think I threw a controller. And how would I do it on that? We already know who the coldest was on that. You remember Zap? You remember I used to say that? I was so cold on that game, man, with that real gun. Zap! I remember I zapped so much, your dad had me do them dishes upstairs. I said, like, here goes something I gotta do now. No, Red Fraction, boy, he went far back. Red Fraction 2 and 1. I was good at both of them. Those are my game. No, that's all me and Hill was playing. We was playing that. We was playing GoldenEye, Blitz.
Back in that day,
ESP.
I was playing games like Quake and Quake 2 and Half-Life. Those were the games I was into back then.
Oh my. Anytime I get a shot through the wall and you was about to win, we started jumping. Right. And screen peeking too at the same time. I was like, forget all that. Remember the screen peek? Oh boy, that boy Ryan was the screen peek master. Like, bro, you gonna at least fake it off and act like you not looking at it? Ain't no way you turning around while I'm aiming at you. That used to be annoying.
Did you ever participate where people would hook up a bunch of computers where you network them together and then you play online in a group?
LAN,
online,
yeah,
but
LAN.
you play in a group?
Yep,
Like a
I
LAN
did
party?
that twice. Yep, I did it. Yep, LAN play.
They used to do
That was
that.
my
They used to have like cafes where you could go to and they would just have a ton of computers in Los Angeles when I lived out there. So you didn't even have to have a PC. You could just go there and play. I remember a big one was called Delta Force. It was a big online FPS back in the day.
I'm trying to think about her though. And I played like stuff like Desert Storm and Army Man.
Did you ever play Half-Life?
Nah, no. I seen it. It looked good. I seen it. And I think, yeah. No, I ain't played that one. I know that was a good game too. Was that with that bald head man on there? I think I seen on. Or dude with
You just like
glasses.
you like work at a facility and they basically start opening up portals and shit,
Oh
and stuff
wow.
comes through.
Yeah. I
And there's
played
like
Manhunt.
mutations and experiments and all kinds of crazy shit. And you start off
Mm-hmm.
with just a crowbar. And the
Mm.
facility's all messed up. You got to go find an EV suit and shit so you can survive. It's dark and scary. It was like a
Well,
horror game.
mm.
So if you're not into like the scary type games, I wouldn't recommend it.
Yeah. I what was that? I think the scariest one I played so far, because I mean I played a couple of them though. Like I liked it. I like
And I am stomping these people right now in a fucking DeLorean.
this thing. I gotta maybe not too fast.
Where's everybody at?
Man. Yeah, I don't know. They always pick the last minute when I gotta get up. I'm really about to make sure I get off about 9:30 today. I'm trying to. I want to get me some sleep. Get up Friday tomorrow.
So what inspired this topic today?
I couldn't think of. I had all those jotted down in my notes because I'll be saving a lot of stuff. I'm gonna talk about. I just saving in my thing. I just picked one. I got a couple more topics I got set up. I had and I got like a bunch like my little morning videos I'll be doing too. I got a bunch of those stacked up too, and I'm gonna
Hey,
think about
are
which
you going
one.
to participate in Cousin's Mamposium live that he's doing on Monday?
It's Monday. I thought he said, oh, it is August already. Dang. What time he said he was doing it?
I think his normal time. I believe he's Florida. I believe.
4?
I think he's from Florida. I believe.
Okay.
So I think he's doing 9 p.m. Eastern. I think is what it is.
Hopefully you do that. Yeah, because I can't. Because it's about 10 o'clock. That's when I go to bed. He usually get on at my late time. I'm like, man, I gotta go to bed.
I think he's doing it. It's going to be about ways for solutions for men to cope with stress and the different types of stress that men deal with.
Mm.
So I think that's what it's about. I was just curious if you were going to be a part of that, or
I
if you
think he
wanted to.
invited me, so I might roll through if I can. He said about 9 o'clock. So,
I believe so. I might be off on that time. I might be doing 5 p.m. Eastern, maybe.
that'd be sweet. I gotta inbox him again on that one.
But
Yeah.
I'm gonna be gone for the next like 4 days. I'm gonna be on a little vacation. So
The vacation?
yeah, I'm
Right
taking
for
the
the
kids
family?
to a resort.
You what?
Taking the kids to like a
Okay.
water park resort thing,
Okay.
and my wife.
Yeah, the one.
She said, you better say my name.
Yeah.
Alright.
Yeah, she's kind of cool.
All right.
I've really grown to like her over the years.
Yeah. Kind of broken, but.
A little crazy.
For real. Right, pretty crazy for you.
Can you hear my game at all? Is it picking up on your end or no?
No, I don't hear the game. I hear the clicking though, but I don't hear the game and stuff. You say I don't hear that.
Yeah, I just didn't want it to be annoying on your end.
Oh no, you good. Good man. Stacked up on the. I had to stack up on some pants, man. I just bought some earlier. I don't know why I be going to places. It's like, what is this the new popular thing? These skinny leg, skinny fit, slim fit pants. I'm like, bro, what is going on? Why you don't got regular pants anymore? I went to
You
went to
talking about like
Walmart, grabbed
skinny
some.
jeans or something?
No, I don't like them little things. I already got skinny legs, and then they got them. 'Cause I wasn't blessed with my genetics. Got a big body and skinny legs. Hang on. Maybe wonder how much why I can deadlift so much with these skinny legs. Oh, I was going to say unalive lift.
Yeah,
I
I was never able to get into the skinny jean thing.
Nah.
I
Don't
have
wear skinny jeans because my knots don't fit.
I have legs, so
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I used to be a power lifter at one point, so it's like my legs are pretty dense.
Yeah.
And I was always taught, you know, to get into girls' pants meant something different than to wear them. So
Right. Saying that what's that 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 Wolverine versus the that Unalive Pool and Wolverine. That was a good movie.
did you see the Pool and Wolverine movie?
Yeah, the pool. Yep.
Did you like it?
It was good. I think it was more funny than anything. It was action too. I guess I ain't about to say I ain't gonna tell the movie, but I guess yeah, it was good. I'll say it's good. Let me just say that. Then. I think I wanted to expect it a little bit more, but it was good though. And it was funny. It was more funny than anything though. 'Cause I feel like he the funniest Marvel character overall though. That dude is funny.
Yeah, I mean, I thought it was pretty good.
Mm.
I thought it could have been a little bit more fight heavy.
Yeah, it was action, but it wasn't. That's all. Yeah, you probably said the same thing. I was talking about. I just wanted to be like some main like type fighting that you know against it, and like Justice League where you be fighting big people and then come back and gotta fight them each, stuff like that. If they would have fought that person, that'd have been a wrap because that person was no joke. I think that's the worst villain I ever seen.
Oh, you mean power wise?
Yeah, like I can't see who could be her. Oops. I don't know if somebody seen the movie, but well, it's a her. I'm just saying her. They probably seen anything.
I mean,
I don't know who could be
she's
her.
basically her brother. She just needs contact.
I ain't see that. You seen what she did to
I mean, to use the psychic ability, she needs contact, but
Oh,
she
you talking
has,
about? Okay, I get you. Yeah, she
but
did.
she's
Yeah.
basically the same thing as her brother. I don't want to say his name because I don't want to give it away.
Right.
People underestimate her brother because they don't understand the extent of his powers either. Her brother is literally one of the most powerful mutants, and she's a twin, and her difference is the contact for the psychic ability.
Yeah.
And it's like when they show him in other movies getting nerfed or taken out, it's like it shouldn't be that way. He's literally like at top tier. Like,
Yeah, I know he powerful. Just like I think, even though I think Phoenix might be stronger than him, but uh, but what she did to what you call it, I ain't never seen her. That was some scary stuff.
oh, what she did to Blaze?
Yep. And she said, "Zoop." That dude, Pool ain't he is too funny, bro. This what he said about you. He like, no, I didn't.
But then you saw that at the end, Poole shows us that he did say that shit.
Oh, he did? I ain't even
Yeah.
face.
At the
Wow.
end, Poole pulls up a replay of when they're in the car being transported, and Blaze talks all that shit, literally.
Oh, wow.
So Poole wasn't lying.
He just gonna snitch on him, though. That was some funny stuff. I didn't say that, no. She ain't give him no chance either.
I don't even know
Wolverine,
what
boy, he
half of
got
that stuff
balls.
means.
Uh-huh.
When he's like, I don't even know what half that stuff means.
Right. Is it? Is that y'all talk about? Yeah, we talking about that. The end credit was so funny. I was supposed to watch the whole thing though. I think we ended up walking out, but I seen a little bit of it. But yeah, the whole movie was funny though. That junk died.
I pointed out to my kids that Wolverine's mask, like a front profile, just looks like two Batmans kissing each other, and now they can't unsee it.
They can't unsee it now, right? That boy Ryan Reynolds, he is funny. This Ryan Reynolds again? He on another movie?
He's in, I think, every movie right now.
Said one more. It's called One More Pew Pew. Let's see. All right, what the heck is he doing in there? Didn't he just have a movie? What's going on? It's like he in there with Michael J. White. See who all in there? That is Ryan Reynolds. Yeah.
I think that people have figured out
Oh
if
no,
they
that
want a
ain't.
movie to make money right now, they just have to have Ryan Reynolds in it at some point.
Also, a dude named Jake Harris. That's what it is. Oh no, I mean a dude named Scott Atkins. I thought that was him. Michael J. White, Alex, Tom, Hannah, Mina, Aaron. I don't know none of these people. Jill, Edward, Lance, Samantha, Neil, LaFoe, Greg Keith, Stephen Blaze, Duncan Cape, Gary, Jeff Bones, Krista Dawn, Mark Hampton, Wayne Drew. That's how you know you not a real one if you leave before. I know. I had the thing was is that I was not. It wasn't like I was with my family. I was with other people's family, and I don't know what they was. They. I guess they just wanted to leave out. I would have stood. I was gonna stay there, but I wasn't a driver either. I didn't want to get left, and I was super far from my house. In a whole nother city. I live in Detroit. I think the movies we went to was in Woodhaven or something like that. Like, nah, nah. If this don't do nothing tonight, then I'm gonna do this topic again another time. So many reruns.
I
What would you?
watched it on my projector in my living room. That's where I watched it.
Oh, said he getting that going.
All right, well, I got all my races done now, so...
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Kev, I'm going to drop really quick. I'll be back in like 5 to 10 minutes. I got to deal with some shit right now.
All right, for sure.
Save my spot for me. If someone gets in here, I'm booting them. Even if it's Mir, I'm going to boot him. We're going to fight for a minute. He'll win, but I'm going to fight him. He'll win ultimately, but I'm still going to fight.
Kev, what chaos you causing today?
What's the deal? I don't know. I really don't know.
Since we ain't got too many people in here, drop me to help the analytic.
All right, for sure. I got you. Brother.
Hello.
Shine in the building. What's up, my brother?
What up?
My boy Gabe in the building too. Yeah, I don't know. I just talked about this one right here. I got a few questions on that. Other ones I added on there, but my main one I felt that was, and it was very interesting. Something that what's his name? Joe Rogan came up with, not came up with, but he had talked about on his podcast. He said, I know this gonna stir and make people mad, but he said that they had, I guess they did a studies. They did a studies on, and I'm gonna play the video in a minute. They did the studies on people that uses majority. I guess it's a majority thing. That's that word, like. But they said from what they noticed that most of the people that use iPhone. Versus most people that lose Android. So they said the Android users usually be more introverted. That's how he started it off. And iPhone users be more outgoing. Android users, huh? I think I can see, and I think I know some reason. Even though I said what do you think on there? So that's for everybody. It's an open thing for everybody, though. But I can see why they probably have it like that, because I feel like if they made it like a comparison with the people that choose to wear Jordans versus like
Converse,
Skechers or something, some stuff for comfortability. This is usually like a keep up with the Joneses type mentality or keep up with the popular.
Yeah.
So I can see that.
You going against your beliefs right now. Hold on. Let me ask you just one question, then I'm just set it up for when we start talking about it. When a woman, this is a hypothetical, right? When a woman get on a panel and start talking about how bad men are, would you agree with her, or you would say that just the men that you encounter? Which one would you say?
I guess it depends on what you're talking about with the men.
Okay, cool. Yeah. This study itself is the same thing, right? To me, I'm surprised Joe Rogan that dumb to even say something like that, right? Because you didn't do it. Just what I told you about studies, right? You do a study on a small amount of people. Maybe it's 2,000, 3,000. And you use that study and try to blanket all Android and all iPhone users, right? And that's not how you get a pretty much accurate conclusion. To me, this just, I don't even use the word gaslight. I don't like using that word, but this is the perfect form of that. How can you detect, or how can someone say, hey, Android users are nicer? You don't even know all Android users, man. You see what I'm saying? Like, I don't know, man. I'm starting to get tired of goddamn social media.
So this is gonna be my hot take on this. That's a bunch of fucking yada yada. Let's start with that.
So AJ.
And for that bullshit.
Before we go there, let me ask what type of phones y'all have. What type of phones y'all got?
I have both.
What you got, sir?
Well, number one, I got an iPhone. That's why I'm offended right now. You know what I'm saying?
That's not even serious before I say it. I said I gotta see the angles y'all coming from before.
Now,
so I feel it.
Now, okay, so this is what I'm gonna say, because I have both. And I use both. iPhone is trash. for one reason. It's the same phone that they've had since the iPhone 4,
True.
right? So, and Android's done progressed so much where iPhone is still the same thing. The other thing is Android, I can do so much with Android that's it's unreal. With iPhone, I have to worry about locking myself out permanently because it's a Linux-based system. Don't get me wrong, I've got iPhone overlay on my Android because I'm using both systems, both iOS's on my Android because I can. But I also do other things. I'm not just a single-minded individual. So with Joe Rogan saying that, most people that have iPhones, they running around being flashy. Let's just keep it a buck. Flashy.
Hey, hold
Because
on.
they got the newest. They got the newest iPhone, so they top notch. Most people got Androids. They don't care.
See, I was just about to give you credit, man. I was going to give you credit. I was going to say, hey, man, you know what his superior said that's different than what Joe Rogan said? I was going to say that he giving you what he think about the phone itself and not the people. And then you proceeded to say iPhone users just want to be flash. I'm like, hold on, whoa, you doing the same thing Joe Rogan just did. You applying the technology to the people and their behavior. So you actually, at the end, you done the same thing you said.
Hold up.
Okay, go ahead.
Let me finish. Because the reason why I'm saying what I'm saying is because iPhone is fragile and flashy. You feel me? Android, you could throw that mug all across the planet. Screen cracked, messed up, it's still gonna work. And AJ, as far as your comments, I'm using the Android for all that. Flat out. Because the Androids, I'm able to do all kinds of stuff.
Come on, man. AJ, you did not have to go there, man. You did not. You got me. Now I'm in my feelings. Don't ever talk about PlayStation like that.
Look,
that trash box.
Look, hold up. We're gonna have to fix that. AJ, Xbox is nothing but a glorified PlayStation.
It's a glory hole. That's what that is.
Because Xbox came after.
That's why, and that's what makes me so mad. Y'all about to make the whole topic. I'm about to switch it to say no.
Hold up. So let me run this down for a whole breakdown.
Like, what is this? I came first. Like, it ain't. I don't give a fuck about older siblings.
No, man, forget them. That's why I call people like that fake, man. Y'all fake. Y'all fake. Everybody had a PlayStation. Now y'all got me talking now. Everybody had a PlayStation first and gonna get on Xboxes, go niggas out of nowhere and talking about, I'm an Xbox head. That made me so.
Now hold up. Let me break this down real quick.
Hold on. Kev, you know, if you come in here and you start talking Android and iPhone, you already gonna get people in their feelings. I just gotta put it back on you right now.
I know you got me. Yeah, you got me right now. Yeah, you got me.
All right. So
I said no, she didn't go there.
Now let me break this down real quick. So with the people that are on Xbox is Jock. All I'm going to say is this. Y'all just using the glorified version of a PlayStation. And people that are on PlayStation, all y'all just using it as a glorified download, a downgraded version of a PC. So both of y'all really just need to go ahead and sit down and let that PC go ahead and tell you what it is.
What is you, a Game Boy?
Yeah, right. Gabe, shut up with your Game Boy. Anyway, here's my thing, okay? It depends. I want to be honest. It really has to do with fandom. Right, you have like your exclusive games for like PlayStation and Xbox. Me personally, I play both. I really don't care, but I do like to mess with Kev a little bit, just cause up here don't get people hella in their feelings. But there's iPhone and Android, and you know I gotta have a little bit of fun with him and talk about how trash his PlayStation is. But only Kev's PlayStation, no one else's.
Oh, okay. Thank you, AJ. I was
good. He did say that too, because when I looked at this video, he said he know people was gonna be mad at that though. But I just wanted to see. I
don't know. At the end of the day, here I will be honest. For me, I can care less. It just has to do with like preference, right? It really does. I've used iPhone for over the past 10 years. It's not that I don't know how to use an Android. I do. It just takes me a minute, right? Because I don't use it every fucking day. Preferably, I prefer the iPhone just because it works better with my everyday. Plus, I already know how to fucking use it. I ain't tripping about it. Ain't that big of a deal. But some of y'all be going hard for the weirdest shit, bruh. Like,
Right.
y'all will
No.
go hard for some damn phones and PlayStations and Xboxes and everything else.
Right.
But you won't go hard for bettering yourself and taking your ass into the gym and eating better. So, I don't know.
Ooh,
I don't know what
I
y'all
heard
do.
him
Well,
like that.
okay. So AJ, I'm just gonna say it like this: they're lazy. It's okay. We're gonna we're
I
gonna
mean,
we're
you
gonna
can
hit
keep
this nail
pointing
on
out
the
the
head real
obvious,
quick.
bro. We already know they lazy. Like that's
Right, but
obvious.
we're gonna hit this one nail on the head. All I'm gonna say is this: if I can't play any of my emulators on any system, I don't need you.
Okay. Um, that's what's up, I guess. Uh, do you, bro? I'm just saying. But I had to come up here and mess with Kev. And Kev was hashtag triggered.
Uh-oh, I
I
just thought
thought
about
would be
that.
ready.
Oh, he ain't boot. Oh, I thought he about to boot. I know,
Now,
I had to do that though. You know, I got to make a little.
now,
That's the
now, I
competitive
will
talk
say
right there.
this though.
What's up,
I
Mr.
feel
Especially when it
pretty
comes to
bad.
video games,
I
you know
feel
I'm
pretty
coming to
bad, Kev. I feel really bad for all the iPhone users that don't know what's coming. Y'all don't realize that that AI system that they put on that iPhone get ready to mess y'all up.
Bro, they have
Wow.
AI on everything. Like, I don't. You ain't saying nothing that
No,
ain't new, bro.
So,
no.
so
Like
this
Alright,
a
right
so
lot
here
of these
though, like,
no, listen, a lot of these
oh,
companies
oh,
are not allowing people that have iPhones with this new AI to bring their iPhones or any product
then you
that
can't
has
work
that
a customer
AI.
service work from home job with Alexa sitting in the room. What's your point?
My point is if these companies are doing that, there's a reason. It's picking up on stuff that it shouldn't be doing.
I mean, bro, that's not news. Like everybody knows that, but I.
Nah, not everybody.
I'm not. Look, bro, I'm not gonna sit here and argue about the future and some conspiracy theory about damn cell phones. At the end of the day, while everybody talks about a zombie apocalypse, not realizing that we're already in a zombie apocalypse because half of y'all can't think for yourselves. We ain't got to worry about the government chipping us because we have cell phones. They chip the cell phone. Your GPS is on 24 hours a day. You think they don't know where the fuck you're at? Of course they do. Like, what? What are we doing? Come on now.
Yeah, okay. I'm not arguing
Enough with
none
the
of that.
doomsday, bro. I'm sorry, bro.
And
I'm just talking about
I'm
doomsday
not talking
conspiracy
about the
theory.
doomsday part. I'm talking about the
Bro,
people just don't know that
it's the
they
doomsday, it's the
ignorant part.
doomsday conspiracy theory, and at the end of the day, here's the thing: people are gonna be ignorant no matter what. People are gonna choose to be ignorant. We can sit here and talk about, well, man, if only they do. When people can't even figure out the simplest shit right now, we're
that's
literally in a
funny.
country that is fighting over what fucking bathroom to use,
I
as if
got a
we don't
topic
have a.
actually about that though, about
I ain't
brainwash.
fighting over no bathrooms.
That's
I'm
gonna be
going where the
fun.
pole is supposed to
What
go.
were you saying, Kev?
No, I was saying that I'm literally about to do a topic about that probably tomorrow though, about brain, because the fact that he just used that term, people are ignorant. I'm like, who ain't? I want to say who ain't basically, because I hear people use the term like people brainwashed, and the topic tomorrow is going to be like,
Brainwashing.
who isn't brainwashed? I'm gonna say that though, and then I'm gonna ask everybody's definition on it. And I still got to build that one up though, because I got a couple
All
more
right,
questions I
so
got to ask.
Kev, I need you to with that ignorance part put willful ignorance versus ignorance or
Yeah,
indignant.
Yeah. What's up,
yeah.
Mr. T? How you doing?
Yeah, he playing this game. So with this topic, it ain't really it's not a versus type thing though.
You know it
Because like I
don't.
said, I don't just put weird stuff up just for no reason, or whatever. I just found it interesting. I just want people to say why they do believe this might be true, or why they don't believe this might be true. It ain't about because I have this phone and not. I, it's a reason why I put those or these things up there, because that's what he said. He said that's the studies. It can be true or not. You can neither believe the studies or not. It's not a be a defensive thing. So it's like I said, or like he said, or like he said he read up on. He said that Android users they introverted. He started off like that. They're introverted. From what they noticed, not all, not all. And I don't think we have to say all. Majority of the majority is, even if it's 51%, right? Majority are smarter with their money. They're nicer. They're more nicer, and they're more honest. than iPhone users. I think they said that iPhone users be more outgoing. They text more. So I'm gonna play the video just so everybody can be. Ain't that many people in, but I'm gonna play it a little. Coming in and
Tab
out.
either be one of the Galaxies or whichever one. They run about the same price as a iPhone
Mm-hmm.
for the most
What's
part. They're not super different.
so? What's the most expensive Android phone? I don't know. Probably is that one you was talking about? That's an Android. I didn't know that.
The Samsung Galaxy?
I didn't know. Oh, I didn't know that.
The Galaxy is not an iPhone,
You
sir.
guys picking up a bunch of background noise from me?
Oh, got you.
Do you hear a bunch of noise in the background or no?
No, we can
No.
hear you just fine, sir.
I just don't want to leave my mic open if you can hear all this shit going on around me.
You got that filtered mic. Okay.
Right.
So I'm
It's
gonna play
an
the video
iPhone,
just so
buddy.
everybody.
I mean, it's just an iPhone, so I expect it to be superior. That's all there is to it.
I like it. Look at the video right here. We're gonna play the audio. Oh, shoot.
This is a study that was done to find the difference between people that use iPhones and people that use Androids. This was actually a crazy study, and I feel like people are going to be very upset when they hear this. So, New York Times posted a study, and they found that Android users are actually more introverted, and iPhone users are actually more extroverted, right? But they did another study, and they found that Android users are actually the more honest and nicer people. And iPhone users are actually people that lie a lot, but they're more adventurous and they're more curious. But what's crazy about this study is they found that Android users are actually the ones that are smarter with their money, because they found that iPhone users actually spend the double of the amount of money per day on their everyday life than Android users. And overall, iPhone users are just on their phones more than Android users. They even found that iPhone users actually send twice as many texts per day and take twice as many pictures per day.
Yeah, so we got the little. As I said, I found this kind of interesting because I ain't never, looked at
Going
that.
based off of that study, he's actually not wrong, right? It has nothing to do with like which one's the better phone. He's actually not
Right.
wrong.
Now you see
People,
what I'm talking about? Yeah, because I was about to say it's not a competitive thing.
I
It's
know,
just.
bro, but I had to come in because you had people in here that was going
Oh, you
in.
still, all right.
That's why I had to come in about the PlayStation and Xbox. But yeah, nah, that's legit. Cause like people with iPhones, like, cause like I can say honestly, as an iPhone user, am I on my phone a hell of a lot more? Probably more so than my friends that have Androids. But I think it's just because I have more shit to do on my phone. Like my phone just does more shit. You know what I mean? So it to me, I guess it kind of makes more sense for that to be true. As far as sending like double the amount of text messages, I don't know about that. I don't typically like to text people too often, but I think it just depends. But I can see that. And also, iPhones are kind of designed for you to be a little bit more extroverted, just because it constantly wants to share stuff with people, right? And that's just how Apple is in general. So, like, if you have like an Apple Watch, you know what I mean? It does, a lot of the time, it does offer to like, hey, do you want to share your rings with other people, right? Your fitness rings. So it's like a competitive thing. Same thing, like even with your iPhone, right? That's the reason why, like, even if you take like an iPhone, like a broken iPhone connected to Wi-Fi, and you could still get messages from other iPhones, right? It's just kind of how that phone is designed.
Well, that's because of iMessage.
Yeah, like the iMessage. But that's what I'm saying. It's just the capabilities of iPhone. I think is the reason why people who tend to put in the investment into iPhones are going to be on their phones way more than people with Androids. You can only do so much, and then also the way storage is done, right, on an iPhone versus an Android are 182% different, right? If I'm getting like say 2 terabytes worth of like space on my iPhone, I'm getting 2 terabytes worth of space, right? If you try to do that on an Android, right, the Android, it doesn't work that way. Like some of that space is taken up with just the internal processors for the phone itself. So you don't get as much, right? That's the reason why, like, if you took like I don't know, 560 gig Android versus an iPhone, like I'm gonna have more space. right? The way it congeals data and congeals stuff, it's just different 100%. So it's like, you know, I can download 1,000 apps and have 1,000,005 pictures and it doesn't really affect my phone. But with my, you know, my mom who has an Android, like, holy shit. Right. But the other downside of Apple is, and it is true, when they release, every time they release a newer iPhone, like the older ones start to degrade. And it's designed that way so it constantly keeps you into the next iPhone. You know what I mean? And then also you have the fandom branding.
I hear that argument, AJ, but I don't buy it because, yeah, people have said and shown that their phones are working marketably slower or whatever. But I've been an iPhone user since iPhone 4.
Yeah.
And when my phone stops functioning the way that it should, guess what? There's been 2 or 3, maybe even 4 models that have been released since I've replaced it.
Yes.
So if I were to take a comparable Samsung of mine and compare it to the newest Samsung versus my phone to the newest iPhone, there's not going to be a big leap in difference from my iPhone to that one other than the processor and potentially the storage. Whereas the Samsung, you're going to see a whole collage of changes. And for me, it's like I use an iPhone, I get 2-3 years where I know that phone is going to work flawless for that time frame. And in 2 years, 3 years, I got to buy a new one regardless of whether it's Samsung or iPhone. So I don't know anybody that keeps a Samsung for more than 6 months because they're trash.
True. That is true. But also, with that being said, he is right, right? You could take, like, say, an iPhone 11 or 12, and it still works, right? Everything else still works on it. You know what I mean? There's just certain things after a while. Like, I've even noticed even in the App Store, like, if you have an older iPhone, it doesn't even let you download certain apps, right? Like, if I take, like, my iPhone 8 and try to download, like, I don't know, like, say, one of my fitness apps, it won't even download onto it. Just because it's not compatible.
Well, it's like it's the processing capability is what's different.
You know what I mean? But that takes like years, right? It's not like, oh, okay, you have the iPhone 14 and then you're out to 15 and now your phone's trash. Like, you'll be fine with that 14 for like a couple.
Processing capability, the older phones aren't going to be able to run as smooth. And that's not just for iPhone.
That's true. I mean, I don't know, because I haven't had an Android in over, what, I think 10 years? 10, 12 years? So I haven't had an Android. And if I've had an Android, it was a work phone that I didn't have for very long. You know what I mean? It's probably something I had for like 6 months, and then they like switched it. They eventually ended up switching it back out to iPhone anyway. So yeah, I mean, that could very much be the thing. So yeah, 100%. But as far as the studies go, as far as people who spend more money and things like that, I can see that with iPhone users, for sure.
What about the liar part? They say most of them are more liars or not as honest as you. And how you feel about that one?
I don't know. I'd have to look more into that study just because it would depend. I mean, if you are talking about what phone, I mean, that more or less just has to do with like what phone is more, obviously it's going to have to do with popularity, right? More people have iPhones than Androids, right? So no matter what you're doing or depending on...
I think about kids. I be thinking about all that stuff. Like,
that's what I'm saying. Like, kids always want iPhones.
Right? Yep.
Adults want iPhones. Elder people want iPhones. Everybody has... Most people have an iPhone. It's very rare you run into somebody that's like, yeah, I have an Android. Oh, I have an Android. You know what I mean? It's fucking rare that happens. You know what I mean? I'm not saying that it's non-existent, but it's not as common, right?
So this is a study that was done to find the difference.
I think in order to conduct that study correctly, right, is you have to have the same amount of people who are iPhone users and the same amount of people who are Android users, and maybe do it that way. But as far as just based on that study, like I said, I'm gonna have to look at it. But to me, it's gonna seem skewed just because more people have iPhones. And I don't think that being a liar has anything to do with having an iPhone or an Android. I think it's more of like an integrity, personality thing. And if iPhone's a more popular phone, then it doesn't really mean that every iPhone is a fucking liar and a terrible person.
I don't think it's saying. I don't think they mean. Oh, I just think they, just they say mention. But I say because. So this is why this rings to me, because I don't know. Like, I look at it like this kind of tied to like my topic I had about flexing in a way. That's how I look at it. I think that's the angle I'm coming from, right? Because I do know it's a popular phone, I know a lot of people is willing to spend all this money just for this phone to, I don't know. I don't know what's so sweet about it, but whatever. I mean, I don't be in my phone like that but that's a whole new dang on type of hobby I got to I'm good on that. You know, I just use my phone for the regular stuff. I think if I was to buy an iPhone, it'd be for pictures or videos because I do videos and stuff to make my videos look better. That'd probably be the only thing. Otherwise, I don't need all that other extra stuff. You know, they said they got a thing where you can look for your family. I got this thing called Life 360. I can see where my family is at, and, you know, stuff like that. So it's you can get apps.
I mean, but that's the thing. That's the thing with iPhone is it's not necessarily that anybody that has an iPhone, like I don't think it was the intent to be on our phones nearly as often. It's just with iPhones, because of the amount of apps and because of the accessibility and because of how everything interacts. And iPhones are really easy to use, right? Obviously, if you're switching from like an Android to an iPhone, it's a little bit of a challenge, but you'll get it. You know what I mean? And then you're just like, oh, okay, this is a lot easier. But with iPhones, you know what I mean? Like, am I sitting in my phone, like purposely trying to be in my phone all day? No. But here's the thing. It's like, okay, cool. If I got to pay bills, well, all my bills I pay with my phone half the time, right? If I'm out and about and I'm like, oh shit, I forgot my wallet. Oh, okay, no problem. I pay with it with my phone. Just hit the thing, right? Like it's not that big of a deal. So that tends to happen a lot. You know what I mean? Like I said, it's just the capabilities of it. Majority of the space on my phone that's probably used is mostly media based, right? So that's going to be videos, pictures, sometimes music, you know, recording, you know, voice notes, voice memos. And then of course, you know, I have a business and then I'm working, right? So with that, it's like it seems like I'm always on my phone, but I'm not. It's just easier for me to pull a bunch of shit on through my phone and be like, okay, here it is. You know what I mean? Instead of being like, oh, okay, hold on, I gotta go and I have to email it back to me over here, and then I gotta go do this, and I gotta do that. It's just, it's all in one area. It's one hub, but that's how Apple has always been designed. And then also, say for example, if I need to drop, say, a huge file, right? And instead of having to worry about trying to send it or worry about, okay, is this person going to get it if I send it via email? Are they going to be able to download it? If they have an iPhone, I can just airdrop that to you, right? With the airdrop, you know what I mean?
Amazing. People don't understand. It's amazing.
It's amazing, right?
Hey, Nerd got me laughing. The stuff that y'all saying, it is making me laugh though, because it's like, you know what's funny? It's like, why wouldn't we expect that to be the better phone though? I don't think nobody gonna make that argument that it's not a better phone. You spend thousands of dollars on this one phone, it better have all these things. I don't get it. You know what I'm saying? So you spend a whole TV on there and then you expect less?
But that's what I'm saying though. You know what I mean? What I'm saying, like
I spend $50 on my phone, not 50, 100 and something. About 200 at the most I do.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, it makes sense as to why iPhone users, because of the amount of money that we spend and drop on these phones, that we would be on them, right? Like that makes sense. Am I going to sit there and say, oh, well, Androids record slower? I don't use Androids often enough to be able to tell you that, right? Like, I don't use it a lot. I don't use them. But like I said, with iPhones and AirDrop, it does make things a lot easier. And I have also noticed that businesses, right, when you work for like another corporation or a business, like they're switching from Androids to iPhones because of just different capabilities. At the end of the day, it all comes down to branding and marketing. Right? If you think about iPhone, why do most people jump at an iPhone? Fear of FOMO, right? People don't want to be left out. You don't want to be the person, you know, especially for young people, they put a lot of pressure. Oh, I don't want to be the person without the iPhone. It's like all a marketing strategy. It's just, exactly. It's like Jordan. It's like, you know, whatever the fuck is trending, whatever is popular at that time. So that's all it is. But again, do I think that a 16-year-old or a 17-year-old or, you know, even we'll go even younger, a 14 or 12-year-old probably needs an iPhone? I think that's crazy. That's me personally, because what the fuck do you need a $1,100-$1,200 phone for? For a 12-year-old? That's crazy. But, you know, people want to spend that on their kid. That's cool. That's them. Can't say nothing about it.
I guess they say that because that little feature where you can, and that's what they come with, anything to spend that $3,000 or whatever they spend on it. But they got this thing where you can locate, even when the phone is off. I heard when the phone is off, you still can find what it is. So I guess you're going to spend that much money just to find where your kid is at. That's crazy.
Here's the thing. There's other apps for that, and there's better apps for that. So, I mean, you can use that feature, and that's cool, but there's other apps and stuff. So it doesn't, you know, even with iPhone, like, it's the same thing with, like, the AirTag, right? All these people
Yeah.
spend all this money on AirTags, and even though I'm an Apple user, I'm an iPhone user, I use Tile, and I've used Tile for years,
Mm.
which is the exact same thing. It's just hell of a lot cheaper, and I don't have to spend the amount of money on one AirTag.
I don't know. Both my kids have iPhones, and
Yeah,
the reason they have them is because that's what I use.
yeah,
Okay, so if I used Samsung, they would have had a Samsung phone or
that makes
whatever, a
sense.
Google phone.
That makes sense.
But because we are iPhone users, there are things that are built in through the Apple programming, like from Apple, that work very well, in my opinion, if you use them right.
Yeah,
You're talking about GPS tracking and stuff. Well, I don't need to have cell service to find out where someone else is. I can be on Wi-Fi with my iPad and find out what's going on if my cell service isn't working for some reason.
yeah,
It's
that's
all
true.
interconnected. So it's like, if, for some reason I can't find my phone, I can go to my iPad and very easily go to the thing where it shows where my phone is and tell my phone to make an audio noise for me to find it. I don't got to spend 15 minutes looking. It's going to tell me right where it is.
Yep.
The cloud function is great, but ultimately what it boils down to
Slimmy.
is the Apple has made the news in the past for telling the federal government no. And to me, that's important.
Yep.
Because Apple refuses to give out a master key to their devices to the federal government. And to me, that's a statement in protecting your privacy. Because if Apple gives them access to one iPhone, they've given them a key to access any iPhone. So Apple has literally been taken to court by the federal government to prevent the government from getting an all-access key to Apple devices. So I don't think Samsung puts up the same fight. I think if the government says, hey, we need you to open this phone for us and tell us how to do it, they open it.
Oh, they already have. They don't have to ask Samsung.
So I'm just saying, if we're,
That's crazy.
it's like, if we're going to talk about, some of the real things that actually are kind of important, I think it's kind of neat that Apple is willing to go to court to say, we're not going to just give the government unilateral access to any phone anywhere because they want it.
That's true.
So win for Apple, in my opinion, on that.
Oh, big bugs. And like I said, I'm not slamming Apple or anything. I'm just looking at it as objectively as possible. For people who don't like or like me, who don't care either way, I don't give a shit. Just use your phone, and does it work? Okay, cool. I don't got any shit.
Yeah, and I mean the phone price thing, like I don't get that either. I mean, it's expensive. Yeah, it has a high retail, but like I never have paid full price for an iPhone since I bought my first one, which was an iPhone 4. When I went from the Android to iPhone,
So
that was the only time I paid full price. Every other time after that, there's been some sort of a phone upgrade. There's been some sort of promotion where everybody gets one, and we're spending maybe $500, and everybody's getting covered.
that
So,
part. I think it just has to do with. So that has to do with, again, that's people's finances, right? So when you go, say, to like Verizon or AT&T or wherever, right, and you go in and you're like, okay, cool, I'm gonna get an iPhone through them. You can pay the full price. You can pay the $11 or $12 or $1,400 for an iPhone if you want to, right? Or you can do the monthly thing, or there's a promotion, there's always something, right? You can do whatever. It is.
Everybody get blocked, man, trying to be funny. Jeez.
Oh shit. But I'm just saying, like, y'all can do, whichever one. It don't matter. But like at the end of the day, would it? A lot of that argument, what I've seen or what I've had a lot of people, especially when I was working for Verizon, a lot of people came and complained to me about. A lot of customers complained to me about. Well, I don't understand. Yeah, they were like, oh well, I can't afford it because they couldn't get onto the payment plans, or these are parents that are only on Androids but want to get like 6 iPhones because, oh well, I want to get everybody an iPhone. Okay, cool, but your credit doesn't cover all of that. You know what I mean? You only have like X amount that you can, X amount of dollars that you can do that with, right? They're not just going to give you unlimited phones for like, I don't know, 14 or $12 with a trade-in a monthly. Like, there's a certain amount. But yeah. Well, what's up, Slammy?
Hello. It's funny you brought up working at Verizon too, because I did for about a year and a half.
Yep.
And one thing I also noticed is, so like, whenever new phones come out, we have to be trained on those devices in order to be able to push whatever promotion is coming out. So we get to see the device first. We get to play around with it a little bit, and we have to take an actual training on the computer for it, and then we have to like figure out where to balance it with people. Now they want us to push the most expensive product, but people think Androids are cheap. That's not the case either. So it's not Androids that are cheap. It's the phones
Mine
that we
cheap.
want that are sponsored by Android that are cheap. So like the FTE or the what was
What's
that?
wrong with cheap?
Samsung Galaxies.
Well, Galaxies are expensive now. They
Galaxies
cost
are
as much as
hella
iPhones.
expensive. They're
Yeah, they
more.
cost as much as iPhones now.
That's
They
why
did.
I gotta stick with this topic right here, man. Because I don't get why people spending so much. I think because me myself, I don't like wasting money. I guess that's how I grew up, man.
Because it has to do with FOMO. So, but the thing is, even with iPhone, right? You don't have to. You can go get an SE, right? Those things last forever. I think like they upgrade those things
every 2 to 3 years.
every 2 to 3 years, and they're actually relatively like very affordable.
And you get the same technology in that iPhone that you get in a Pro model or one of the base models. The only difference is the size. That's what people want, the size.
Yeah, people want the size. Or they
So
want
size matter.
In different ways.
I would say
But,
the size of the device
but
doesn't matter, but
this
the
right here, like
processor
I
size
said,
matters.
this.
I'd say the processor size matters, not so much the screen.
Yeah. No, I mean, but like for different people, a lot of the time it's some people just want the newest thing, right? Like I've literally been on the phone with people who are literally trying to buy like their kid an iPhone SE. You know, kid wants an iPhone. Okay, cool. They're Android users. Okay, I'll get you an iPhone. Okay, let's get this
I
iPhone.
don't want to be disrespectful.
So what studies? This funny. This one I could tell who got what phone because they asked all the questions. Sorry, no, I was talking to. So what study is this? I don't know. I just find it interesting. So with this topic itself, I'm looking at because this is what Joe Rogan said. He said he looked it up on. I can play the video again though, but I just want to see do people either agree or disagree. I noticed that everybody that popped in. It was either like they was either comparing the phones or they was either what else so it basically so with this is it's basically a personality thing. Do you believe these type of personalities usually come behind the majority, not just because it's just some of us, we know everybody is other people. I know other people that use Androids and pretty sure y'all know other people that uses iPhones, right? So it's just like off even the experiences, off of what you know of. What do you think some of these things might be true? But I am gonna play I'm gonna play the video for y'all since there's a few of y'all in here.
1 second. Can I answer a piece of that? Because I just got here.
Answer what? I didn't even play the video yet.
Oh no, some of
I'm about to play. He about to say it on here though. But I just want everybody before you answer to see because it's gonna be the same thing. He gonna just say the exact same thing. But you can go first then. But hold on real quick.
Just while you're about to pull it up.
Are actually more introverted, and iPhone users are. So this is a study that was done to find the difference between people that use iPhones and people that use Androids. This was actually a crazy study, and I feel like people are going to be very upset when they hear this. So, New York Times posted a study, and they found that Android users are actually more introverted, and iPhone users are actually more extroverted, right? But they did another study, and they found that Android users are actually the more honest and nicer people, and iPhone users are actually people that lie a lot, but they're more adventurous and they're more curious. But what's crazy about this study is they found that Android users are actually the ones that are smarter with their money, because they found that iPhone users actually spend the double of the amount of money per day on their everyday life than Android users. And overall, iPhone users are just on their phones more than Android users. They even found that iPhone users actually send twice as many texts per day and take twice as many pictures per day. So this is a study that was done to find the difference between people that use iPhones
where you got it from
and
again.
people that use Androids. This was actually a crazy study. And And I feel like people are going to be very upset when they hear this. So, New York Times posted a study, and they found that Android.
It's called New York Times. That's where he got it from.
So I agree to an extent because in my experience working in the phone industry, I've noticed that a lot of people that get iPhones are typically people that can't afford them. Usually when people came in to buy Androids and things like that, they had the money to pay for that.
Yeah, I can afford it. I'm
That
still not
part
buying
I can agree with. I do think that the whole people are nicer or more honest, I think that's more of semantics. I don't know how factual that can be because while they may have done a study, how long did you do that study for? How much time did you spend with those people? What kind of questions did you ask that made you come down to that conclusion? Because there are some common personality traits between the two. I will say that I do know that people typically gravitate to iPhones because Apple has made a profit off of providing what is considered a level of exclusivity. It feels like a piece of status in your hand to have an iPhone. It provides you with a feeling of luxury. They are known to be the best, whether their phones are good or not. So it's like, I can understand that aspect of it. Yes, they probably do mismanage their money a little more because more people buy iPhones based off the fact that they want to look like they have everything together over actually having it together, from seeing the kind of people that come into a Verizon on a daily basis to buy iPhones. Because typically when richer people or people who have more money come and buy iPhones, they're usually buying them for their spoiled kids. They're not buying them for themselves.
We're getting somewhere.
So that I can understand.
I pulled up the study, and I was having issues with some of the points that he was making. Joe Rogan was, because there's an implication in the way that he's stating it, that if you have an iPhone, that contributes to this behavior, and if you have an Android, that contributes to this behavior. And the way that they represent the money aspect of spending, how much was it did the iPhone user spend versus the Android? What was the figure? You remember?
Didn't specify the figure.
I thought someone specified it as being like $2,000 a year compared to.
No, he just said that the average iPhone user mismanages their money and spends more on basic needs.
Double the amount.
Well, yeah, that's the connection they're making. Because they spend more, then they're managing their money less efficiently, correct? That's the implication?
Yeah, so they said it's usually the lifestyles that come behind it. So really, it's not about the phone. It's more...
On the study, it says it was done between 1,000 iPhone users and 1,000 Android users. So they drew from equal markets. So they interviewed 2,000 people. The average salary for the iPhone user was $53.2 thousand. The average salary for the Android user was $37,040. So you're seeing about a 40% increase in income on the Android or on the iPhone user versus the Android user. Okay, and then you look at the money spent on clothing. The iPhone user spends double the amount of money as the Android user. The tech per month, it's about double. They spend 100 where Android spends 50. Money spent on makeup and beauty, again, that's double. 82 versus $40.40. Leisure trips per year, Android users take more than, or iPhone users take more than the Android users. Numbers of close friends. iPhone users have more friends. Bigger social circle by 2 people on average, whereas they have 5. Android has 3. Text per day is almost triple. Selfies per day is double. Time spent on phone is about 2 hours more. Ideal pet, iPhone users want dogs. Android users want cats. So as far as the money thing, it's not that they're managing their money necessarily bad because they're spending more. It's that they have a larger pool of expendable money to spend on tech than the Android user. And that's why I have an issue with saying, oh, because they spend more. No, they're spending more because they have more. And if you were to actually say, okay, they spend this much compared to their yearly salary and iPhone users spend this much, that percentage is going to be a lot closer than the actual gross figure. based on their salaries being so dramatically different.
That could be understandable. But I do think
What
there
about the
are
ones that be faking it till they make it type stuff? Because I've seen people that be spending stuff like
It says in
let's
this
use
study
like the
that
Jordans and stuff, right? Huh?
it says in this study that the iPhone users are 30% more successful in business and appreciate and like their job at a rate of 30% higher than Android users. So they're happier at work and making more money.
Interesting.
Well, I don't think he has an issue with the study. I think he has an issue with the way Joe Rogan framed it.
Yeah, it's not, I don't have any issue with facts. It's just the implication and how that video is curated. It's like, because you're an iPhone user, you're gonna be this, and this because you have an iPhone. When if you had an Android, you wouldn't be this, and this. Yeah, that's the framework that it seemed like with that.
Sorry.
I'm sorry.
I play it again if
No,
you don't have to play it again.
I just wanted to throw in real quick too. We also have to take a little bit of that with a little bit of a grain of salt, because again, this is where people have to actually look at the study, because the thing at the end of the day is that Joe Rogan at the end of the day is trying to also get views. So saying it in the way that he said it is all a ploy to get people riled up to listen to this, right? Because the way that he's talking, of course, people with iPhones are going to come in and be like, well, what the fuck are you talking about?
Right. I could go to that study right now and say cap, because I wouldn't say I'm a mean person. I wouldn't say I'm dishonest. I wouldn't say those things about myself. I'm not spending above my means to uphold an image like the way he framed it. I don't fit that statistic. But I'm
well,
one
how many
person.
people do though?
But no, I get it. I'm empathizing with the statement. Yeah. So it's like, I understand where you're coming from that. But by me going to his video and commenting that, whether it disproves, proves, or whatever the case may be, it promotes his video and he gets money off of that.
That part. But with that also being said too, I mean, when it comes to these studies, you know what I mean? Again, as Mr. P just pointed out, yes, it's a study that was done. They gathered these facts from this study. But then this is now where, you know, even just him going over the financial aspect of it, right? When you're talking about, oh, well, these people are spending more money, but then we now just realized, okay, with the 1,000 people that you got gathered from Android to iPhone, there's a substantial difference in income. Kind of have a problem with your figures now, right? Of course, the people with a higher tax bracket are going to spend more money. That's no shit. Right? There's no shit. Of course they can. They have more expendable money. So with that being said, this is now where we have to take the study and go, okay, cool. What are the percentages on average that these people are spending, okay, versus Android users? But we have to base them not in their income brackets, right? I would say on average they're probably about spending probably about the same amount based on their income brackets. If you're in a lower bracket, you're spending money. Right.
And then on top of that, you also have to take into account. So like, oh my God, I think I just lost what I was going to say. That's so crazy. Yeah. This brain fart is kicking my ass right now.
Welcome to the 30s.
Right. Stop it. I still got 19 days of being a 20-something.
Oh, you getting there. You knocking on that door.
Yeah,
I be thinking about, I guess, I don't know, like I'm kind of like with this topic overall, right? I'm like, it ain't really that, I'm not trying to make it seem like it's just about like I said, we already talked about it on. I think it's just a lifestyle, and I see the people that don't get it, the ones that don't have businesses. I think whatever the studies came from, I'm pretty sure it came from people that had money, which makes sense, you know, I can see that. But I was wondering if the people that use Android was that money people too. And they probably, you know, still probably was.
I'm assuming so.
I think it's the same
unless they just did
and
broke people in that, so they only gonna get what they afford type situation. But what I'm getting to is that I'm comparing this to why I found it interesting, because I see, like I said, it's no different from the Jordans thing. You know, if you wear Jordans, I mean, I guess whatever, people getting their feelings, it is what it is. But it's just like, I've been seeing it. I think most of us done grew up and seen it, unless we one of them people. Some of us is not gonna argue against that, because some of us is them people. Some people want to keep up with the Joneses. Some people want their child to be, I want you to be in the most fanciest things. I want you to, so like I can see, you know, if you have this type of lifestyle or personality, a lot of this stuff will make sense. I will see that a Android user, not all of them, right? I can see them being more humble because they looking, or they're more of a money saving, because just like how I do, right? Because I'm like, I'm looking like, what the freak, I just never like spending so much money on anything. I only like getting tickets,
This is where,
but
Hold on, Kevin. I got my point back.
let me finish real quick. Let me just finish real quick. Let me finish. Because all I'm saying is that this is what the angle I'm coming from with this thing. It's just I do believe in like the lifestyles and the personalities behind it. If my thing is, if you're not one of them, then why get mad at it? But we see so many iPhone and Android users, so I'm pretty sure we can tell when it's people that just back to the flexing thing, right? This kind of go back to my topic with the flexing thing, right? I can see liars being in the midst of it because people will do anything to stand out or become one, right? Like I see people that wear Jordans and taking a bus at the same time. That you for the free. So it's people that just be focused more on the image than anything. So I can see that though. And if iPhone is one of the most popular phones out now compared to the rest of, so why wouldn't some of this stuff kind of, why wouldn't it be true? I mean, I wouldn't see it. I could buy me an iPhone today, right? I'm not about to say that this can't be possible because I have an iPhone myself. It's just I know how people is. If it's popular, why wouldn't these traits come behind that? You see what I'm saying?
But nobody, I don't think anybody's discrediting those people, the number of people that you're talking about.
No, I ain't saying nobody. No, I'm just enlightening the room. It's no personal
as far
thing.
as those people who are going to play the fake it to the make it, the people who are okay. Because again, I worked at Verizon. It wasn't that uncommon to have somebody who you can clearly tell can't pay their bills because their phone's getting shut off every other damn week, right?
Right.
But they want an iPhone. Like you're gonna deal with those people, right?
Like
Unfortunately,
they'll even buy the cheapest iPhone just to have the Apple
just to have
logo.
an iPhone, right? Just to have the look. But with that being said, right, when we're looking at the actual study that's being discussed here, we have to look at the demographic of the people that are there. This can't be a personal thing, right? As an iPhone user, I'm not somebody who jumps at the newest iPhone every time one comes out, right? Like I'm one of the people, I will ride my iPhone until the damn wheels fall off until I'm forced to upgrade the shit. Then I'll upgrade it.
Right.
Right? That's just how I am. But that doesn't mean that everybody who has an iPhone isn't like me, right? I understand that I am a small majority of most iPhone users. Most iPhone users a lot of them are going to jump at the newest thing. Every time one comes out, they jump at it. They don't even care. They don't care if it does the same thing. They don't care what it does. They're going to jump at the newest one, right?
And I'm sorry, I'm one of those. I upgrade every year.
And there's nothing wrong with that, right? Now, at the end of the day, if we're sitting here, we're talking about people who are outliers, people who are anything else, we have to assume those are going to be on both sides. Because you have people who are outliers, hate iPhones, but need to have the newest the Samsung Galaxy.
It's the same on both sides.
Have the Z Flip. It's on the same.
I wouldn't say it's even though. That's the thing. I would say it's in there. Huh? Okay, let's say this then, right? Because I used the example for a reason. The reason why I wouldn't say it's even. The reason why I'm not saying it because what is so special about a Samsung that you can flex? I mean, not what is it? Android, right? That's like why would it be the? I don't know how to explain this though, but
to break that part down, right? So people think that think of Androids as a lesser than quality phone because they're considering every phone that is an Android. So that's not the case with Androids when you learn about phones and how they work and all of that. So when it comes to the best of technology, of food, of clothes, there's usually two brands that stand out that are pitted against each other, right? If you think about Burger King, you think about McDonald's. If you think about Starbucks, you think about Pete's. If you think about Prada, then you think about Gucci. Like there's usually two big contenders in each category. So Samsung is the iPhone of Androids, if that makes any sense. So a Samsung Galaxy is basically the iPhone quality of the Android world. Not every Android stacks up when it comes to Samsung. Having a Samsung Galaxy, especially a newer one, not one of the off-brands or offshoot models, none of the other Androids, because any phone that is not an iPhone is considered an Android, period. We're talking specifically about the Samsung Galaxies. The reasons why I would say with Android users is typically the same is because it's the same level of exclusivity provided from a different market. It's just like if you got Jordans, Then you have someone who wears Adidas, which is another high profile
Right.
sneaker that is looked at as less than, but we're not talking about New Balances. We're not talking about Converse. We're not talking about all the other shoes that exist, because of course there are other shoes that exist. But if you think about the two biggest on the market, it would be Nikes or Jordans versus Adidas. Those are the two big contenders. So I think you have to break it down more like that instead of Androids as a whole. Because we're not
No.
talking about Obama phones when we're talking about this. That's an Android, though.
Right.
We're not talking about the Hawaii, whatever the hell that brand was called, phone that everybody had for a minute. We're not talking about those. That's an Android. If it's not an iPhone, it's considered an Android. But when you think about the type of people that buy Androids, I think about the type of people that buy the Samsung Galaxies, because that's the iPhone in the Android world.
But it's
That's
not
the
the
one that,
iPhone. You talking about? That's like saying, I don't know. I guess the
Really
context
quick.
is getting put out, though. But I think the overall, right? It's a popularity thing. We know what the top phone is right now. I don't know why we even making it. I guess it's different when we personally do it. Whatever.
I miss sidekicks if I was
But
But
going to that
I just want to
that's
point
like I
out
wouldn't say
the
that's like over
finer.
here arguing about the most popular shoe when we already know what it is.
Right.
I just want to bring there was some questions about the percentages and whatnot. Excuse me. So the way that I did the math was I looked at the amount of money spent per month for iPhone user and Android user, and then I ran that and got a percentage based on their yearly income. The Android user clocked in at, let me pull it up. I believe it was 1.6 percent of their yearly income goes to tech. And then the iPhone user, they were spending 2.2% of the income. So there's that. But then the increases in percentage between the two incomes, there's a 33% increase in income. So then if you take those two percentages and you compound them against their incomes, the Android user is actually spending more of their money based off of their income.
Yeah.
Oh, but what I was going to say earlier, I know it doesn't apply now, but my brain fart cleared up and I remembered what I was going to say. Is this study reminds me of when the CDC had to recant their statement on single fathers in America. Did you ever see that study, Kev?
I believe I know the one you're talking about.
Yeah. So there was a study done that said that the least present father in the household was the black father, right? And they based off the US Census, and they had to take it back because what they were doing, what caused the miscalculation in their study was they considered if a woman was not married, she was a single mother, whether the father was present or not. And at the time when the study was done, the majority of the women who had children that were quote unquote unmarried were black mothers. When in fact, a lot of them had fathers in the home. A lot of the fathers were present. A lot of the fathers were in the children's lives. They were just not married to the mother, but they shared a home. They shared a vehicle. They shared household expenses and childcare. So I think with any study we look at, we have to, like the lady said before, take it with a grain of salt, because once they redid the study and accounted for the amount of fathers that were actually present in the home without the being married context on it, they found out that it was actually black fathers that were the most present in the home.
Well, that, and I always struggle when people use percentages as the talking point, because percentages don't paint an appropriate picture, in my opinion.
They painted an appropriate picture
I
for the
think gross
demographic
numbers
they
is
gave
what really
everyone.
paints a good picture. And if you look at studies and you question the things that are presented to you, you usually find out the agenda of the study and looking at how it was performed. So I always recommend. That's why when he played it like the third time, I just received. So
See, that's to me, that's why that data stuff, that statistic. I got a hard time saying that damn word. I'm tongue tied. Statistics and data, I don't really like it. And if you want to use that and you want to go off of, I'm going to say, reality, right? If it say that black fathers is the most active in the home, I think to me, I never looked at the study, but if I'm hearing correctly, it's a active fathers that's in the home. And if we know that 70%, or is it 70% of kids in our community is born out of wedlock, or 70%, like maybe most of us, not most of, I don't believe that most or all or some, well, I'm gonna say majority, fuck that, I'm gonna say majority. I don't believe that majority of black couples, like the fathers are in the home. Like I believe it's kind of like we split. Like you act, but I think the study itself is talking about the fathers that is actually in the home, and a lot of us are co-parenting at the moment in our community, and a lot of us not actually in the same home. So I would say it's a little skewed in a sense because it's talking about the black father that is actually in the home, like still a couple with the mother. And you could tell in our community that a lot of us are still not predominantly together.
I don't know what I missed out on, bro, but sound interesting.
I think Slimmy was talking about it, and
What was he talking about?
I'm sorry,
I missed it.
I was on mute and didn't even realize it. So the study was specifically about which racial demographic had more present fathers in the home than the other. And by using pre-context that usually exclude Black people from those conversations and prejudices and biases in the way they did that original study when they first did it, it made it seem like Black fathers weren't present in the home at all. But then once they took all of those biases off the study and redid it, they found out that statistically there are more Black fathers in the home and present fathers in their children's lives over any other race in America.
hey,
I
you know
don't know about
what?
that.
I can't even go off. Well, I don't. I'm gonna say it's correct. I'm not gonna say it's not correct because I don't know anything, right? I don't pay attention to study. But what gets me as far as us having this topic, right? Not that anyone on this panel said that, but I'm pretty sure people probably heard this before. Well, when we talk about stuff like this, people love to, especially black people on TikTok, we love to talk about, oh, you using YT supremacist talking points, right? Like you hear it all the time, right? So I always sit back and I be laughing when I hear that because if you're going to read statistics and data, that's not coming from black people. That's coming from YT people. So how can people say one black person is using YT supremacist talking points, but then they go to a YT source and use the same damn rhetoric?
Right.
I'm confused on that.
Most of our sources is YT though. That's the crazy part.
Exactly.
Like, who you think feeding us this information?
There you go, Tab. That's why I don't like stats. That's why I don't like statistics, because if you asking a group of people that have always done wrong by us to give us the correct data, I think that's crazy. On the other side, I'm gonna go a little deeper, probably a little sidetrack, but this is how I think. When I see a YT cop unalive a black person, in my mind, I expect that because that's normal. That's what they've always done. That's normal to me, right? But when I see a black man or any black person unalive another black person, that's a problem for me because that shouldn't be something that I expect. But it's actually, we have it reversed now. Us unaliving each other, we pretty much desensitized to that. But when a YT person unalive us, we all in an uproar. It affects us. So I think if you just pay attention to history, them doing that to us should be normal to you. You should expect that. You shouldn't expect anything less. If you get something extra that's good, kudos. But when you see us doing it to each other, I think that should be more alarming than the other way around.
I don't know how I feel about that. I'm gonna have to marinate on that one
Yeah, marinate.
because my
Yeah.
visceral
Cause
reaction
he
is to
preaching.
disagree with you, but I like to play devil's advocate. So I'm
You
not
gotta
saying
first you gotta say what you think what did you hear him say, or at least thought he said.
I like that, Kev. I like that. Pastor Kev. That's what I'm talking about, man.
I think the issue I have with it comes from the way I feel about it, and often you have to take the way you feel out of these conversations. Because to me, it's not that we shouldn't be desensitized to either one. It should be just as much as a problem either way.
I got you know what? I like how she processed that, Kev. And I got a question for her, but I want to acknowledge what she did. She 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 thought about it, right? And she was gonna answer to how what I said made her feel instead of actually what I said. And she caught herself. And that was one of the issues me and my wife used to have all the damn time. And I give her kudos to that, right? Because she removed her feelings from it and she just wanted to answer directly. I like that, right? So my question to her would be, uh uh oh yeah, okay. My question would be to that is, let's just say that I'm someone who advocate for Black lives, right? Like
Hmm.
I'm all about Black lives. Like, and what I mean by that is any type of unaliving of a Black life, I'm gonna have a problem with it, right? No matter
Hmm.
what it is, any type of unaliving, I would have a problem, right? So with that being said, if I care about Black lives and you have cops unaliving Black people maybe 10 to 15 times a year, right? As
Hmm.
far as what we hear about on the news, maybe five or maybe three. It all depends. But let's just say it's 100 per year, right? Because we don't know everything. We don't watch every news coverage. So let's just say 100 a year compared to us doing it to each other thousands a year. Now, which one is going to have a major impact on us? The 10 or 100 a year or the thousands of a year? I would think if I really cared about Black lives, I would focus on what is keeping us, what is erasing us faster than ever. And I would think that's us. And I would pay more attention and put more energy into that instead of, and I think I said it before, you got a slow leak in a tire and you have a flat tire. The slow leak is the cops unaliving us a couple times throughout the year. Is it a problem? Yes. But is it something that need my immediate attention right now? No. That's the slow leaks. Us
Mm.
doing it to each other is the flat tire because it's causing more harm and I cannot progress because and I can't move because the tire is completely flat. What we tend to do is we focus on the slow leak and put all our energy and resources into the slow leak, and we could care less about the tire. So to me, the flat tire. So to me, that tells me looking in is the flat tire. We okay with being stagnant and not moving because you could easily blame someone.
Mm.
And I don't disagree with that. I think the way I think about it is we seem to, like you said, be desensitized to us killing our own people. I am not okay with
Unallowed.
that. I'm not advocating for that. I'm not saying it's right in any shape, way, or form. But like I think that focusing on the cops gives us a way in to break a level of systemic racism that would allow us to. I think they go hand in hand with the situation. I'm trying to figure out how to say it so that it makes sense. So it's like I'm not saying that one issue is more prevalent than the other because to me they're exactly the same. But I think that when we look at the things that we are kept out of, the neighborhoods we are kept out of, the success that we have been kept out of, that have prevented a lot of people from being able to live in places where they don't have to deal drugs to make money, where they don't have to do any of the things that we see them doing, where there's no longer turf wars or gangs that are necessary. Because if we look at where the gangs came from, originally they weren't just in words on the street banging. They were protection for the hoods that we lived in against that.
Oh, hold on, wait, hold on, wait, wait, hold on. Let me ask you this. I've heard that before, but I was told differently from elders, right? So when you say they was there to protect the community, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. In order to be in the game, you have to get jumped in.
Mm-hmm.
So how are you going to protect the community? But in order to get in the game to protect the community, you have to get beat up. That's not protection.
I'm not gonna say their methods made sense. I'm
And
not
it's
gonna say
also
that they were
protection
right
from another
either.
gang down the street that's saying the same thing.
Right. So my thing with that wasn't to say that, you know, I don't agree with their methods. I'm just saying there's a reason that these institutions exist. And I think that addressing the big problem, which is the racism, would be more important to me because that's
Mm.
typically where my issue lies. I
Okay.
think
Let me say this because I mean, like I said,
we cut
this
off.
one thing that 100%, I will fight with that, even if they try to get on, because I know that's a deep thing that Sean talking about, but that's what I'll be talking about because I
Can I
really don't
just
care
finish
either. You
my
know what
point?
I'm saying?
Because I got cut off
But
twice.
yeah,
I'm landing my
you,
plane. I promise.
you
I'm
I just don't want you speaking for no reason because I don't think you on the same thing we talking about though. That's the thing.
okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, it just I don't. Yeah, that's why I said I don't even know what the part you was hearing though. But I think so basically you because I guess I feel you. So overall, it sounds like that you said that you feel that's more important, right? I just look at it like this thing where we say because I feel like you should start with everything start with self, right? First, I would have thought, I thought you got to clean your own house first before you worry about the outside or whatever they say, or it starts up from the home type situation. Remember that stuff we be saying, stuff like that, right? So it's like, my thing is like, I feel like we don't have, I'm trying not to be, basically what I'm getting to is like, and that's why he's saying that problem is way worse. I don't know how we comparing it. I mean, how we not seeing that our problem, the problem is us is tearing each other more than because he said like he said that's less likely to happen. That mean if it was just as bad as us tearing each other up, we would probably it'd be hard to walk outside this house. As many cops as it is outside every time I go to work, it'd be hard. So that can't be as much as common as me trying to watch out low key from our own peoples, from getting robbed, from all these other things that we have, all these internal things that's going on, and we want to talk about racism is the top. We I think if we was to like say this right, if we was to fix our home first, right, I don't even think they really can do anything to us, low key. I say that. I say if we fix our families right, we can override this system that we saying that's holding us down. We can override that low key. We can, or high key we can. But we just like you said, it's that blaming thing. We gonna keep putting on everybody else, but our internal issues is overpowering every last thing that's going on. It's just like when a person is sitting here, and now I can see if we trying right, we trying if we was innocent and all this other stuff. Most of the time, and I talked about this before. Most of the time, we provoking a lot of these things. We ain't mother, you know what I'm saying, going crazy and giving reasons. I mean, that's what it is. You know what I'm saying? Only last thing I seen was actually innocent was the old girl from recent one. That was like one of the most innocent things. Low key. That
Kale,
was the
By the way, her
if I was
daughter
you,
is
if
on
I
the
was you,
banana.
if I was you, Kale, and I'm not going to say it because I know this is TikTok. All I would say is I would encourage you to watch that video again.
interesting.
Watch it in detail. Watch it in slow motion.
Okay.
And you would, some people say it's fake, but I've seen it on the news myself. But I'm not going to say it because I know how to be on the outside recording, and I ain't trying to go viral, kinfolk. That's all I'm going to say. But I will say this. Watch the video and pay close attention to it. And I guarantee you, if the video is real, because it was on the news also, it was a slow motion, you will have a different perspective. And with that video, a lot of people in our own community will say, you're Uncle Tom, you're a sellout,
Yeah.
you're a coon. But I want to go to what Slimmy said, right? I think before the average black person experience racism, we experience colorism. We experience oppression from our own community, the people that's in our community. We are oppressed in a sense where if you're in the hood and you don't dress like other people, you consider lame. You consider a L7. You consider you. And let's not forget colorism is a big thing. And how can we keep telling YT people to look at us not based upon skin color, but when it comes to light skin and dark skin, that's still a thing within our own community. So I think what I mean by it, I think if when I talk to elders like my grandmother and my big mama, when you hear, I guess when I hear right now that I think it's easier to attack the cops because there's no accountability on our end as black people. It don't require no changing at all. But if you try to attack, like come with us, have these conversations internally with us, guess what happened? You are unalived. And I'm gonna tell you how. When you have a neighborhood guy that pay his taxes and he see a neighbor or somebody committing a crime or unaliving another person, in our community, we have this thing called no snitching. It is very prevalent in our community. If we see a crime, we tend to not report it because it has nothing to do with us. But we don't believe in snitching, right? But if I were to break in your house and the neighbor seen me break in your house and you ask the neighbor, did you see somebody break in my house? If you know that they know, you would encourage that person to snitch because it benefits you. But if it's other stuff that we have in our community, we don't believe in snitching. I also noticed that other black people, as far as a Muslim and they dressed in a robe or their attire, I don't ever see any of them get unalived by a cop. I don't see Muslim people get unalived by cops. That's the black ones that's dressed in a garment and all that stuff. They don't. They only unalive certain type of black people. Not all. I ain't never seen a black man in a suit get unalived. So they know which ones to pick and choose. But I will say, Kev, go watch that video, man.
Yeah. I guess we was just lighting the room because it seemed. I guess go ahead, Slim. I know you're just trying to get it out. Hopefully you heard anything we said then, because I know it seemed like you just was commenting more than anything though. But go ahead.
Well, you had assumed that I had only heard some of what Sean said and was only responding, and then it's like
I
once
think
I said
the reason why I said that because since the beginning of us, when we did, I guess talked about it, you haven't even acknowledged not one point, and you just was more in a rush of trying to talk again though. So I don't know. That's just.
well, no, I was trying to get there, and then it was like, then you had something else to say, then he has something else
Go
to say.
ahead. You
So
can
my
go ahead, then. You got it.
got muddled in all of it, so I never got to say what my stand actually was. It's
Got
okay
you.
though.
We wasn't
I
talking about
heard
the
you
same
guys.
though, but it's you can go ahead though.
No, it's okay. It's not important anymore.
Oh, interesting.
I disagree. I think you are important.
I'm not saying I'm not. It's just the point is moot now.
What
All I
you
can
just?
say,
What I don't get it. I don't get the whole thing. I thought. What
I
did
mean,
you
I'm not
just
going to
want?
beg you for it, but I'm just letting you know we're all willing to hear it because you gave us the same courtesy. That's all. That's all I'm going to say on it.
all I'm gonna say, the guy up top, Sean, his analogy about the tire, that was fire. The soft tire and the flat tire, that was dope for real. It make a lot of sense.
I mean,
I feel like there's a competition or something. Who gives the best answer? I don't know what's
It's
going on.
not that. It's just like I was
like, dang, I thought we just all in here trying to hear each other. Whatever.
No, so Sean had asked me a question, and then I was trying to answer it, and then he had something else to say based off a piece that I said, and then you wanted to respond to what he said while I was trying to then respond again because he was still asking me a question. So it was like I really didn't get to say anything. I think you heard me say that I do think that it's more important, but before I could say but, then you had to address the fact that you heard me say that it was more important because you assumed I missed his point and I didn't.
You get it out.
I would say, okay. I would say I get exactly what you're saying when you say it's more important. I would ask you this because I like to understand where people, how did they come up with their conclusion? I don't like to tell people they
That
wrong.
wasn't my conclusion, though. That was the problem.
No. I'm talking about as far as like as far as what you said on that part, because I know you said you didn't get a chance to finish. When you said that the systems, God damn it, you got to say the word. You said systemically that is the most important, right? Or you said would you say it's important or it's the most important? Which one?
I would say it is the most important, but it's not what's going to solve the problem.
Okay, how does that make sense if it's if you had to choose between the system and us, and you said the system is more important, then how will we solve a problem as far as
So
like how you believe?
I agree with it being the groundwork, because we can only break the systemic issue if we can all get on one accord, but we can't get on one accord if everybody is only serving from self-interest instead of the betterment of the community. That was my point. So that's
Okay,
why I said they go hand in hand with each other. We can't even address what is the biggest issue if we're still doing what we're doing to ourselves, because there's no sense of community anymore to stand up. Because there are instances where when we were on one accord, we were very successful, and the system still shut that down. When you have places like Tulsa, Oklahoma, in the Black Wall Street, when you have places like Central Park being built on top of an entire thriving Black community. That park isn't that big because they wanted a big park. That was a Black city in New York. When you have places like where is now Lake Lanier, when you have what used to be Rosewood, those are all instances of what success looks like when we as a community all get on one accord. So once we can figure out how to get on one accord and rebuild those kinds of institutions for ourselves, then we can start breaking down those systemic walls. And it's sad because the systemic wall should be what we're focused on, but we can't focus on that while we're still killing each other and robbing each other and doing all of the other things you mentioned before. That
Wait,
was my
let's
point.
not. Are we going to be worried about dropping the K like that?
Oh, I'm sorry.
hey, hold on. You know what? I'm gonna add this, then I'm gonna mute. And I'm gonna let other people go. Right? Uh, I think for me, I backtrack history and I compare it to. I don't try to compare it to now. I just try to see, are we further along or did we get worse? Right? So I would say what you're saying to me is damn near impossible, right? As far as get on one page, because
I agree.
if you take, but I also don't believe it's the system, because remember that same people who built the Black Wall Street and we was all organized then, they was under that same system, but it was 10 times worse then than what it is now. So I can't say the system because those people progressed more under that same system, right? So with that being said, I realized that at that time, Black people were more a Christian people. It wasn't that Islam stuff. All that stuff wasn't involved, and it wasn't heavy in our community then. Most of us were just pretty much Christians. We believed in the Bible, Jesus Christ, and that was it. And we weren't that big into politics and none of that stuff. Now, what caused division is the politics, the religious, because you got Black people that's Hebrew Israelites, you got them Islam, Muslim, you got them Christians. That's the big divide. So when you also look at what Farrakhan did, and it didn't do anything, he had a 1,000,000-man march. Now here's why I say the system don't mean anything at this point. Once you gather 1,000,000 Black men and nothing changed, that lets you know it's not the system. I'm gonna tell you why. Because all those Black men that came together, they all had different beliefs as far as politics. They all had different beliefs when it came to religion. They wasn't on the same page. Yeah, they was all together, but they was not on one accord. And that is our problem now. Also, we are the only group of people, not the system. We are the only group of people that question each other's race. If you say some stuff that so-called not Black, we try to revoke your Black card. We call you all kind of Uncle Toms. When I hear a Black person call somebody Uncle Tom or a coon, you are no different than a YT person calling us the N-word, because you using offensive slurs to call me something because I don't agree with you. That's the same thing YT people do. So you are no different in my eyes. So I think once we realize that, in order for us to, like, okay, let me say this. When I look at the, when I look at the Asian community, when I look at let's go with the African community. Forget Asian. Let's go with people that's black like us. Different culture, but black like us. When you look at the African people, right, and how they stick together, when they come down here and move in this country, they have all kind of things that bring them together, right? Guess what? You don't see cops unaliving Africans, and they just
Of
like
course
us.
not.
How come you
But
don't see that?
it's different though.
How is it different? They black.
They are black, but they're not American black. They're treated different, and they're offered opportunities that we're not.
I always hear
Is
that.
it treated different,
That's
or do they
crazy,
interact with
yo.
the police differently? Would be
No, they're
my
That's
treated
question.
different.
crazy. So let me ask her a question. Like, why you saw a different black?
I didn't say they're a different black. I
You
said
just
they
said
are black, but they are different. That means something different than saying a different black.
Okay, let me ask you this. This is the last one.
that's
How
crazy.
how how would, if you say
I'm
there's different?
African.
No, okay, yeah. How would you say, when you say a different black, right? And I'm gonna go along with that. If they're a different black,
No, I'm saying they are black, pause, period, but they
okay,
are different.
okay. So when it come down to the cop, how do the cop know they're different from any other black American?
They dress different. They speak differently. There's an obvious difference, and I'm not saying that one is better than the other, but they do receive different treatment than we do. You can spot an immigrant easy.
Okay, watch this. Now, here's where it's gonna question you right here.
Hmm.
Now, when we say the system, right? Now,
Hmm.
do black people make fun of African people? Yes or no?
I'm
As a
not going to
whole.
negate that. I believe we do.
Okay, so once again, we keep, like Kel said, we keep talking about the system when we have a lot of issues and hatred for our own, for our own.
I don't
So,
disagree with any of that.
why would you say that the system is the bigger problem when we just named the several other problems, like, that could be, okay, if I think Kel put something, okay, it actually goes with his second question, right? If everyone got $1 million, right?
Hmm.
Do you think the black community would change if you don't have a different mindset? Like, do you think
No, I
mindset
don't
change?
think they would change
Why not?
because we come from a society that teaches self-interest above the community. And I'm not talking about us previously. I'm talking about us now. It's more important for you to get all you can get instead of, okay, I have this. How do I help the next person get what I got? We like to gatekeep and separate and distance ourselves from each other. I don't agree with anything you said, Sean. I'm not. I think the only thing you're hearing is because I said systemic racism is the bigger issue. You're thinking that I'm attributing that to be the only problem. No, I
No,
do
hold on.
agree with everything
Okay,
you're
yeah,
saying. I do think there has to be a lot of internal work fixed before we can do more to fix other things. I don't think we're ever going to be able to. I don't think racism is ever going to be eradicated. I can say that. I don't think so. I don't. That's just my personal opinion. But I do think that we're not going to get any footwork in for us to be better as a community because everybody is focused on themselves instead of what's best for everybody. We don't have a sense of community. We don't have a sense of togetherness. We don't fight for each other unless, like you said earlier, it's a YT cop unaliving a black person.
can I tell you what? I'm gonna let you go next, Mister. My bad. Give me like 1 minute. The
Hmm.
reason I believe is, and it's nothing against you, but I'm gonna say this is what a majority of our community thinks as a whole, as far as what I see, and I believe it's very dangerous, right? And let me tell you, not you, but I'm just telling you, that talking point is very dangerous, right? Because I have a nonprofit organization. We have over 40 black kids that's in our organization, right? And we try, and I had me and 4 other black men, uh, and we'd had different thoughts on how we're going to get these kids to progress in life. And most of them had the talking point of the system is holding us back, the YT man, this, to where they didn't even want to try. They was already defeated already. So I think if we focus on ourselves, and we will have enough energy and think highly of one another that when we do go out into the world, I believe that if I had to name 5 things that's holding black people back, racism would be the last one. The system would be the last one. That's how I don't think is that important. If I had to think of 5 things that's holding black people back as a whole, the racism and the system would be the last one. I guess I'm just confused on.
I think it's semantics at this point because we're arguing the exact same thing. We just have 2 different viewpoints of how we got to that destination.
I don't.
Because I'm not disagreeing with you.
I'm gonna say
But that's
this
the thing.
though.
That's the thing. Words matter.
I wouldn't
The
say
words
it's
that
the
we-
semantics. I don't think it's that. I think it's just it sounds like a. That's probably why everybody confused. It's like a contradiction. You saying if we saying what's important, then you say that this is important. So when you say important, that means this is the first thing we have to tackle. Usually when things are important, that means number one, right?
Mm-hmm.
So basically what we saying is it is not as important as our internal things that's going on with us. So importance, you will have to fix the thing, fix the first problem, then you go to the next. It's like he used that little the flat tire and all that other stuff. It's the reason why he said that. Because like if we say that means we're gonna be only focusing on that. Or that's like some people that try to jump past the steps. That's why people messed up today, right? They want to get a quick body because they don't want to work out. They don't want to put in the work and all the other stuff. But they want to say that I need to lose weight, so they taking pills and all this other stuff, right? They skipping it, hurting themselves or whatever. People that I want to bench press this much or whatever. You lift your weight and break your back because you want to do 300, but you ain't work yourself up there. So it's just like looking at the goal. You saying with a goal, right? But you're not working on the main thing, which is the most important. You know what I'm saying? I don't know how to put that, but basically, dang.
I mean, I'm not disagreeing with you guys. It's just the way it's framed for me is different. Because I grew up under the understanding that sometimes you have to do the work on the smaller things to get to the bigger thing. I don't think about it like the flat tire versus the slow leak. I think about it like an obstacle course.
All right.
We are on obstacle course. We all that you talking about. Literally start off with us first.
Before you're going to do that
And
obstacle
that's
course,
still
you need
my
to get that
point.
flat tire
Either way.
fixed. You could make it through the course with the leak. You need to get that flat tire fixed before you can do the course.
Right.
Again,
the language that we
That's
use,
exactly why I said
gotta
it's
change the
semantics,
language.
because my point isn't different than you guys'.
Ultimately, I think what we're arguing here is a fundamental understanding here is what the difference is, in my opinion. From my opinion, the woman speaking, Slimy, is that correct? Slimy?
Slimmy.
Sorry, horrible. I'm sorry. You seem to be arguing that we need to have a quote unquote better society, and that will generate better people. That's kind of seems like that's the perspective you're coming from, saying that we need to work on the police force being the leak in the tire, because if that's better, then society will be better.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
But
I'm still saying fix the flat tire first.
This is what we're hearing from you, is that problem needs to be at the forefront in order to allow anything else to be good. Whereas the premise that I believe Sean and Kev is coming from is that in order to have a better society, you need a better individual, which means that the individual has to be better, and every individual being better creates a better society. And ultimately what it boils down to is saying we need to focus on the police is a displacement of the effort required.
I'm not saying focus on the police, though.
So if we're going to focus on just the police, that's someone else has to change. I don't have to change. They have to change. If we're going to focus on our house and what we're doing wrong, now the effort has to be focused on me changing. And it's much easier to say they need to change than it is for me to say I need to change. It's easier to displace the effort, and I think that's why people want to go there and they want to avoid the flat tire.
And I completely understand that, but that's not what I'm saying. To me, okay, so do I believe that that is more important? Yes, but I'm not saying that that's the thing that should be addressed first. I think that's where the miscommunication is. because you hear me say I think that's more important. That's just my socioeconomical and political view. Yes, I do think it's more important. But I feel like we can't address that, even in it being the most important thing to me, until we fix all of the other things that are wrong with us internally. So I don't disagree with anything any of you guys have said. I do believe that that's where the majority of the focus should be, to fix all of that. Like I said, I don't think about it as the flat tire versus the slow leak. I think about it like a dam. Like we have to patch important, but I agree with your process. I do think that that's still where the focus should be. I'm not negating anything anybody has said. I'm not saying that I disagree with any of the process or what you guys think would help. I think that in order to address the bigger issue, which is, in my opinion, the bigger issue, I'm not saying that should be everybody's bigger issue. It just solely is to me. We can't do that if we can't even fix ourselves first.
Okay, you know, I think I get what you're saying, right? I think I get it. Okay. Uh, if okay, uh, okay,
That's why I said it's semantics.
yeah, let's. Okay, I guess I'm gonna forget the flat tire. I guess I'm gonna look for how I'm looking at it now. If I'm gonna try to use your perspective, right? And I'm still trying to understand it. And I probably would never understand it, but I think I get where you're coming
I
from.
think you understand it more than you think you do.
That's the part I'm struggling with. I think I do, right? I'm just trying to see, like, trying to come to terms with how I fully could understand it, right? And don't have this a little pushback on it. But I guess if I'm just doing me just thinking of things differently outside of my own analogy, right? If I think, like, let's go with, I want to remove the system, right? And let's just say with just us as individual people without the system and all, right? No racism, no nothing. And I say that you have a dude in the community that is a known candy dealer, right? He's a known candy dealer, right? And you have people in that said community know this person is selling candy, right? And and this person also know that the system is so-called locking up those same type of men that's selling candy, right? The system is locking these men up. Now, if I really cared about black people, and I know that there's a system that is locking up black people, wouldn't I tell the black person that's selling candy, that's a candy dealer in our community, wouldn't I tell him, hey, stop selling that? Or would I report him to that system so he could get help? I would rather put a black man in jail before I see him under the dirt. And I think a lot of the time our people don't have a problem with black people being under the dirt. They think that reporting a crime, and because a lot of, you ever see black men that get out of jail, or men that get out of jail, sometimes they do people good. Because when you got dudes that go to jail, but when they out, they're a deadbeat father. They don't really talk to their kid. They ain't really calling the mother. They ain't really checking on it. They ain't checking on their own mama. But as soon as they get to jail, they calling their kids. They some good fathers. They calling their baby mama. They have a good relationship with everyone.
Maybe my daddy need to go back then.
Huh?
That was a poor taste joke. Just let it go.
No, that ain't no poor. Oh, no, that's actually real life. That's
Oh no,
what
she was
happened.
saying she was doing a joke. No, she was doing a joke.
Oh, okay. I'm lost. I was so serious in my conversation. But
I already know.
You heard what I said, Kev.
I would just think that if I actually cared, if I really thought that black people could progress in life, I would say that a lot of the things that we need to fix, like you said, it's like the system is the system. But you saying, like, you just look at a different view than me. That's all. I get it.
Think about it. So with your own analogy, how I think about it is more so, I can't make that man stop. I don't see the man selling candy as a victim of the system. I see him as being a part of the system. My prerogative would be, how do we get people off the candy and stop buying candy from him?
Ooh, There you go. I like what you just said. Hold on, Kat, hold on. I like what you just said. Okay, now you just gave me some more ammo. When you said,
That's my point.
okay, when you said you see the candy dealer as an extension of the system. He's not the whole system. He's an extension of the system. So if your main goal is to attack what you say is important is the system, why wouldn't you start with the small pieces of the system, which is the
You muted yourself, love. Oh, that might be disrespectful.
She got a phone call. She got a phone. I mean, he got a phone call.
I didn't mute him.
No, I thought he muted himself. But yeah, that's my point of view. Instead, starve that out. If he can't sell candy, he has to figure out something else to do. Let's get everybody off candy. Because yes, that's one person. Maybe reporting him would clean his act up. But then there are still all these other people addicted to candy. So how fixing it would be, let's get these people off the candy first.
Let's say this then. I might have thought about something then. So say if let's do worldwide, right? If okay, I think and what you get into, right? You basically saying system is it's a big problem, right? You saying it's a big problem, right?
Right.
Right. So we do worldwide. I could say a big problem is greed. I'm trying to think of something. The big problem is
a big problem.
Yeah, let's say that, right? Let's say that. So that's the thing, right? I forget it. I ain't about to do that then. I can't think enough fast enough. So I'm gonna say this. This what's going on right now. I think we dang, I got the brain fart. Man.
My question, I guess, would be, and this is a speculative question, you know, because we're kind of talking in a unique spot about the system.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that the candy dealer exists because of the system, or do you think that the nature of the system requires that they have to deal with the candy dealer?
I think it's a little bit of both. And the reason I say that is when we think about things like candy, when we think about things like pew-pews, when we think about all of these things, right? I think Eazy-E said it best. Yes, we have all of that stuff in America, but how did it get here? Because none of us got passports.
Yeah, and I get that it got here, and there's lots of
That makes no sense.
things that the system has done to place certain candies in certain communities. I get that.
Mm-hmm.
But we're not living in that time.
No, I understand
the perpetuation of it is maybe that's connected in a way to the system, and I can admit that there are interesting conspiracies and stuff that talk about how that still is an active thing. But at some point, when do we say to the community, you know, who's going to stop these candy dealers? I mean, They're not doing it because they have to pay a light bill. They're doing it because it makes a shit ton of money. And that money is very, very convincing and will make you do things to keep it. It becomes a god in people's lives. Like I came from the gutter. I lived in those communities. And the money aspect is very, very, very tempting, since we talked about greed earlier. But it's like at some point, the system is going to have to step in to protect the innocent people in these communities who can't stop these dealers.
What you're saying is the reason why I think what you're doing is you actually proving how I actually like my logic of it, right? I think what you just said kind of proves to me that we don't want to change. Let me tell you why. Because if I see people dealing, I hate keep saying candy on TikTok, but you know what? Like this is how my mind think of it. Even when I was in the streets committing crime, it don't make it right what I'm about to say, but I never committed crime on my own people. I always looked at my own people with less than, and I didn't want to take from them. At the age of 13, 14, my grandmother had already instilled in me, I shouldn't be doing no crime at all, but I would not do it on my own people. That's just dumb to me, right? And that's at 13 and 14. And also, if I care about my kids' well-being and my kids' safety, and I want my kids to be able to play at the park and ride their bike up and down the street without no pum, none of that stuff going on. If I see people in the community doing crime and selling, hold on, this is my point. If I see someone selling candy in a community, it's not that they just selling candy. Think about it. You are also hurting other black people because you selling candy to them, which is going to mess up their mental. Also, those women and men have kids, so they're not going to be a part of their kids' life. So just the fact that you have black people in a community selling candy to one another, the effects that have of generational curse, where kids are growing up without their mother and father because they strung out on candy and they are in jail. Why wouldn't we want to be like, you know what? Let me go ahead and send you to jail. Let me report this crime, because I'm not in the streets. Snitching, we have adopted snitching as tattletelling, and those are two different things. Snitching is, I'm a criminal, you're a criminal, I'm telling on you to get out of it. That's a snitch. We have adopted that as tattletelling. Tattletelling is what we always been raised on, especially as black people. If you doing something like, especially this, the streets mindset is dumb, and I think anybody that's in the streets, you adopt that street mentality, I look at you like you just crazy as hell. Because if me and my homeboy, I remember me and my brother, because my brother is in that lifestyle, right? He
my man here. It's a wrap. He messed his turn up. So let me say this then real quick.
Let me say
Hey,
one
I'm
something.
gonna drop down that guy. I gotta get ready for my trip. Before O'Neill goes or anybody else starts speaking, I'm gonna do a little mod break really quick. When you be tapping that screen, this conversation's getting really deep. We're diving deep into our thoughts and really trying to evolve these ideas. So let's keep the live going with some taps. They're totally free. If you like what you're hearing, please tap the screen. And here's the bonus. If you hate what you're hearing, I really want you to tap the screen, because I love it when people help something grow that they hate. So tap it. Tap his little face. Hit it like you're mad at it. Don't break the phone, though. We need to keep the tapping going. That's more important than breaking the phone. Share the live stream as well. Let's put some hashtag FYPs, and let's be careful on dropping the words here that TikTok is not liking. This conversation doesn't want to get shut down, so let's keep the conversation TikTok friendly. Thank everybody for my time and patience. I appreciate everybody's feedback on the panel, and make sure you give Kev some love, and feel free to gift the panel as well.
Yeah. Let me say this then. Here we go. Where's Sean now? He's still on his phone call. Hopefully he can hear through the phone call.
Drop me to help the analytic, bud.
Okay, for sure. That my twin in that building, the twin in that building. What's the deal, twin? So let me say this then. I think this is what it is. It's like, say we talking about a lion, right? Let's do that, because I learned that a lot of people tend to do that. We can say lions are dangerous, right? Especially if a human go past, they can get bit up, whatever, right? We can say that, right? So it's like I feel like the thing, huh?
Your AC is kicking your butt again.
Hold on real quick, I got you.
Sound like R2D2.
Don't talk about my R2D2. People, people. Yeah, no. So this is what me and Sean kind of talk about in a way. Well, a few of us, right? So it's like we can say that, lions is a problem, their habitat, they're wild, they, say something like that, right? So it's like we trying to change the lion, or train the lion, right? We trying to train the lion to be nice before changing ourselves from being around the lion, from getting bit up and all this stuff or whatever. So it's like we can say there's a problem that lions, when they encounter humans, they gonna get towed up, right? Or whatever. But I think the problem is like it's like, basically, I'm gonna put it this way: which we know the answer. Like, which one you think you gonna change first? You know what I'm saying? You gonna change the lion from his habit, or can we change ourselves and avoid going into a lion's den? You know what I'm saying? So it's like I think we so bad, we just want to keep pointing the finger, and not even that, because nobody said the system ain't no problem. But it's like, dog, if we talk about importance is like it gotta literally. I think everything starts off from home. It just do, no matter how we want to look at it. You know, everything kind of starts off at home, and if we toxic at the house, and how can our toxic heads at the house talk about something that's bigger beyond our control? You know what I'm saying? So I can see, and that's why I always tell people, like, just like I said earlier, like, if if we was innocent, right? If we knew how to work together and all this other stuff, we can override these things. That'd be a small. I believe that I don't want to say 100%, but I'm about 90 freaking 80% chance that we can override this. Would you say the system that's the problem, right? Whatever you said, we can override that. Because I think it's always been like that. You know what I'm saying? It always been like that since even like the Martin Luther. If we all got together, we override some things. We make it happen. But I just think we just in this era now that we just like we rather cry more than doing actions. I noticed that. You know what I'm saying? We rather, because people lazy. People we don't want to put in that work. We don't want to get up and hey, we about to make this stuff happen. We rather just say we just. But for the most part, it's like we can't. Well, how can this? Just like I'm not trying to. That's the wrong trying to jump up to 500 now. But that's just like how women be. Women be like they want us to check the predators and stuff, right? It's like, no, that's him. That's what he do. All we can tell you to do is how to avoid him. You know what I'm saying? So it's like it's nothing we can do but lock them up. You know what I'm saying? But otherwise, we can't just see on their forehead. They don't got it written on their head like, hey, you know what? I'm that guy. I'm gonna get you. It don't work like that. So all we can do is change our surround. That's like me trying to say check the robbers from robbing me. It don't work like that. Hey, buddy. Hey, watch yourself. You know what I'm saying? It really don't work like that. I have to change the areas I go to. I have to stop sticking with my money, my wires on my pocket. I gotta watch myself. I have to lock my doors. That's what I have to do. Not saying it's my fault, right? Well, I don't know what to say from that point. When you know if you in the area or something like that, and then 9 times out of 10 you can get robbed, I guess you got to be responsible at some point, right? Because it's nothing I can do. I can keep crying about this dude robbing me, right? But what that's gonna do? You did it. He's not going to give me my money back. You know what I'm saying? Until he get locked up, but he still ain't going to get my money back. But it's just like, I think we just it's so bad. I mean, we so hurt, especially with the accountability. We just cannot. We don't want to change our lifestyle. The thing is, we don't want to change our lifestyle, and we just want to do what we want to do and then change everybody else outside of it. You know what I'm saying? Because every time I hear people talk, they be like, why should I have to do that? Check them. You know what I'm saying? Nah. What the heck? You know, we can check them as long as we want. That's not gonna stop this guy from robbing me. It's just not. It's not gonna stop this woman from freaking trying to manipulate me. I mean, that's what they do. I gotta avoid stuff. That's like me saying I'm gonna stop a stripper from bouncing her booty on me. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I went in a zone. What you think they gonna do? You know what I'm saying? I'm at a high chance that she's gonna sit on here and say, "Let me give you a dance," and some of them be trying to be slick and just dance on you, and dang, I just you ain't even noticed that. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just saying, like, I think we can only talk about the things we can control, but I think we always miss that part, and that's what's most in my book was most important. So if we ain't changed nothing about ourselves, how can we talk about something outside of us? It just don't work like that. I can see if everybody's trying their best and their hardest and all this other stuff. And you know what? I've been trying to avoid this stuff, and I've been trying to not be with a cheater and all this stuff. I made a video about that. I've been trying. I can see if you try. No, I think people just want to stay being themselves and then say, "I need people to change around me." But imagine that, right? That means that somebody got a superpower over you too. You know, because I'm pretty sure we got things we got to change about ourselves. You know what I'm saying? So.
You don't have a sound of a mic drop? Because you could have just like did the whole whoop mic drop.
Dude, probably that. I don't know if that would.
You're biblical, right, Kev?
Yeah.
I think about it like the Tower of Babel, if that make any sense.
Okay. I ain't that deep in the scripture though. I gotta look that part up.
Okay,
But what
so
about it though?
there's a parable in the Bible about the world before language and race and all of that existed, right?
Yeah.
People got
Oh,
together.
she said Bible, not lollipop. Then say that 3 times. Like,
So they decided they didn't want to wait. They didn't want to have to do the work on earth or wait to die, be unalived to go to heaven. And so they decided, let's just build a tower to heaven, right? And because
yeah.
everybody was on the same page and because everybody was on one accord and because everybody had the same goal, they almost did it.
Mhm.
It was to the point to where God himself had to knock the tower down and for the first and only time on record cause confusion by separating the way they talk to each other. It's kind of like the story of how language exists, why we all speak different languages.
You
You
said
could,
God calls confusion.
huh?
You said God calls confusion.
They couldn't communicate with each other, that being the confusion.
Yeah, that's what the story says.
Right. So the only time on record God has caused confusion. So it's like he had to stop because they were such on one team and they wanted it so bad that they almost did it. But he himself had to knock the tower down and make it so that they couldn't communicate with each other to accomplish that goal because everybody was on one accord. It's to attest to what type of power you have when you can get everybody on the same page. I don't think that after the way we have lived and the way society has, I don't want to say progressed, I would call it more digression than anything. But like the way we have moved through history, I don't think we'll ever be able to be on that kind of accord again. Especially when we let the times we were on that one accord be
What the
defeated
heck type
by
of
the system. We let that happen. I'm never going to sit there and say, oh, they just took it from us. Like, it's been too long for us to have not been able to rebuild that kind of society for ourselves again, especially with the resources we have now. So I think the problem, like, while I still think that the system is the biggest problem because it's what frames the society we live in. But the work to be done to remove all of that, I don't think we'll ever be on one accord enough to be able to rebuild our sense of community in ourselves enough to be able to do anything about it because we're complacent in victimhood.
yeah, and that's that's the part right there. So if we feel like that's impossible, that means it's no point of talking about the system at all. You see what I'm saying? If we
Right.
saying that that's impossible, imagine that. You know what I'm saying?
That was my
It's like
whole
it's
point
no
and why I say it's
it's no
more
point even
important.
mentioning anything about the system. Just like you said, just that's why I think that's where the thing is. That's what where the I don't want to call it. It's not a contradiction, but it's like you saying what the biggest problem is, and it's like you still want that to be the biggest problem. But the simple fact that you saying that this will never happen because we're not trying to get one accord, what do you think? Like that is our biggest. You could say biggest problem. I remember you used the word earlier. What was the word you used? Obstacle, right?
Mm-hmm.
You said was obstacles in the play. Well, if you really look at it, I'm saying we our own obstacle. You know what I'm saying? So no matter how you want to say, or we can keep putting on like, hey, the system is the reason why. You know, it's yeah, we can say maybe root or whatever, but it's like when are we gonna realize that from this point we doing our own job? We no matter how we want to look at it.
I feel like we do their job for them.
Yeah, okay, and that makes it worse. So how can it be the system from this point? How
I
can
just
it
think
be?
that you're more focused on the way I terminalized it. I think that's the issue you're having with what I said. And
Yeah, it's
like I
not that
said,
because everybody will get the same exact thing based off how you saying it, right? No matter how you putting it though. When you say importance, right, or
mhm,
you saying when you saying that make it seem like that is the biggest issue when you say that.
And it is to me. I don't like. I'm
But
not
you say it
denying
to
that.
me, but then you say the opposite. That's what I'm saying. But when you say to me,
Okay,
and then
maybe
you
this
also
will help
say
you
that
understand
we
where
are
I'm coming
never
from.
gonna get along to go against the system, that it's like you kind of like contra. I'm not trying to say that word,
I
but it's
can get
like you
how it
counter
sounds
what you saying then,
contradictory.
because
I could get that, but I
yeah,
think about it like this. So we talked about how I have borderline personality disorder, right?
I think I remember you.
Right. So for me, I compartmentalize things in their importance or level of traumatic effect or things like that. It's very different for me than someone who is typical because I'm atypical. I'm a neurodivergent. So it's different for me. The point may be the same, but the process is always going to be different for me. So things that are not as important to other people are things that may be like we could both you could have a pen on your desk and I could have a pen on my desk, right? Now for you, if you lose that pen, it's not a big deal. I can buy another pen. For me, if I lose that pen, I can't finish my work. I can't write another paper. That is the pen that I use to do this assignment. I can't do it without that pen. My world has completely stopped.
That's crazy because I knew that you was before you said that I could tell because I done talked about you about the fourth what's say neurodivergent, right?
Mhm.
Because I know a few of them. I know somebody, a girl named Light. She the same way, and I could tell because yeah, it's and then it's the even the way y'all talk. You talk this like it's like more of like a breaking down type thing. I notice.
Right.
That's how I can kind of tell the difference between neurodivergent and I could tell the difference, right? I noticed that because my boy Conscious he like that. He same way. This girl named Light, and it's another guy named Racial. Because
I
I
think
noticed,
I
I just
know
noticed that.
some of them.
So I'm not. That's all. I'm learning people though. It's crazy though, because I never
Right.
like
So for
really like
me,
think I experienced this in real life. Maybe I have run into it, but I noticed like as I hear y'all express yourselves, I could tell. I could tell. You know what I'm saying? I could
which
tell the
is why I
difference
had
though.
to
So
take my
that's
feelings
interesting.
out of what Sean said earlier before I responded to it.
Yeah.
So that's my thing. So while that may be more important to me and to you, the other thing is more important. We're still going to arrive at the same place. It's just the way I view it is different because of how my brain is wired to view things. To me, you can't fix the biggest part of it when there are other things that to me are little things that have to be fixed in order for all of us to be together enough to fix the big thing. While to you, it makes it more important to fix all of that to be able to fix what you guys think are the smaller things. So the product is the same. It's the same recipe. It's just
Let
you
me
do
ask
it.
this then.
It's not the
Let me ask
same.
it
It's not
this
the
way
same at
then.
all.
Let me. I about to say I'm gonna ask it in this way then, right?
Mhm.
Do you think if we was to fix the problem I was talking about, right?
Mhm.
All of us work as a whole and all that stuff. Do you think that problem will be as big as we think it is, or would it be the same,
I think
or
it
will
would
we
be
just
as
run through it?
I think it would still be as big as it is because
Interesting.
we can't I can't as living the life that I've lived and understanding things the way I've had to understand them because I've had to rewire my own brain in most occasions to be able to try and understand how everybody else does because I was diagnosed later in life, right? So I think that with the way society is run now, for us to be able to get on one accord, and if we succeed at doing that and we fix the problems in our community and we learn how to reinvest in ourselves properly and be able to uplift our community, I think that they would have to break all of the other systemic things that I view as the bigger problem because we are responsible for the majority of income in America.
Yeah.
They can't
I
So,
would
pay
so
say
for
let me
the
say this.
price.
overall.
Let me say this, Kevin.
Go ahead.
So to replace an old model, you have to create a new model to take away the old model, right? So for that to happen, we got to fix ourselves first. So I understand you say your brain work a different way or whatever, but the problem got to be fixed with us first, and then we build ourselves up, and then the community come along, and then the amount of us that build a community up, then we can change the model that was there before. But to change it, by just to attack it, it's impossible. You got to create a new
Yeah,
model to
that
create the
the
model.
if we talking about the system though, like that is set up to not beat it though. I don't get why people think that we could
Exactly.
override it or something like that. Like
I
they
don't
always
think
gonna be
you
like
can.
40 steps ahead of us. I mean, that's always gonna be like that. If y'all thought it was really that easy, we could just look up and research some stuff and then over. I don't think that's gonna ever
I don't
happen in
think
our
it's
lifetime. It
easy, but
just
I
gonna.
also don't think anybody wants to do the work to actually do it. I don't think it's
It,
impossible.
no,
I
I
think
know it's
that
impossible. It's like I know it's impossible because it's always gonna be some type of. No matter where we go, it's going to be somebody that's gonna take over. It's always been like that since the beginning of time. It's somebody that's over. It's always going to be that, and then it's going to be. It's just going to be if it's a human being in general taking over, unless it's a pet or something like that. It's going to be that it got to have because it's going to be a person that's going to want power. It's not
Yeah.
going to be no angel or nothing that's going to take over or something like that. Most of the time, people that want power, they're the ones that usually take over, and then they usually they try to. Get the people that help benefit themselves again or whatever. But that's how that be. But I was about to
I mean, you're
hey,
right.
it
I
was
don't
something I was
believe
about to get to
utopia
about that.
exists, but I do think that there are ways to break down some of the systemic. See, now the word is beating my behind. I do think there are ways that we can break down some of the systemic roadblocks that we have specifically put in place for people of color. I do think that is possible. I don't think it's going to fix
Oh,
everything. I
Okay,
think
let's
it's
talk
just
about
main
this.
thing, I
society.
see you down there. What's the deal? I was
Let's
about to
talk
say
about this.
this another thing I thought about right here. The reason why I know we will run through this problem you saying we have with the system
Mhm.
because I see even to this day, right? We see people come from another whole country, and I use this so many times.
Mhm.
And know how to work as a family. That's the system is. We keep saying it's affecting, and I don't believe it. You know what I'm saying? It's meant to hold black people. So why is it not holding the? You think they care about Mexicans? You think they care about? You think they care about the Chinese people that's coming over here? You think they? I highly doubt that. I think people just like using that just because they, like I said, because we have our internal things. It's not made just. You think they care about anybody? They care about themselves more than anything. But we
So let me
talking
ask you
about
this.
like actually growing right. We are on reason why we can't grow because I've seen too many. Like I said, in Muslim. I don't say Muslim, but Indian, whoever when they come over here, it's a mentality though. That's what our real war is. They come over
That's
here,
it.
get together, sitting about 40 of them in one car. All of them working the same job, not complaining. All in the same house, about 50, like back in the day, probably like about 40 in the same house, right? They not kicking each other out at a certain age. They not doing none of those things. Like they actually working as a freaking family, and they not even always complaining about the systems too. That's to make it worse. But it's just like the fact that we think that it's just no. Like I said, it brings more of that. We are the main ones that's holding ourselves back more than anything, no matter how we want to look at it. Because if I see other people doing it, it's possible. That's what I think about. I think about stuff like that. Like if why would they love anybody else but themselves if it's if it's a head type person or whatever. Because we know that say if it was a skin thing, right? We know that Mexican ain't the same skin as them. We know that the Africans that come across here is just you gotta have it's just not probably this thing. I got this thing high. So we know that why would they care about any of them? You know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm getting to about. That's why I know that if we worked as a whole, we can run through this thing that you saying is having a problem with. I'm put it that way. We can run through it like easy because honestly, I see it's other people doing it too.
Yeah. I mean, she said something about stuff in our way. Like, what's in your way to do anything you want to do?
Our family.
Wait, what?
Like,
I
what's in
said
your
what?
way, as an American citizen? What's in your way, or any black person way that they want to do?
I feel like our own community is in its own way.
That's true.
So that nothing to do with the system, right?
I think it does have something to do with the system, though.
How? How they can just get up and do what they want?
I mean, anybody can get up and do what they want, yes, but I think that to not acknowledge that there isn't redlining, or to not acknowledge that it's harder for us to get into certain schools, or that it's harder for us to live in certain neighborhoods, or that it's harder for us to get necessities to a certain degree, that those problems don't exist like they do. I think that we're in the position we're in
Like what
because
school?
of the system, but I think that the problem is that we got comfortable in the system and the fast money and the selling candy and things like that, to the point to where we don't want to do better for ourselves.
Yeah.
That's great. I just don't think the system got nothing to do with somebody trying to be better their lives.
And
I'm
that's fine.
curious, where you from, good brother that's down there? Where you from?
Maryland,
Where?
Maryland, United States.
You was born and raised here?
No, but what's the point?
I say that to say this, right?
Yeah.
I kind of like, you feel me? And I've been hearing this because I'm Haitian, right? And my moms and my dad are from Haiti. You feel me? I'm third generation, and I hear a lot of when it comes to the immigration things, when it comes that serve the country, it's a touchy subject. You feel me? And I be trying to play the devil's advocate, you feel me, in them type of conversations. But when I hear people like you speak on these type of topics, it kind of gives me a better understanding of where they come from. And I say that to say this. It be individuals that's not from here, right? That barely experience American culture, right? That will look outside in and be like, damn, why can't these individuals over here get it so easily? I done seen these people do it. I done seen them people do it. Why y'all can't do it? Oh, you must be lazy. Or last time I checked, right? There's never been any other system put in place that was 100% target towards a nationality. I think I'm using that word, nationality, or race. I might be confusing the two, but I mean black people. There's never been throughout history when it comes to America where the system was multifaceted, where it targeted multiple groups of individuals and made sure they stayed at a certain level of poverty. Well, there is a system where it affected other races, right? But
Mm-hmm.
as a prime target, no. So when you say things like, I don't see it or I don't understand it, that's
All
like,
right. So I
I'm
understand.
confused.
I understand what you're saying,
I
but think
wonder
about
how
it
why
this.
LeBron is famous. I mean, why? I wonder why we got so many
Think
famous
about
black
it
people
though.
if that's the case.
So people come here,
If the
right? And
system
they gotta
holding
get
us
a
back.
so people come here, right? And they have to get a green card, or they gotta get stiff stuff to work. So they came here from the behind, right? And people born and grow here just got to go to school, get a free ride to school. You say in Haiti, right? I'm sure you guys got to pay taxi fare to go to school in Haiti. Same thing in Jamaica, same thing in the Caribbean. So it's totally different. So you come here and you say, okay, you go to school, you get a free ride to school, bus come pick you up at your house, or maybe 2 feet from your house. I've seen it every day. The bus pick you up, take you to school, take you back
That's
home.
not free.
I think he's talking about Jamaica. He can't be talking about America.
Here, I mean, in Maryland,
No,
the
it's
school
not
bus, the
free.
big yellow bus pick you up.
Yeah, no, that's not free.
You know, school lunch is not even free anymore.
Right. They haven't been free since I was a child, and I'm kissing 30 on the mouth.
I'm 29.
Y'all little babies. Say that stuff.
Kevin, stop it. Because I bet you I'm taller than you.
But even
I'll
No, you're
take
okay,
that.
not.
I feel
How
old
tall
as a
are you?
motherfucker.
How old are you, Kev?
5'11".
Huh?
How old are you,
5'11".
Kev?
How old am I? How tall?
How old are you?
Oh, I'm about to be 34 in September,
Damn.
and I'm
Oh, you
6 foot
taller
Oh,
than
me
even.
you.
too.
Boy, we
Yeah.
was in elementary school at the same time. You all go sit down somewhere. But
Well,
no,
just
that's what
I
I
guess
had
Oh
the
to say.
shit.
proper way. The proper way
And
was
I'm
to ask you
6
how
foot. How
young are
tall is
you?
you then, Slim?
I'm
Oh,
I'm 5'11".
Oh,
that's
you
tall
almost
shit.
there. Okay, you almost there.
Oh,
Yeah,
you're
you right.
tall.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh,
So
no
Kev,
wonder
I'm
she
on
said that. You
demon
taller than
time.
the average woman.
I'm taller than the average man too.
For sure.
Kev,
True,
I'm on
true,
demon
true. You
time.
right.
So since
Right.
they're asking your age, we're gonna ask theirs. What's your age? How tall? Do you have
That's
kids?
we were answering those
Where the
questions,
kids
but
come
that's
from?
kind of crazy.
Yeah,
Yeah,
nah. I told Kev I'm on demon time. Nah, I just come in to
that's
fuck
I
You
heard
around
it
and
did say
have
you
said
on
some fun.
demon time?
before.
What you on demon time for?
but yeah,
I don't
to
think that was
I'm on
O'Neal
demon
holy
time,
to
bro.
time.
O'Neal. I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time reading your name. Is kicking my butt right now. But
Dada.
yeah, that stuff is not free.
Dada.
This stuff is not free. Education is not free.
And that's what I
We have to
mean by
pay for
when
all
people
of
look.
that. In other countries, that stuff is free because the countries use
Oh,
their
it's not
taxes
free.
to
I'm sorry.
cover that kind of stuff. Here, it's
All
not.
right.
Healthcare is not free. None of that
What's a
stuff is
grant?
free.
And that's
All
what
right.
They
I
said
mean
So
by
it's not
this.
free.
Shit, can y'all hear me? Your voice
Slimmy.
probably might be
Hold on.
lower. Might have
And
to
this
mute
is
it,
what I
unmute.
mean by this. What I mean, Slimmy, by when it comes to like other nationality or races, when they look into America's culture, they will run with the first thing they feel like that would help paint or push their narrative of their opinion of Americans, and then run with it to the moon. Let's
And
say
then
where
you
he's
being an
from, it might
immigrant
be.
and see him being an immigrant, and this I really mean this in no disrespect, I promise you. But you
I'm taking.
being an immigrant and coming in from an outside culture and experiencing it being this easy, or you saying, well, why can't you guys do it? It almost goes to prove my point that immigrants, black or not, are treated better than black Americans.
No,
That's a
what?
fact.
How?
Man, I don't know where y'all getting this from,
Hold
bro.
up,
Do y'all
hold
not
up,
see
hold up.
Chicago right
Whoa.
now?
Kev,
I've been here
Why
hold up.
20
y'all? Okay,
years.
let me put it this way. What make y'all think that because that's the same thing I was just talking about earlier. What make y'all think? So they just gonna be big? They gonna be able to decipher like, okay, you're a different type of black from that black, so I'm gonna care about you a little bit more. Y'all
Yeah,
really
it's
think that's
crazy.
true?
I don't think it's that they
Kev,
care a little bit more, but they are treated a little bit better.
How
That's
do
my
you know
point.
that?
They
Who
don't
gonna be
because
Kev,
treated
I've
special?
experienced it.
hold up. Let me
If you
break
look
this
at
down,
Chicago right now,
cause
It's
they have a lot
crazy.
of standing plans for them in Chicago and New York. That's why the mayor of New York is not going with the whole. He's actually backing Trump when it comes to the immigration policies over there. When it's in majority of states, if you come in through an immigration plan, you get housing off rip, the
Hmm.
That's neat.
education
That's nice
Money.
though.
benefits, all types of shit off rip. Whether you imagine some you've been living in this country your whole time, and you're busting your ass from 9 to 5 to be something in life, and if somebody just walks in here and gets basically 90% of the things that you're busting your ass for handed to them, cause they jumped the gate to get here.
I
I've
agree.
been
I
here.
agree with you.
all
And it's
right.
no
So can I
disrespect. I'm
break
not
this down
negating
real
his
quick?
experience, but immigrants
Because
are
what
treated
you're
better.
talking about is accurate, but you're not giving actual context. The reason why they are given all of those things is because they have a nationality, they have a history, they have a heritage, they have a culture that they come from. When they come to the United States, their nationality is not stripped. So therefore, they still have their home country backing them and protecting them.
Oh,
So when
then
it
I have a
comes to the
question
money
then.
and when it comes to the money and everything else, all that shit is accurate. They get treated better because they still have a home origin. Our origin was stripped from us, even though we are the original people from this land. So yes, they are treated better. So that's not something that you
What
can
y'all mean by
argue.
treated better, man? I keep hearing
They
that. What
get
y'all mean?
easier
Let me
access to
let me see
I
resources
just
this.
need
than
one
most Black
person to
Americans
say it,
do.
man, because I can't hear too many voices.
Let me finish what I'm saying, so that way it makes sense.
No, just say
Okay,
it. Answer it right now. I'm just trying to get straight to that, so I don't have
that's
to.
what I'm getting ready to answer
Okay.
you,
All
Kev.
right, go ahead.
They have access to everything that we do not.
Like
In
what?
I
general.
didn't. I didn't.
Hold up, real quick, because I'm asking this for a reason. Because people just like throwing stuff out. I just want to know what. Okay, what did they get so special treated than any other people that's in America? Then, so you
They
said access to
immediately
what?
hold up. They immediately get free health care. They immediately get monetary anything in order to be able to pay whatever bill they need, want, whatever. They immediately get housing paid for up to 5 years immediately. They immediately get put on any type of social services that we have to apply for. They get automatically free.
That's a big thing in Chicago and New York.
It's big in
But that's
California
new though.
too.
Hold
That
up.
sounds like illegal.
Let me finish and break this down. Because when somebody says that they came to this country and they didn't get that, it's because your status did not equal what it was supposed to. All the people that are getting all these things are classified as refugees. First off, like they are coming into this country
I believe it's
in a
context
way
behind
that
everything.
gives them context of being protected.
Yeah. I believe I would say that I think it's because I think about even like when it's what the Mexicans don't get taxed or something like that. But then if you that's why I say it's always context behind things, because if you look at how much they get paid less than us too. They get paid like if you working a $10 jobs, they probably getting paid $7. They getting paid minimum wage. But they get no taxes. But I think what people do is take out. Well, they don't get paid taxes, but they not putting a context behind it. Yeah, they getting paid way less than us too at the same time. I think it's always because some things are like the way you saying it. It sounds like some illegal stuff. I just can't see. It's always reasons behind certain things.
Now hold on, Kev. Here's the kicker. Why I'm saying this. If they're Mexican, they're still classified as indigenous, so they're not getting much benefit either. Like the people that come from other land masses
We're
are the
talking
ones that are
about
being
not off
treated.
any continent that got America in the name of it.
Correct.
I was just about to say they don't treat Haitian refugees the same like that. And Africans, they don't get the same treatment. Any other nationality,
how do you know that?
Different. I just told you I'm Haitian.
We gotta bring. I'm gonna bring some other people in here because I've been hearing the whole opposite though, and I think people get. Lately, I've been seeing people.
Kev,
I've been seeing.
Kev, I can tell you personal experience. I'm Haitian, and when the Haitian refugees came here in Texas, I know for a fact you seen what they was doing to them people on the news. They was literally whipping them people and unaliving them on the news. But when the what's them people called? The Ukraine and them boys came over here. Look at the treatment they was giving. The Mexicans, look how they was treating them. Every other nationality other than if you were pure black, look how they was treating. They was doing it on national TV. You could have turned on CNN to see this.
Big whoa. Hold up. I got you. No, I got you. Because Haiti is still connected to the continent underwater, that is still territory of Turtle Island and all adjacent other land masses that are connected. So guess what? You are still classified as indigenous and you're still going to be mistreated.
Man, 100%. Look at it. All I know is that's why I'm not even with the vote puss ass shit. Because Joe Biden said out his own mouth when he become president, when he was running to elect to be president, he came out his own mouth and made a bunch of promises directly towards Haiti. And that pussy ass cracker became president. He basically switched off.
Can you chill, bro?
Watch.
Hold on. Can y'all hear anything I'm saying though?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, I want y'all to chill, man, because I don't know what's going on. You're getting worse and worse. I don't know what's going on. If you can't handle the conversation, then y'all can drop. I don't know what's going on.
I haven't said anything. Yeah, look.
I literally just that's crazy. Y'all was not talking like this. I swear, as soon as my was coming in, y'all gonna berserk.
So I do.
Look, brother, I got you.
Topic, though,
Big whoa, hold up, I got you. Look, bro, I understand how you talk, but on his live and his platform, we have a decorum about ourselves and we carry ourselves.
It's no big deal. But y'all can go ahead. I was just trying to make sure y'all good. Y'all good. But go ahead and because I'm short on time anyways. I got to get off this thing in a minute.
Right.
Same
money. But I just want to make it very clear that. Big whoa, we're not trying to get on you for no reason. Like, I don't want Kev's account getting flagged because Lovely's account got flagged for the same crap. Because somebody wanted to run their mouth and be reckless. And you're not a bad person. You're not just trying to be reckless. And I get it. Like, from one to another, I respect, bro. I understand why you're saying what you're saying. Because when they did Haiti bad for the last, 80 years, nobody wants to talk about it. And then you as a Haitian man, you get upset because your people have been mistreated. And
let's do this there, because I don't want to be stuck on that. I think it's two different mindsets on two different things. And myself, I just try my best to not. I'm trying to get us out this the we can. I don't like that we can't stuff, man. That's just me.
How we got here? So the conversation was really about iPhones versus Android.
I feel you though. I'm gonna adjust it though.
Right, that first topic, I do agree with it.
Go ahead, Marie. I ain't hear you talk about it, and then I'm gonna get Lala in too. I haven't heard her talk to you.
But no, I do agree with the first topic, just because I have so many people with iPhones around me, and I think it's a cult at this point. But
It is a
it's
cult.
just
It's
something
crazy.
about iPhone and Apple, like it's just a cult, and that's the reason why there's a bite taken out of that, because the Android is the one who bit it. But
Hey,
just with
team
that being
iPhone.
said, nah, I'm definitely team Android all day long.
Yeah, you can keep that
Oh
I
yeah,
green
do
check.
come
I'm straight.
across,
you're the enemy.
though, a lot of people who they do have iPhones, and they are a lot more, I would say, I really want to say like
Bougie.
negative, but at the same time, I would say negative, if that
I
So
don't
makes
trust
sense.
nobody with a droid.
so let me do this real quick though. Because like the thing is, this not no versus thing, but it was just I think it's more of a lifestyle, and this is majority. If you're not one of them, some of them is probably is it. You know what I'm saying? It's like with the holler thing. So it's really just a lifestyle and personality or characteristics that they usually find behind the people like just like Jordans, right? You know what I'm saying? People gonna probably I wear Jordans too, but it's not about what you wear and what you have. It's about the type of characters behind it. So hold on, I'm about to play this video for y'all for what, and it's either if y'all wanted to believe it or not, because ain't nobody. But I just find it interesting because I done seen it, so many different ways and stuff, and I think well to me it kind of makes sense, and not because of the phone and all that, but I'm just saying I do believe in characters, just like I believe the same type of people that look for Jordans and all the other stuff that's popular. Well, here y'all go right here, just so we can get so y'all can know this ain't no iPhone versus. Everybody know the iPhone the best. It got to be the better phone. You spend about $40,000 on that thing. So what the heck? Why wouldn't it be a better phone? I don't get why that'd be an argument though. But here you go.
That was done to find the difference between people that use
Cannot get it at the beginning.
done to find the So this is a study that was done to find the difference between people that use iPhones and people that use Androids. This was actually a crazy study, and I feel like people are going to be very upset when they hear this. So, New York Times posted a study, and they found that Android users are actually more introverted, and iPhone users are actually more extroverted, right? But they did another study, and they found that Android users are actually the more honest and nicer people, and
What
iPhone
the
users are
fuck?
actually people that lie a lot, but they're more adventurous and they're more curious. But what's crazy about this study is they found that Android users are actually the ones that are smarter with their money, because they found that iPhone users actually spend the double of the amount of money per day on their everyday life than Android users. And overall, iPhone users are just on their phones more than Android users. They even found that iPhone users actually send twice as many texts per day and take twice as many pictures per day. So this is a study that was done to find that.
All right. So matter of fact, let's go big. Well, what the part you disagree? So besides this, right? I want to put this out before everybody do. We not the argument is because I don't do it. Let's say about majority, right? We do a majority thing or what you feel or what you experience, right? Taking yourself out of it because you could have a phone or not. Even if I was to buy an iPhone tomorrow, I'm not gonna change my way out there. But so what is the part you disagree with that you feel like might not be true? Because I'm not saying it's true or not, but I can see it. I can see it, but what's the part?
Man, I think the whole thing is cap. You feel me?
Why?
And I ride with Joe Rogan. He pretty intelligent individual, but all that stuff he just said is full cap. You feel me? In my opinion, based off my experiences, I got a couple of homeboys. Majority of them are either stock trader, day traders, you name it. You feel me? All they
True.
do is use their phones to make money. Or my homeboy, he does a YouTube, and then my other homeboy, he's a social media uh, what is called influencer. A
Mhm.
majority of the stuff that he shoots or used to edit his stuff is with his iPhone. So that debunks 90% of the stuff he just said. I think that's based off
Yeah,
personal experience. That's why it's
yeah.
capped like that.
I feel it
Ain't no
though.
way.
Okay? Let's say this then, right? And I like how you did it. That's why I say, so have you ever seen, now let's act like it's Jordan's now, right? Have you
Yeah.
ever seen people that sitting at a bus stop wearing Jordans, or people that don't have it all, that don't have businesses, but they want to stay? Because it's obvious they talk about. We know that iPhone is the most popular phone, right? I
Yeah.
think, right?
Mhm.
So we do know it's people that's out here that's faking it till they make it type situations to keep up with the Joneses. So what about those people? You don't think that they're lying? You don't think that they're they can be not as nice because they got to put on this front or whatever, or all the other things, or is they smart with their money? Because if they're so smart, they probably have a car first before they buy a phone, right? And
Um,
that phone about $1,000, you could buy a car for $500. So that's what I'm getting to. It's not about all the users, right? But it's the
yeah.
ones that it's more of a fit in thing. Do you believe a lot of people will get things to fit in?
I will admit that, you feel me. This is the one time I let it slide that when it comes to
He said,
iPhone users, they do have it's like, okay, let me just put it like this. It's like you go to school, right? You got the shacks, right? That's how you gonna come for it. You feel me? It's comfortable. You like the colors. It's cool. You go to school, everybody got Jordans, right? Even if nobody say nothing to you about rocking the Shacks, you gonna feel some type of way about rocking the Shacks and everybody rocking Jordans. So something in you is gonna make you feel like I got to get Shacks, not because I want to fit in, but you feel me? Like I'm the shit too. You feel me? So it's like
mm-hmm.
I don't know. Like it's some truth to it. It's a lot of I feel like people don't realistically people don't buy iPhones for like the stuff it can do. It's more of the brand. The brand is so powerful and
Yep.
so
You see what I'm
overwhelming.
talking
They
about?
buy for the
Yep,
brand.
exactly. Yep. That's what it is. To look the part.
But on the flip side, though, Apple pretty much bring down the phone to one standard, right? Because back in the day, you have certain phone was expensive, the StarTAC, the Kick, the Sidekick. It was so
Do
expensive
they
phone.
not turn their nose down when they hear? We see. I done seen this too many times. It's so funny to me, though. You got that. You got the green bubble. What they calling this?
That
They be
green is
I
real,
done
bougie
met
in them.
females. I
that
done
green
met
is real.
females. They won't give me their number if they find out you got an Android.
You see what I'm
You got
saying?
an
It's getting
Android?
worse and worse as we talk. You know what I'm saying? It's just,
That's crazy.
you ain't getting no
That green
buns
is
if you
real.
want.
That
That
blue
shit
bubble is
wild as
everything.
hell.
The blue bubble is everything.
I
Then they
can't do a
spend it,
green bubble. I can't do it,
man.
G.
Yeah, for sure.
But we already know. Like, I don't even know why they try to make it a comparison, though. Of course, we know that the phone is a better phone. I mean, my thing is, you do like. I think the phone was like $1,000 and all that stuff. I don't know how people do it, but people do it. I guess.
And you know what's
I'm
The
crazy
good.
though?
Android,
I'm
the
good.
Apple is
iPhone.
getting sued right now because it was messed up. Is the fact that the setup of an iPhone is basically the carbon copy of a Galaxy. And they're getting
Mm,
sued for that. Like, you know how when you text an Android with an iPhone, the bubble
yeah.
comes out blue or whatever color?
Yeah.
Turns out that iPhone did that on purpose just to differentiate their brand with other phones. So
Mm-hmm.
it's not really a thing that makes it do that. They made it in their phones on purpose for it to
Mm-hmm.
do
Yeah,
that. And they're getting sued for that right now.
it's a build community. They build a community with it. It's a cult. So it was to build the difference and that's why they
That's
even though
petty as fuck.
the blue
I ain't gonna
bubble
lie.
the blue
Yeah,
bubble
they
was
petty as
for the
fuck for
big
that.
phone.
I ain't gonna lie to you. Cause I real deal thought if you had an Android, it's just cause you were poor as hell, you can't get the green shit. You can't get the green like we do. I always
Some
thought
people
thinking,
do
okay,
that
it's
too.
different.
Yeah, some people do
Okay.
that too, though. It's like we can't like. Sometimes we was that kid 'cause we wanted to fit in with the problem. We just couldn't afford it. You know what I'm saying? But I thank
Yeah.
Yes,
God.
I do
I
too.
thank God I couldn't afford it because I probably would have changed my whole mentality and stuff. I think
Yes, I do
struggle
too
is
though.
necessary. Oh, I'm gonna make a topic about that though. I feel like struggle is necessary 'cause I want to talk about do we really want our kids to not struggle? You know what I'm saying? I think we make that seem like it's a bad thing though. But
Cause
that's a whole nother
people,
thing. I'm gonna make a topic on that. That's gonna be juicy though.
I feel like people get to the point where they making it in life and they forget the certain tools that struggle help build that being spoiled you can never understand.
Hmm. Yeah,
You cannot protect struggle. You're gonna struggle. Everybody
you
struggles.
gonna struggle. I'm just saying.
They're gonna struggle.
Yeah, you gonna.
Illness, friendship. They're gonna struggle somewhere. Relationship.
I
No
think it's
human gonna
harsh.
want.
I think it's harsher on rich people too. I think it's worse on them
Yeah, because they have no character.
because they
They
don't
just
know how
like
to. Because if you get spoon fed, right, and you're not
yeah.
used to it, and their first time, I think they struggle be the will be the weakest thing that happened to us. You know what I'm saying? Oh man, I can't
It's
find my
fun.
toothbrush. Hey, you know, I ain't gonna lie. Some people be, but stuff like that when they not used to, it be the smallest things that get them. You know, which is which is was no our no, so hold up. Their biggest thing is our smallest thing. You know what I'm saying? Something like that. So I'm getting to because
The
they not
best
used to
example
it.
of that, the best
They
example
crash
is
on
that if, because
smash.
I know all people, how many people in eight? I guarantee you, majority of the people in here, we watched Will Smith growing up, Fresh Prince, right? And the best example is that is when Will met Carlton. There's
Hmm.
a clear difference of upbringing, and the level of struggle
Right.
that Carlton would go through would be like a cakewalk to us. Versus
Right.
when
Yeah.
Carlton got put to the hood, everything was a struggle to him. We're like, what? You don't have croissants and butler, and you don't have
Hmm.
a chauffeur, and the car doesn't come around. And
Hmm.
how do you wash your clothes? Don't somebody do it for you, nigga? It's a washing machine down the street. You got to pay for it.
Hmm. Do you believe, man? These got to be some tough questions. Do you believe it be the more privileged people that
Hmm.
have a higher chance of unaliving themselves than the poor?
I think it's a, I think it's an environment thing because
Mm.
I don't like. Okay, it's like individuals that's been rich his whole life versus an individual that don't know what. Like I think because it was a quote by this anime I watched a year back where they were saying that kids of spoiled don't know the understanding or can't comprehend the struggle of a kid that come from poverty, and
Right.
so I feel like it's not an understanding thing. It's just we both speaking a language, but it's two different type of languages, but
Yeah.
it connects somehow. So your struggle, I don't know how to explain it. It's like they
I
go through their
think I
own
get what you're
struggle.
getting to though. Yeah.
Yeah, like they go through their own thing, but since it's so cushioned, their level of tolerance is not as set up as ours. So they
Yeah.
struggle
There
in
you
their
go.
world is like, yeah, this is real struggle. But I don't know if I'm
That's
making
just
sense,
baby
but
to
you
us. You
understand
know
what
what
I'm
I'm
saying
saying?
though.
That's
Yeah,
baby.
you feel me?
Yeah,
Like
that's what it
you
is. You said that perfect. That's exactly. I'm gonna make that a topic though, just to see where everybody is. That yeah, because I noticed something. It actually, man, that's what man. It's kind of like go with that. Man, we gotta get deep on this one though. I gotta do this topic again because I ain't get the crowd I was looking
I
for.
love to chime into that one.
But I'm actually change I gotta change the iPhone thing, man. I see that thing.
And that's another thing too, though. I want to throw in, like, let's say you was rich your whole life. I feel like the disconnect too is we kind of police told each other's life and struggles. Like just
Mm.
because the finals is about to hit, and if you don't pass the finals, you don't get the brand new Rolls Royce truck 2027, and you feel like that's the end of your life. I should not try to police tone that. I should try to understand where you're coming from because Carlton, that might be the end of the world for Carlton, and you joke on him about it. He might don't, like rich people, if they don't get their way and they feel like they alone, they go straight to that nose candy. Oh, you feel me? Now I might push you down that road because I'm laughing at you and realize like I'm making it seem like that's not no real struggle, but in reality, that's your edge. That's your cliff right there. You feel me? So I think that's another thing we need to work like focus on as a community, trying to understand each other and try to have a bridge of communication of each other's struggles and trials, tribulations. Because I might look at your struggle and laugh at you, and now I find 2 weeks later, oh, little Timmy jumped off the bridge and he unalived himself because
Yeah,
we clowned him.
that's true. That's true. That's why I don't be trying to, and I had to learn that throughout the couple the years and stuff to not I guess, invalidate people's feelings, I guess.
Oh, that's the key word. Invalidate, yo.
Yeah, because we do compare, like, man, how you crying? You got billions of dollars. Why you crying for? I mean, I believe they struggle is way different from us, and because just like you said, they haven't been built for struggle. You know what I'm saying? That's literally how I'm gonna change this. Because I'm gonna change this iPhone thing. I'm gonna take his head off the background though, but I'm gonna do this topic again in a different way. Because I wanted to go through these 3 questions, but we probably ain't gonna be able to go through that because I got to get off that. So you ran Slim and she been left. She went to go eat, and you took her spot. Or you took your spot back, or I don't know. It's between you and. Also, for those that struggle with no money, do we care about them too? Do we understand their struggle? I think everybody struggle different. Because even with people that's poor, we didn't got to a thing. We compete with the struggles now. Shoot,
Yeah,
yo,
struggle Olympics.
I ate with a fork with my milk, and then the other one be like, well, I ate with 2 forks with my, you know what I'm saying? So just, I don't know, just.
I don't know though, because I think that, like, okay, that's another layer of the struggle that's a level of communication to us.
We
Like,
dare
it's
ask
like
them,
look outside looking in, you'll think that we're trying to play struggle Olympics, but to us, that's our communication though. You feel me? Like, you know how we crack on each other growing up or roast each other? That's our thing. You feel me? We not trying to compete to make it seem like it's a good thing, but that's our level of communication. Like, yeah, you had peanut butter and jelly, nigga, I ain't have no bread. You feel me? Outside looking in, you might think that we're trying to compete with each other, but that's our struggle communication to understand each other.
That's funny.
I'm trying to see how I can answer this question because I'm trying to see if I'm reading it right first. But
What's up, Jen?
ask them
What's good, my boy?
like you feel.
What's good with you, boy?
Hey,
Yeah,
that sound
cool.
like
Just pulled up to the
yeah.
job.
I actually feel. I don't know if I'm reading it right, but I actually feel for everybody though. I just
When
don't
we
believe
have milk,
that
we
it's
had
one-sided
water.
struggle. That's what I don't believe. Because I
I
think we
understand
always
that water
invalidate
shit.
somebody else because they richer than us, and I'm trying to bring that to the light. You know, of course, we know our own struggles, but I think that we always tell somebody else that you're not struggling like me because of what they got or something like that. So that's what I'm getting to about that. Yeah, 'cause I think both sides got struggles. But it's that competition. But somebody says you say because he do not sound nowhere near like him, man.
I thought it was him.
Cuz don't got no accent or nothing. That dude. So I don't know how you got that. That's crazy. He got me on that one. I used to say he sound like the Fresh from Fresh and Fit.
What are you talking about?
When I first met him, yeah, I knew him for a minute though. His name was DJ on here. I was like, but I said, hold on, I should have knew it wasn't him because he talking straight. It was Fresh would have been stuttering. Yeah, Fresh be stuttering like what?
It come and goes.
You stutter too?
Nah, that wasn't him, Kev. It was Big Woden. I think that was.
Oh, Big Whoa. Yeah, he got that accent. I mean, he got that Florida accent. I don't know. Maybe because I'm used to them. I just don't hear it. I don't know. I'm used to both of them already because they've been in my life for years. I know when I first heard "Whoa," he had called me up, girl. He's like, that was grits." What do you say? That grits? I was just cracking. I'm like, that's how they talking, Florida.
Hey, Kev.
Yeah.
I'm at work, right? And
Yeah.
when we was having that last conversation, like I had my one of my coworkers. He was in the office with me, right? He was a YT dude, right? And
Yeah.
I'm always telling them about themselves and their history and shit. You know what I'm saying? So he know how I am, right? So when he heard me talking to old girl, he was like, why you arguing with a white woman? And I'm like, she ain't white. And he said, so why she talking like that? And I'm like, huh? He was like, yeah, like if she's saying that, he said if she's saying that the system is the most important, but she's saying that it's not like on the top list, then that don't even go together. And he was like, "Are you sure she's black?" I'm like, "Yeah, man, she black, man. She a sister." He was like, "Well, how come she don't understand all the stuff that you saying?" I'm like, "Hold on, man. Now I'm not gonna jump. I'm not gonna help. You're not gonna help me on this sister because you're a white dude." Yeah,
It don't work like that.
yeah, it don't work like that, kid, folks.
You should have hit her with that stay out of black people business, son. You know, that's our favorite go to. That's our favorite go to.
Hey, man.
Let them say stay out of white two people. We be done for. That'd have been we'd have had. I be thinking about all that stuff, man. We be so hypocritical on so many things, man. But hey, it is what it is, I guess.
Hey, boy. Hey, boy. What's good, boy? Hey, you was fighting for, I don't know why you in the cut live the other day. Boy, you was fighting for your life in that motherfucker. I'm in the comments. They started jumping me and shit like that. Woo, woo. You feel? I'm like, why this man Kevin, this man live, man? Don't he know
Oh,
this
you
man is a goofy? Like, that shit was crazy.
man.
You don't remember this is me, boy. My backup account, it had the same name, and he blocked me because remember
Oh,
how Ty was talking about people having his back with the wolf. It was one day he was like turning up, like he was in this other lady live, and it was basically saying that Ty was like they were saying, I don't remember exactly what it was, but they were saying something real super crazy. And then they dropped Ty. And I was in there spazzing, you feel me? Then I went a whole 30 minutes on public. Then he blocked me. He begged the host lady
please
to
don't say
block
his
me
name.
so bad. I'm going, cause of whole goofy.
I was laughing because I guess we had like a quick little back and forth in this room and stuff. Cause like at the end of the day, he not changing my mind. He not changing his mind. I know he like but whatever. I go in there. I be going there just to entertain it though. Just and then be looking at the comments how mad people is. Dog, that's what one of my
Did he freeze?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah,
I think his phone just died.
Wi-Fi.
he was getting like booted out, and then he had to.
But y'all ever met somebody, y'all hear them talk, you just for some
He got a
reason you
Droid
just
phone.
can't stand nothing about them. You
His
feel
Droid
me?
phone. His Droid phone freeze.
You probably got an Android, that's why.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Nah. TikTok be kicking them out every now and then. He gonna come back up. TikTok kicked him
Hey,
out.
hey,
I'm pretty sure
that junk's
TikTok kicked him.
annoying, bro. I swear to goodness, man.
what happened?
I told
I
him
be in the
TikTok
middle of
kicked you
talking,
out.
that thing be shutting me. I'm like, bro, I was over there talking to the. I'm glad y'all can't hear me when this junk do this to me, man. Y'all be like, "That's you, Cam," something like that. Just be making me so bad, dog. This is like almost as bad as getting cut off, but TikTok just shut you up. Well, no, I think what I was saying was that um that day and I like his questions though, but it's just I be just love seeing how his crowd just be squirming and stuff and just always be offensive every last moment and chance they get. You know, but I know what type of crowd I'm in though. But I did a little experiment though, right? Because it is some stuff I agree with him on. I mean, it's always gonna, especially with how not everything he view on man, but some of the stuff I feel like man has played a big major part in. I agree with it. I always mention all my stuff anyway because I talk about both sides. Everybody be swearing I'm only talking about women. I talk about everything. I mean, probably hear women louder. So if you say the word women, of course that's gonna be the loudest sounding thing on this app. Every time you say that's why they're gonna be like, you always talking about it. But
I got to experience something, Kev.
right.
I got to experience something. Hold on, man. Hold on. Now, that same thing, I can't call them what y'all call them, right? I'm gonna tell you why I can't. And we have different views on it, right? Let me tell you. Now, I think I put you in a comment. I think I tagged you in that. Well, no, I don't think you did. But on old girl page, right? I think
Yep.
I put you in. I don't know if you know Shan, right? You know Shan
Yep.
Shenanigans.
Who?
You know her?
I didn't
Huh?
get a name. What you said?
Oh, I'm talking to Kev.
Shenanigans. Oh yeah, I know her. She can Connecticut. Yeah, I know her.
Okay, yeah. She in her video, she made like a stitch video with another woman, and she started out saying, "I'm not going to drag you like everyone else," and then
Right.
she explained like her point of view. She didn't throw no insults. So this is what I did. I said I like the fact that you could have dragged her, but you didn't. You didn't throw no insults, and you explained what you meant. Right? A woman jumped on my comment, and I'm the only man that commented, right? She jumped on my comment and said,
I'm going.
your undertone was very insulting, right? And I asked her, I say, now that's when I know a woman is just hate men for no reason. I could tell right off that, right? Because I literally said the same thing old girl said in her video. She said, I'm not going to drag you like others. And then a woman, I say, how's my tone, like my undertone is insulting? She said, because you trying to compare and say that she's not like other black women. I said, number one, I didn't bring up black women. Number two, I didn't bring up women. All I said was, I like how you disagreed respectfully and such, right? She said, but I said, even if I want to say she's not like other women, she said it herself. I'm not going to drag you like everyone else. So she is saying that she's not like everyone else. So I say, why? How can she say something and it's okay and you're not checking her? But I say the same thing she say, and you try to check me on it, right? So I sent it to my boy. You know what I'm talking about. I sent it to my boy. I said, hey man, now this was a test for me. I said,
Mm-hmm.
I say, go to old girl live. I mean, go to her video and see. You know what I'm saying? Like, did I say anything wrong, or is the woman such and such? And I'm not gonna say the person's name, but he said, I rock with old girl. She cool, but she was tripping. I don't know where she get that from. So I'm like, okay, he see where I'm coming from. So I've seen him. Well, I don't know about on lives, but for me, that was him standing up for, okay, this woman was wrong. So I got my,
What?
yes, but y'all don't get a chance to experience that. But I got a chance to experience that. But here's the crazy part. I knew deep down, when I sent it to him, I knew that he was going to agree with me. You know why? Because I literally said the same thing old girl said. I didn't say anything different. So I knew it. So I was like, okay, that was me kind of like, you know what? Let me see if my inner misogyny is coming out. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And I sent it to several other dudes to see if they kind of like, am I tripping? And everybody agreed that old girl just came out of nowhere. Even he
Yeah.
did. So I'm like, you know what? I could respect that. You know what I'm saying? Like that's when you could. I just brought it up because I thought it was funny. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I
Like,
wish I could see that response, but she got me blocked. So I guess like I only seen you arguing with your, well, not arguing. You was only commenting to yourself on my end.
hold on. So the person that I was talking to got you blocked?
Yeah, yep. Yeah,
Damn.
because I clicked on their page and their page is like no symbol on there.
Well, I say the name since you say it's blocked. Uh, her name is Speak for Yourself or Speak Yourself or something like that.
Yeah.
You know who
She
that
must have
is?
seen me in a live or something and block. I don't even know who she is. She just, people just don't like me on this app. They just be blocking me. For real, I'll be like, dang, I don't even know you. How the heck you know me? But whatever. I was making my rounds and stuff and just being in rooms, and I can understand. Like that one girl, I was about to start with a T though. I don't want to say her name, but she got me blocked too, anyways though.
Very,
Oh, matter of fact, huh?
very.
Terry.
You
When
know,
you got blocked?
trap.
Oh no, not her. That's not that. Not
Oh,
her, man. That's my homie.
oh, y'all friends now?
I'm talking about her name is Tori. Tori Marie whatever, because she got me blocked anyway, so she ain't better pop in wrong. But yeah, that girl, boy, she
Welcome.
H8 my goods. I don't know why. I remember the first time meeting her, I was in what's her name? Mahogany Room. I said a couple words and this girl just went berserk. That was my first time meeting her. And I'm like, dog. And they had to drop her because I'm like, dang, she impulsive. And that's the only reason why I can't, stand some of them groups over there. is they lack like control. They can't control themselves. You know, like as soon as they get triggered, they got to say something, and they just cut you off. They got to do. And I'm like, dang, like I don't get how people taking up for that or feel like they innocent. Like imagine if you doing that online. I can imagine you can't be a good person in real life. You can't. I don't get
I'm
how they even
surprised you
add
never
up.
got
You be
into
saying,
it with
"Oh,
like the
I'm
I
good,
hate
I'm
men
cool in life.
movement.
Everybody do stuff to me." But on here, somebody say one thing, I can imagine you might hit people, you might do all type of stuff if you move on impulse like that. You know what I'm saying? That's just, that's just crazy.
You ever got into it with the one of these big movement females on here?
The what?
The beef movement, the B
The
two, I
B
think it's
movement?
called.
Yeah, I didn't. I don't even know if they got the. Oh, I seen the real one before. I seen her. The
The
one that.
crown. You got the diamond. You got T.
Oh,
It's
her.
like
Man, she just
50 of
blocked
them
me
put together.
recently because
What? Who?
I gave her a taste of her own medicine.
Oh,
Who you talking about?
why everybody block you, man?
Oh, Crown, she the last one that actually just blocked me though, and that's when I started blocking a couple people because I guess it just when she did that, it opened my eyes. Like, why do I have people around? So I blocked. That's when I blocked Tansy. I've been blocked Jerome, but I just blocked people because I'm like, no, they not fitting my narrative. And then even with her, I was only sticking around, and I realized that's what that video was about. Remember, I was saying there's a video. I made a video about a person was only interested when I talk about myself and talk about how bad man is, but as soon as I say something else that or say something the opposite way, right? Your lives are not productive. You don't talk about anything. So I like, why do I need to have a person like that I gotta be balanced? Or I gotta say something that sounds good for you to be interested in me. So I don't need nobody like that anyway. And then this chick never has changed her way of thinking. She has never changed freaking,
Welcome.
she sound cool and all nice and all that stuff, got that little voice, but she toxic in the mud. I mean,
Who
that's
you
just
talking
how
about?
she is. She always been that way. I try to give her the benefit. You know, every now and then she might even pop in my boy cousin or because she like his tone. She like that he smooth and hold man accountable, but she don't like the other end. I'm
Who
not
you
about to
talking
change
about?
myself for that. I'm talking about both sides of it. Anything that's a problem, I'm gonna talk about it. And I don't care what it's about. I'm not here to, like I tell people, I'm not here to make friends on this thing. I'm not here to make people feel good or nothing like that because I talk about things that hurt my own self. You know what I'm saying? That I feel uncomfortable with. You know, so I'm not about to just limit anybody else. Oh, let me not talk about that because you might get triggered. No, I'm not a trigger warning type room. I don't do that.
Yeah.
Man,
Yeah, you
it's
don't
crazy
understand.
because I used to be on that side of TikTok because I thought they were cool. You feel me? Like, yeah, I mean, when it comes to accountability, they get on men sometimes. They get on, especially the T one. She used to get on men and women, right? And then she got into like the brotherhood and them folks over there. And then that's when shit really hit the fan. I seen people true colors. And it turns out there was holding all this energy towards black men. They, I don't know if this is 100% fact, but I heard that they had some female that was basically trying to backdoor a dude in real life that they met off the internet, and they knew about it and they kept it to themselves. But they get on men all the time. So I'm like, damn, T. Like, Chef, that's how I get down. Y'all get on men all the time on this app. But you knew somebody, one of your female commanders, that was blatantly trying to put somebody in danger, and y'all ain't gonna put her on blast?
Wait,
That's
who you
crazy.
talking about?
T and Chef.
Oh no, I'm cool with T though. Nah, I'm cool with her though.
Nah, I ain't
I
cool
don't
with
know.
no
When I
more.
catch her, she be always on both sides though. When I catch her, you must have caught a bad day on her. But yeah, I'm cool. I'm cool with her though. I actually
I
like her.
used to be cool with her, but nah, it's crazy, man. Hell
Yeah,
nah.
y'all must
Shit
have had a
got too
bad
weird.
thing though. A bad encounter on that one though. Yeah, because most of the time, yeah, me and her be on the same point for most of the thing. And we respect each other.
Hey, I was in a live early. I feel like most of the time, I really don't go. I go on certain panels like yours, maybe dude named LJ, and that's probably it for the most part. I really only jump on like two panels, but today I was like, I'm gonna randomly jump on panels that I normally don't do, and I'm gonna see like what they be talking about and see if because everybody be saying my perspective be kind of like be out there, right? So I'm like, I'm jump on a panel, and I'm gonna see. So a woman had a live, and she was like, men are only good for procreating. So it was a bunch of women on the panel, and I was like, man, shit, should I go up there? I'm like, yeah, I want to see.
That sound like Nene.
I want to see, do they have this same mindset if I change it a little bit, right? So I said, okay, cool. I said, well, she said, are men really needed? I said, well, that's subjective because some women need men or they feel like they need a man, and some women feel like they don't need a man. So to me, I don't believe that I'm needed by every woman. So I don't feel like I'm needed by every woman. I would like to feel that way, but hey, that's not reality, right? So she was like, all the women on the panel was like, I don't believe that men are good for anything outside just procreating. I said, okay, let me ask y'all women this. And I said, I'm not picking on anybody, but I want to know, do you stand on that logic? I said, if you had a son, would you tell your
Oh shit.
son that he is only good for procreating and nothing else? You know
I
the
know
answer
they
I
ate
got?
you up for that one.
You know the answer I got? My son wouldn't be focused on no women. I said, that's not what I asked you. I did not ask you that. I asked you
That's
if you
crazy.
had a
You gotta
son.
stop being shy, dog.
Hey, I asked you this one question. If you had a son, that's how you're telling me right now that men are only good for procreating and they only need it for procreating and nothing else. I said, if you had a son, would you tell them that? They never addressed that again. So I said, you know what I've noticed? That, and this is for us also, right? That women, and I'm gonna go on both sides. Men typically raise their daughters to be like the women they wouldn't date. We raise our daughters to be
Ooh.
strong. We raise our daughters to not depend on no man, not need no man. But when we date a woman, we want that woman to depend on us. We want that woman to lead us and all those things, right? And I said also mothers raise their sons to be like the dudes they wouldn't date because it's coddling. My oldest brother is a deadbeat, and I love him to death, right? But that man ain't had no job the whole time I've been knowing him. And he could get the keys to my mama car anytime he want to. He always want to borrow $20, never pay it back. But let a dude come along want to borrow $20, he can't get it. He a broke, he a bum. But you constantly letting your son do it. So I've noticed that men raise daughters
Oh,
to be like the women they wouldn't date, and women raise their sons to be like the men they wouldn't date.
well, I can agree with that. That makes sense. That do make sense. Yeah, man, you gotta stop doing that, man. Let me terrorize the streets, man. He did. I'll never forget. He did. Dude did that about for like about 3, 4 times in one week. Just had people not answer a question. To this day, I'm still waiting on the answers for them. They want to deflect so bad.
Hold
The
on. This
deflectinator.
this the last one. This the last one, right? And I got a talking code. I went on a live today, and I put my live private now, like where don't nobody know I'm live because my daughters follow me on TikTok now, so I got to be careful that they don't come on, they don't see me live and then click on a page and shit, right? So I went in this live, and they was talking about men could be women and women that could be men, right? So I say, okay, let me ask you this. What do you call the person that has a I say let's get to the fundamentals. What do you call the person that has an XY chromosome, and what do you call the person that have an XX? I'm okay with you calling all these other names. I just want to know, what do you call the person or the human XX, and what name do you have for the XY? And they was like, so what is your point? I said, oh, look at LJ. She said, what is your point? I want to know, do we identify the people with XX, and what are the people that are XY? Like, what is the name for those people? They was like, it don't matter. It don't matter. I said, hold on, whoa. I said, hold on. So what do you mean it don't matter? Like, I just want to know, am I a man or am I a woman? Like, what makes me? I say, okay, cool. What do you call the people that give birth? What do you call people that have eggs?
Hey, this dude is an evil genius, boy.
Hey,
I tell
No,
you.
that's why I mess with him. This dude is funny.
Oh, Lord.
I said, okay, cool. So I say, what do you call? I just want to know, what do you call people that have testicles? What do you call people that have like ovaries? Like,
This laugh making me laugh, bro.
I just want to know, like,
No.
if you have transgender, you have all these different things. For the people that come after that, I said, I just want to know, what am I? Like, what do you call me? And nobody on that panel, Kev, could answer that. No one could answer that, man. They kicked me off the panel.
They ain't call welcome.
They ain't call you.
Good
They ain't
man.
call you a six
He
male.
said they kicking me out. Moral of the story, they kicking me out.
Okay.
I'm good.
Oh man, that is some funny stuff,
I ain't gonna lie. I
man.
would have paid to
It's
sit there
sad
and
at the
listen to
same
him ask
time
that.
too, though. But it's just like, and I wanted to make a thing like a live about that too. Is like, dang, is it right for us to feed into the illusion or address the truth? You know, I think it's a topic that's gonna be like that, because I feel like in this world we living in now, and that's with everything. It ain't just with them, right? I think people just want us to where if they come up with anything, we just supposed to accept it, and we ain't supposed to say the truth. You know what I'm saying? Even though they want to say the truth is a subjective and all that. Nah, I mean, some things a lot of things, depending on the lifestyle, the truth is just the truth. You know
Hello.
what I'm saying? You know,
Uh-huh.
so you can't say, you know, if I want to have a kid, there's no subjective thing about that. It take this and that. You know what I'm saying?
I,
So
I got one more, Kevin. I'm gonna mute up. I got one
go
more.
ahead, go
Hello.
ahead.
Okay, my third live today. Well, this is my fourth one, but the one before I came to this one, it was a live. It was a live talking about
So
like,
Sean was out here being a 304.
no, I was out here. I really, my wife be telling me that she always say that I have she said the reason she married me is because I have a view on life and how I look at things. She said that it's very intriguing. Like, she was very interested in how my thought process worked, right? I always thought that I was an outsider and I always thought that was wrong, but I'm starting to see that anybody that stands out in life, you would be called a troublemaker. You would be looked at like a black sheep. So I always went against the grain. So I was in this live, and they was talking about how we should respect people pronouns, right? So I said, okay. I said, do you believe in bullying? They was like, no. I think bullying is wrong. I said, okay, cool. I'm okay with that. Let's cook with that logic. I said, okay. So if I were to come to you and say, hey, I identify as a white man or YT man, would you accept that? They was like, no, I would tell you that you are a black man. I said, okay, cool, that's cool. So I said, what if I force you to call me, identify me as a YT man? Am I wrong? She was like, yes, because that's bullying, and you shouldn't be doing that. Like, you shouldn't force anyone to call you anything. I said, okay, cool. So if someone wants to identify, if a man wants to identify, first I brought up the other part. I said, you remember? I don't know if y'all remember, like 9 years ago, it was this woman, a YT woman,
I
who
remember that.
tried to portray black, and she was like over the NAACP in a certain city, and they
I know
Yeah.
kicked
who
her.
you talking about.
Okay, yeah. Dolee or whatever her name is, and they kicked her ass out because she wasn't black, even though she was doing all the good work for the community. They kicked her out because she was a YT woman, portraying as if she's a black woman, right? So they was like, yeah, that was wrong. Like, your Rachel Dozer, yeah. They was like, nah, she was wrong for that. Like, no, you can't be sitting over here and doing this. I said, okay, cool. So if if words have meaning, and that's why I fucked up with this one. I said, if words have meaning, then if I force you to call me something that you don't believe I am, and it goes against your morals and principles, and I force you to do it, is that some form of bullying? She was like, yes. I said, okay, cool. So when it come down to when I hear black women always say about the whole what's that thing called, culture of what is the word when YT
Cultural
person,
appropriation.
yeah, culture appropriation, right?
I
Or when
never heard
somebody,
that before. What's that?
I guess when white women try to be black and all that stuff.
Hmm.
So I said, okay, cool. She said, yeah, I don't believe in it. Like, that's for black people. That's for us. Like, don't be taking our stuff. I said, okay, so we can't, culture not supposed to be shared? She was like, no, it's not supposed to be shared. I was like, why not? She said, because it's ours. I said, okay, cool. So if I don't believe in your lifestyle and you forcing me to call you something that I don't believe, and it goes against my morals and principles, and it goes against my religion, do you think it's right that now you could tell me that I'm wrong and you give me a bad name? You label me a bad name. Everybody know the name. You label me a bad name because I don't agree with you. But But I say, ain't that's a form of bullying, right? She was like, well, it's not bullying like that. You should just respect the person. I say, but y'all didn't respect that woman. I said, y'all don't respect the woman. Rachel, what's her name? Rachel Dozer. Y'all didn't respect the fact that she was doing all the good work. She was literally doing the work that a black person would do if they was in the NAACP. Only thing difference was she was a white woman portraying to be black. So how can we be on her ass about portraying to be black, but then if you want to portray to be a man or you're a woman, whatever the case may be, I don't like the fact that if I don't agree with you, now I'm called a bad name. And I say I look at that as bullying. She said, well, I wouldn't look at that as bullying. And next thing you know, guess what happened? I got
You
dropped.
got dropped.
All
Oh,
the
you started
time.
violent all day today, didn't
Hey, you might have took my place. Now it's over. Yeah, you took my place. The king dropping this boy.
Yeah,
I
Jim
say,
is right.
no.
That's another word for like culture vulture and shit. They call people like
Hey,
Vlad
lately I
and
haven't
Adam
been.
22 culture
Yeah.
vultures.
you?
hmm
Like
Lately I've been hanging in there. You know, people ain't been dropping me. I guess they like what I talk about sometimes, even though they don't like me. But they ain't dropping me. You know, so far I'm doing it. I'm making it.
You
I'm
know, the
making
last
it.
times I've been dropped, the only time I ever been dropped is when I used to go on my boy lives all the time. You know what I'm talking about? Oh, I say his name. I used to go in public lives all the time, and people you see me on his panel, right? So when I
hmm
go into the red pill dude lives and shit, right?
hmm
Man, that's the only time I ever got dropped. They were like, "Oh, you over there? You be with public," and they'll be like, "Boom, block me." They'll kick me out the panel. They'll be like, "Oh, you a simp? You a." They called me a simp. They called me at
Mandarin.
one point I got a pander. I'm like, damn, nigga, I can't respect my wife. That was the only time I ever really been dropped. Today I've been dropped 3 times, and I'm starting to like it now.
Wait,
Nah, nah, that's exactly what I've been doing. Though I had to get out of it.
I ain't gonna lie, I'm gonna keep it real. Low key, it's a lot of people I used to follow when I first got on this app. I don't like this dude so much that anybody that associates with him or I feel like shares his type of way of thinking, I kind of disconnect from them. I ain't gonna lie. I don't fuck with that dude public. Like, I think he's a weirdo. Anybody and
Hey,
everybody.
stop saying his name, man.
He ain't finna come in here.
Nah, that's one of my mutuals and stuff. I ain't trying to talk about him behind his
Yeah,
back and stuff.
that's the mutual, man. Damn.
yeah, public, you going
Man,
so hard. Damn, are you okay, brother? Are you okay?
y'all straight.
Hey, hold on. Hey, where you from, man? That boy say straight. You from
Straight.
down
I'm from
south?
Florida.
Oh, from Florida. Okay.
Yes,
He
sir.
Floyd.
Let's say jit out there, jit.
Yeah. That stupid ass jit, man.
So wait, hey, how y'all doing? I'm sorry, I
What's
didn't
the
speak,
deal? Mia
but
in the building.
What
What's
up?
up?
I'm in here.
So
I'm friendly today. I'm not with no foolishness, okay? But
I'm watching. You see my eyeballs looking the whole time.
I've been doing pretty good. I've been doing pretty good.
There you go. That's
Um,
what I like to hear. Just keep me updated.
I know, right? Hold on.
Mia be trolling. She be trolling in these TikTok streets too.
You caught her? I'm trying
Huh?
to make sure she doing good. I'm trying to watch her, man. That's how
Yeah.
we
My
met.
sister
Yeah, I'm
said,
all
watch
right.
That's
out
how
on the
we
So
met.
mob. You
Cause
heard me, Kev?
huh?
I said, my sister said, watch out on the mob. You heard me? You see the comment?
Tell them.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I was. No, I was saying that's how actually Mia, cause she used to dog. She was trolling the mess out of me, though. I was like, cause I seen her name, but I just didn't know who she. That's why I say I be having people that be seeing me in different lives, but I just don't. I don't be knowing nobody. I think they know me, but I just don't be knowing. But she finally came to my live. I'm like, hold up, I seen your name before, man. I said, no, you be trolling the mess out of me. She like, yeah.
I be all in your comments on your. I be
Why
all in
you
your
be going
videos
crazy over
trolling.
me? I was like, no.
My trolling don't just stop with the lives. I'm gonna be everywhere.
Mm-hmm. That
I'm gonna be
does.
everywhere. But I was gonna ask. So with Sean, so the because I kind of caught a little bit, and I'm not gonna make you like go back through it, but like, is it were you dropped because of like your view about T stuff? Like, was that what it was?
Nah, my whole purpose, my whole point was I was trying to get them to see that I don't like if people don't have, let's say that if I don't have the same views as you, like let's go with religious beliefs, right? Like if I'm if you're a Christian and I'm a Muslim, right, and we don't have the same beliefs, I'm not going to be like, you know what, Mia, since you're a Christian, I don't like Christians, and Christians, y'all don't like us, and y'all hateful, and I don't feel the need to, just because you don't have the same views as me, I don't have to label you as a bad person. So I was trying to get the person to see that if your beliefs infringe on my beliefs and my religion and how I look at life, am I now wrong? And should I be labeled as a bad person because I don't agree with your lifestyle and you're not supposed to agree with my lifestyle? Can I label you a bad person? And it was like, yes, they think it's okay. I don't believe in bullying anybody. That's just me.
Mm. I mean, I think it depends because when we start talking about lifestyles, for the most part, like for the most part, I don't think that a individual's lifestyle is going to infringe upon yours. I think that there are certain there are certain belief systems or ideologies that one can hold that can affect people, like political thoughts and what's the word I'm looking for? What's the word I'm looking for? Like policies. If someone has the power, if someone has enough power and they have a certain idea, they can affect policy, which can affect people. But like if you like to dress a certain type of way, for example, that doesn't affect me. If I don't like it, or if I think it's too much or too less or whatever I think it is, I just don't have to do it. But on the other side, yeah, I think that certain behaviors or certain beliefs, I don't want to say beliefs, but certain things can be problematic or can be called out if it's going to affect individuals. Like if somebody does infringes upon me and my lifestyle or hinders me or stops me or affects how I'm trying to live, like financially, whatever the case may be, my livelihood, my well-being, whatever it is, that's something that can be talked about and that's something that can be addressed. But if I just don't like a certain personal choice you make, I mean, I can have my opinion, but I don't need to be like on a witch hunt.
Okay,
I
I
don't
get what
think.
you. I agree with everything you said, but I was gonna actually I could piggyback off that. And I'm gonna give an analogy of how as far as how my brain works. Right. Let's just say that let's say I don't agree with like what you have on, right? But you will never know how I feel about something, and I never treated you I always treated you with respect. I always was never disrespectful to you. And but the moment you find out my views, then you start to look at me in a different way, right? So the only thing change is not how I treat you, it's just now you know my views. So I think that when you say harmful, I get that part, right? But if you believe that the way you like, if I'm trying to see how I can explain it. I think if someone, if it's not my job to walk up to anybody and be like, hey, I don't like your lifestyle. Your lifestyle is wrong. I believe that's very wrong. If you ask me personally, I think that's wrong. But if someone say, hey, Leah, what do you think about the Bible? And you may be like, at that point, now they're asking your opinion of their lifestyle and their beliefs. So they can't get upset because they the ones who ask you. So if you come and ask me about your lifestyle, then am I forced to lie or should I tell the truth? That's my
Mm,
thing.
let's go.
That's a tough one. Because I don't because I'm guessing that you're saying that you don't see it being a like you don't feel like your opinion is problematic, meaning like I'm thinking your opinion historically, the opinion that you have is shared with people who have caused damage historically. So you stating your opinion out loud perpetuates a certain idea. And that's the part that I'm addressing. I'm not addressing the fact that you got an opinion because if you're not mistreating me, who gives a damn as an individual? But the message is the problem, right? If it aligns with people who have in the past caused harm to, people who are like me, right? So I look at it like with racism. on a like I'm in a deep south. I work in an environment that is gonna be full of a lot of YT racist people. Individually, a lot of times these people are very, very nice and kind to me individually. But I gotta check and address a lot of rhetoric that they have because the rhetoric is already backed up historically, if that makes sense. So, like, if it was just that one individual who said something stupid, I wouldn't really give a damn. Like, I'd say something stupid back and move on. But I gotta constantly address the bigger, like, I have to address it because it just has so much negativity behind it. Like, if you get what I'm saying, I'm trying to, like,
I get what you're saying. But okay, I like where you're going, right? You probably I like the conversation. Oh damn. Okay,
mm,
here you go. Okay, now I'm gonna ask this one.
okay.
Let me see how I could put it. Okay, remember when the 9/11 hit the scene, right? And those people have their religious beliefs, right? And at one point, those people, no matter if they was good or not, those people who believed in their religion were pretty much outcast. They was pretty much, in a sense, bullied, and they was pretty much they put everyone in one box, right? Like
Hmm.
if you have that belief, they looked at you like you was gonna, set something off in the building. You know what I
To
mean,
a
right?
point where even people who had a different religion that looked similar got
Yes.
affected by it. Yeah, I
Okay.
got you.
Okay. That's where I'm going now. Even though I may have some talking points of people that have done some wrong and evil things, is it
Hmm.
safe? Is it safe and fair to put me in those same boxes as the people who have actually done the action, compared to me just I have a I remind you of some people that have a talking point, but I'm nothing like those people. Just how you have some people in religions like Christianity. You have some people
Hmm.
that are hypocrites and all they do is judge people all day long, and you have
Hmm.
some people who actually walk by faith, actually do the work and try to uplift people. Is
Hmm.
it okay to judge those Christians who are uplifting people and compare them to a lot of the people who all they do is talk down? Or you have to judge people based upon them being individuals and how they actually look at things and how did they come to grips with their thinking process?
Mm, that's a good one because I don't think that it's the same necessarily, but I haven't fully thought that out because I've changed my opinion about a lot of things relating to that I'm not gonna get into. But I'm gonna just so since I don't have it fully thought out and I haven't processed it, I'm gonna just say that I understand what you're saying in this context with the example that you're giving. I agree with you that that wouldn't be fair because it wasn't fair. There was a whole conversation. It wasn't fair for what happened on that horrific day for people who just happen to share the same religion be marginalized and not just marginalized but literally outcasted and targeted. That's not cool at all. So I get what you're saying with that, but I don't think they're comparable. Um, but I need to process some stuff first. So I'm gonna just say I agree with you about that part, and that's why I
I
said what I just said.
I gotta give you respect on this, right? And this is what I be talking about, Kev. Oh, look at old boy down there, man. He down there troublemaker. Ralph, no, but I like the fact that, and this is what I always tell Kev. Like I like to without the name calling and the insult. So I'm
Oh
very
yeah,
big on you could have like me and Kev disagree on what is it now, Kev? 95% of the things.
me too.
Yeah, it went down. Was
Hold on,
99 at
hold on.
first.
Actually, this is hold on, Mia. This is a prime example of kind of like what I was talking about, right? When
Hmm.
people see me on KF Live and they see that I'm a mod in KF Live, and those
Hmm.
people who deem Kev as a red pill, right? When they see
Hmm.
me in the same room as Kev, even though me and Kev do not me Kev disagree on 95% of the things when it comes to men and women relationships,
Yep.
but when people see me in his live, just because I'm associated on his live, they would now look at me as a troublemaker and I'm a red pill because I'm running in the same circles. But if they stick around and understand me for me and listen to me, they will see that
Hmm.
me and Kev disagree on 95% of the time. But majority of the time, people tend to, if somebody got a bad reputation, they think that if you on their panel at all, because I see a lot of people do a lot of screen recording, right, on the outside. I didn't know you could do that on TikTok, but there's screen record on the outside, and I see people hold up a prompt, and I may be on, let's say Kev say some problematic shit right now about women, right? And somebody screen record on the outside and they see me on a panel. Even though I said nothing to what Kevin said, even though I disagreed with what Kevin said, they will see me on a panel and everybody will roast me because I'm on a platform with someone who is a red pillar. I don't think that's right.
That look, and I like that you saying that too, though. That's why I don't spend. I learned that through
I
these
can feel
4
it
years out
too.
of 4 years I've been on this thing. You don't have to, and that's what I do. You don't have to prove yourself to none because it's far left people and it's far right people. It's people that just gonna put you in the thing. That's why when you see me on some of these platforms, man, I don't be trying to fight for my life. I just let people, if they say that I am what I am, I'm gonna be that. Okay, you call me whatever you want to call. I'm not trying to convince a person that don't want to be convinced anyways. You know what I'm saying? So people on here just got their mind made up. These the people that want you to choose a side and all that other stuff. No, it's this thing called being neutral, but they don't know what that is though. You know what I'm saying? It's either left or right with them. You know what I'm saying? Just like you were saying, like, because I can have some people, but some people understand me. Like when I be going on, what you call the platform and stuff. They could probably call me all type of stuff or whatever. But I know what
I
I
was
call
talking
going on
about
for, and I still stand on what I stand on. You see what I'm saying? But I also believe I can learn from other people too, because I'm big on trying to learn and hear people out and stuff. So that's just me. But I don't, even my people that mess with me, they gonna still they know what I do. You know what I'm saying? They ain't not about to call me on names, but the ones that don't hardly know me, of course they're gonna say something. You must be a pander. You must be what you doing on his platform, stuff like that. But we need to weed them type of people out anyway. You see what I'm saying? They not with you for you anyway.
Well, I agree with that. I'm like, cause y'all know I be in all kind of spaces. I tell people like, if you base the space I'm in and you just assume that I think a certain way, you're gonna be wrong because a lot of times I do troll. That's my main thing. That's why I be in a lot of spaces. But if you didn't hear me say nothing, you cannot say that I agree or disagree with anything if you didn't hear it come out of my mouth. And I'm not afraid to say how I feel, because I do like being in Kev's space because I'm cool with him. And it's me speaking from my perspective. It don't matter if it's reciprocated because that's not how I operate when I move around. If I like a certain space, that's how I speak about it. But I don't agree with like 99% of what Kev say, and I'm gonna pick on him every chance I get. But ain't nobody gonna tell me that, like, ain't nobody gonna be able to say that, oh, if you're over there, you're a traitor. No, I could be where I want to be. And it's a lot of the way I approach things is because I have to be diplomatic in my real life all the time. I'm not fake, so I can't turn off my diplomacy just because I'm on the internet. So if I can be diplomatic in the spaces I'm in where it's very, 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 very triggering, being in the deep south. That's all I'm gonna say. If I can be diplomatic and I can be chill and I don't lose my cool in those environments, I could definitely come in Kev's space and hear him say stuff I don't like and just be like, I disagree and this is why and move on. That's my approach. So I know, no, no. LJ.
How you
Uh-uh.
doing?
Hey.
How you doing? Yeah, God working mysterious ways because I'm turning corners, but some said log back in. So I have a
LJ, I
question.
ain't never said nothing to you.
Hold on. Y'all ain't got
Okay.
no beef or nothing, huh? I mean,
Nope,
No.
LJ. I about to
Ain't
say,
no
have I
beef.
ever said anything to you? Nothing.
Never. Not never.
Okay. And
But
that, well, I have, but one time and we talked about it. But yeah.
yeah. But I love what you just said. And much like you in my real life, I'm in a leadership position at work. I have to be diplomatic. I have to learn how to talk to different people, different ways, meet them where they're at, conflict resolution, all of that, right? So my question to you, and I love hearing what you said because I 1,000% agree with you. Like we perfectly align. In your opinion, why is that not more of the approach to try to get people that are on the other side to change their mind? Like, but why is it so bad to talk to people that have opposing views to try to get them to see the light? I guess that's my question.
It's
For
not.
me,
I think that's the
I
point.
don't. I'm sorry, Jim. I'm not gonna be long. I'm just gonna say my reason and whatever. But for me, I don't really like to compromise, or I guess compromise. I'm gonna just say I don't like to compromise. So I feel how I feel, and I'm not changing on it, and nobody's gonna make me change on it. So I'm not gonna ever like approach a person and be like, oh, I wish you would just listen to what I'm saying and try to change. No, I'm gonna check it in whatever energy, whatever way I want to check it, and that's it. So like if I say, LJ, you did some 304 shit, I don't like it, and you say, well, you ain't nothing but a bitch, I'm gonna be like, bet that's fair, and I'm not gonna like go back and forth. Like I'm gonna say what I say, and you receive it or you don't receive it, and that's just like why I don't like that approach, because I'm not changing on how I feel. And 9 out of 10, when you in these little spaces, people are not going to change when y'all are going back and forth. The only way you can actually convince someone is if like you put out content, or if someone comes into a space and you're like monologuing in a passionate way and you're saying something. But going back and forth with people, they're already what's the word? The guard is already up. So I'm not compromising. I said what I said.
I think that's the thing, though, too. It's not even just going back and forth with people. It's when you take it to another live, when you take it to another source, when you take it to another being. It's like, look, we know. Hey, me and Sean may not agree. Me and Kev may not agree. Me and Mia may not agree. But I'm not gonna take my disagreement to somebody else to make it an agreement. That's where I get lost.
But
That's why I don't
so
understand.
I don't really think it's a problem. I think that more people should do it because it's not about changing a mind or changing somebody's opinion or the way that they think, but to go in and get that different perspective or to broaden your own understanding of a topic is what everybody should do because it makes you a more well-rounded person.
That part,
Like,
gentlemen.
I think what in a way, um, I can't see me. Your stuff dropped. You dropped. I would say, because I wouldn't, you can't force nobody and all that. I think I forgot how his question went, but what I do nowadays, I would just say, just lead by example. That's all it is. Because you can't talk to people nowadays, and people like you said, we got some people got their mind made up, all that stuff or whatever. Everybody got their own agendas on here too. So it's just like, you connect with who you gonna connect with overall. That's how it is. I don't try to force nobody. Like I said, just like we said, just like we always saying, like everybody's gonna stand on what they stand on. Some things I've got convinced I had to change my mindset on certain things, and I try to listen to as much as I can, because I'm not trying to stay pure stubborn. You know what I'm saying? I think all of us, if we trying to become better, we have to change that, even if it burn and hurt ourselves and stuff or whatever. But that's if that's what people want to do. I don't think some people don't want it as bad, but some people really want it. That's gonna actually be one of my things though. But yeah, I would just say lead by example. That's the best thing you can do, because I even know like some people some spaces may try to personally try to, they come at me just to see if I can be their example. They want me to be there. I told you this guy was like that or whatever. And I'm like, okay, whatever. They just try to call you names and all that stuff. And all they're going to do is half record. They don't show, and they don't show the beginning of how it started. They want to show the end results. You know what I'm saying? That's the reason why I be trying to watch my mouth on here. I be trying to, because I know how people is. People be evil though. Like, I don't know why, but it's misery. Everybody got their ways of how they want to express their misery and stuff. 'Cause like I said, I never me myself, right? Me myself, I've never told an unhealed person to come in my room. I never told an unhealed person to watch any of my posts. You know what I'm saying? It's not my job. You know what I'm saying? That's why I'm so big on that accountability. I'm not about to switch it up. Switch up some stuff to fit. Oh, dang, I didn't heal in that. I need you to watch your mouth. No, you need to watch your eyeballs and watch what room you go in. Don't put it on me. Because at the end of the day, you came in my, you know what I'm saying? Just overall, you know what I'm saying? Or you came on my post or whatever it is, you know what I'm saying? And that's how I view it, though. That's why I do the same thing with myself, right? If I go in somebody's room, I can't get mad at at their room or how they do me. You know what I'm saying? I went in their room. You know what I'm saying? I knew I was like I mentioned this before. I knew I went in the room that said, "Hey, you're no good. You're little shrimp energy and all that stuff." I know what type of room I went in. That's what they live and feed off of. You know what I'm saying? That's what makes them feel better. They got to talk about people all day because they ain't got a life outside this app or whatever. You know what I'm saying? They that's their way they show their misery. You know what I'm saying? They mad at they somebody see but they be mad at freaking, you know, because what happened with their ex and all that stuff. Now, you know, because they ex had a little
Hey,
shrimp. Every
hey,
last
hold
other
on.
man got a shrimp or whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Hold on,
So
man.
it just
Somebody call you a little shrimp?
they just come with anything. Little, you sound like you got little D energy. You got I done got called a bunch of billion of names on this thing, man. But it's just they have no huh?
Kev, you just mentioned a good word earlier. You said listen. A lot of people don't even go into lives and actually listen. How many
Yeah,
times have
that's
you
all I was about to
sat?
say with the shout outs to and out of all the all the girls I be having headaches on here with, that's what I actually like about Mia. I think that's what caught my attention when she first got on my panel. Even though sometimes we have our back and forth, but it's and then we haven't been like that lately though. But that I like the fact that she actually listened out of all the other ones I know of. And I would say second place maybe be that Lynn girl, maybe, right? But out of all the ones that we got two different like point of views, I respect her more because she actually and I can hear it and I see and even when that one of the big things we got into it before, I think it's posted on my page too. That's funny. She even like, you know, she calmed down. She said, "That's my twin." Yeah, that ain't you. I got like no, but she even like she calmed down, and that's what I like. I liked about her. I think that's kind of different though, and I wish more people was like her. I mean, because we don't have to agree on every last thing, but we don't have to disrespect each other either. You know what I'm saying? Even if people, I don't have people disrespect me, but I don't have to. I don't have to match their stuff because I'm better than that. You know what I'm saying? That's just
Well,
me.
that's
You know what
my
I'm saying? I didn't condition myself this far just to sit there and match somebody's energy. I just try not to. What'd you say, LJ? What you got?
that was my main point. Me and Sean know what I'm talking about, but like I just feel like I'll give you the context. So there was a particular person. I'm not gonna use no names. There's a particular person that gave a take on the Sonya Massey thing, right? And it just didn't sit right with me. And I don't think that they were trying to be malicious, but like their viewpoint of it was just totally wrong. So I saw that they was live. They was the host. I went in there. I said my piece. We kept it cordial. I don't necessarily know if I changed his mind. He certainly didn't change mine. And yeah, then I got dragged for it the next day because I wasn't like I didn't go in there on no rah-rah type time, right? Like I went in there like, yo, brother, like this is how I feel. Like you hurting the community when you say these things, and you know you got other people be on this app. They don't really know like the context and the history. So anytime you give the police are out, they're gonna take it. And you know, we talked through, right? And because I didn't approach it with the rah-rah approach, like that was deemed as being like I was coddling him, and there was another word they used, but so that was the context, and I'm sure Mia, you were there that day, right, when that happened.
I think I know
Um,
who you talking about that said that.
I
It's
think
crazy. I
so.
just dropped a video on my page about the individual because it was another popular creator in that gentleman's live. And I ain't gonna lie, that bothered me. Like I kind of like I let it slide. You feel not let it ruin my day. But as soon as I got home, like before I jumped in Kel's live, I seen another person speaking about him in the live he hosted, and I ain't gonna lie, it triggered something in me. I had to make a post about it. Like it really like messed up me, like left a nasty taste in my mouth. The fact that they had an angle like that and a narrative like that they was trying to push. It was disgusting to me.
Yeah, I wasn't gonna be able to sleep unless I said it to him directly. So I got it off my chest, and I was able to sleep that night.
Hey, hold on, LJ. I told you, man, you can't be safe. You can't try to check everybody on this app, man.
No,
Hey,
not everybody.
listen. I I think for me, I've learned I don't give a damn what nobody say, right? It don't affect me. To me, it's all entertainment. For me, it's all about entertainment, right? If I see you say something that I disagree with, I don't have to get on your panel. I don't have to come up there and try to check you. I don't have to. Now I might say some slick shit in the comments. I might say some slick shit in the comments and keep it moving, but I don't know. I don't feel like. I feel like that causes more problems. You know what I'm saying? Because especially as men, you're gonna feel like you trying to come in here and check me in front of my audience. So you'll never get no genuine conversation like and you won't get no conversation to where it's a disagree with the insults, and that's what people typically do. If they disagree with your take, I think this shit exposed a lot of. I thought people just because you grown, you 18 on me, you grown, and there's a lot of people immature as far as if you don't know how to disagree without insults. To me, I don't have conversations with those type of people. I could disagree with you, like I said, me and Kale, we disagree on 95% of the time, but I don't feel the need to insult you. I don't feel the need to talk about your intelligence level, how stupid you are. I don't have to do that. I could just disagree and keep it moving, but a lot of times people can't do that on this app. It's either insults gonna come with the disagreement.
Yeah, you're right.
And a lot of times the insults and the disagreements take away from what everybody is really actually trying to talk about.
Another thing that'd be crazy too is just the fact that a lot of these creators will, and it's nothing wrong with going to school and getting your bachelor's or whatever you wanted to, you were chasing. More power to you. But what kind of like itches the backest part of my brain is when these people will flaunt the fact that they got these degrees, and then when you question a lot of the ignorant stuff they say, they weaponize their degree against you and try to turn it into a whole a witch hunt. You feel me? And it's crazy to me. Like I ain't gonna say the person name, but it's somebody on here that's very that has a lot of followers, and he says that all the time. How he got 32 degrees and all these stuff and woo woo, but he be saying the most wildest takes. And if you say anything about it, he gets it indirectly. He gets his fan base to dox you. He gets his fan base to try to get your page taken. And I'm like, that is insane. You
Yeah, I'm
supposed to
scared
be
now.
the next level of intelligence. You supposed to be the next Steve Hawking's.
The
Big
same
Whoa about to get me scared, but I ain't trying to get the whole crew up in here.
Hey,
I'm
the
trying to
that's
keep
same
it
degree
peaceful.
that
All
boy,
they
right?
quit
got,
name
they will
dropping.
also argue against the government that gave them that degree, like in another life. So come on,
I mean, I
make it
think
make
because
sense.
things are there's a lot of duality and there's a lot of complexity in some of these. It's a lot of things. The conversation. Excuse me. Let me say it like this. The conversations that we have on these apps, we try to condense them down, and that's very hard to do. And it's going to seem like a person is talking out both sides of their mouth because it's very complex. So it that's gonna be my response to that. But on the flip side, because we are just having these really short interactions with each other, it's limited to like a minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Sometimes like people are gonna get, a little bit emotional and people gonna be cursing folks out. Like I'm not too like I don't really do respectability. Like I don't like it. Like I don't be thinking it's cool when people be cursing me out and calling me out my name, especially when I said like all of 5 words. But you got it. If I'm in your platform and you got the ability to mute and drop me and you got control and you take that control and you curse me out because I said something you don't like, you got it. But yeah, if you come into a space where I am able to have more control because I'm a mod or because I'm cool with the people, I might curse your ass back out. I might ring you up, and I don't think that that's fake. I don't think that I'm being different. I just think that in different spaces you move differently. So I'm not opposed to people going at it because I'm gonna say what I got to say. If I can say it on the panel, I'm gonna say it. But if I got to say it in the comments, I'm gonna say it in the comments. But I'm gonna get mine off. I'm gonna say what I want to say.
Exactly. Yes, Mia. Is it Mia? Is it Mia? Or, I just
Yeah,
want to make sure I'm pronouncing. Okay, good.
yeah, you saying it right. It's me.
I think I seen that you said. I think I was like, Lynn, you unmuted. What you had something?
Yeah, I think that these this prompt, I love your questions. These are actually really interesting questions. So I want to respond. Or can I only respond to the conversation?
Go ahead.
Okay. The first question that you said about Androids versus iPhone users, specifically when it comes to money. I find that interesting because I read a book and like if you know me, that's like they're gonna put that on my tombstone when I unalive because I've read so many books. So I'm sorry if I forget. Come back to me, I'll give it to you. The name of it. But I read a book. It was about focus and about how like social media and just like having phones in general is stealing our focus, and that's why like when they say pay attention, because our attention is actually a commodity nowadays. So these big social media companies are basically using us, and they're selling our attention in like a bidding war. So they do whatever they can in order to garner our attention. That's why like notifications happen and algorithm and things like that. It's not to make it user friendly to us. It's to keep you engaged and hooked to your phone, because when you're surfing through something and you see the algorithm and the algorithm is something interesting, and then you scroll because that video's finished, and then another video pops up that's just like it. You stay focused on your phone. So these companies are paying for our attention. So I think that that may be true. And the reason why I say that is because the view on iPhone, and I don't know what to call it, the format of iPhone is way easier and more aesthetically pleasing than an Android, in my opinion. I'm sorry to all Android users. So it makes sense that iPhone users would stay more glued and attached to
I'm
their
going.
phone because it's easier to look at and it's easier to work, and the format is very user friendly. So even like a 60-year-old to like a 2-year-old can work an iPhone, iPad, iMac. And not only that, they kind of like set up their devices to where they sync in tandem. So if I'm searching something on my iPad and I'm at work, or my iMac and I'm at work, it'll also pop up on my iPhone. So it kind of like works together. And that makes sense because these big corporations are stealing our attention in order to advertise to us, and we will spend more money. So that's why they pay for our attention. And that's all I have to say.
So
I
do
ain't gonna
you?
lie. Before anybody else go, to the lady that was just talking, I hate to break it to you, because this is an active lawsuit right now. But Apple is literally getting sued because they basically copied the blueprint from Galaxy to their phone, and the only difference, you know how the quality looks crazy when you take a picture with Android, when you send it to iPhone, or the text be different color. They just got exposed, I think, a couple weeks ago, that Apple is so petty that they did that on purpose, and they literally their software, their RAMs, their battery life, everything to down to the pixels is a carbon copy blueprint of an Android. The only
I mean,
reason the
I'm
camera
not
look better is because they changed it minute because they're petty like that. They're getting sued for that right
I'm
now.
not arguing. I'm not arguing that, and I believe you to be true. But my point was that the format that Apple has currently, it makes it easy for like Apple users to spend a lot of time on their phone. And then when you spend a lot of time on your phone, you tend to spend more money. And then not only that, but you're kind of like addicted to the product and the usage and how much they kind of like sync together in tandem. So that's my argument. I believe you. That's probably 100% true, but it doesn't take away from the fact that that the format, whoever format it may have belonged to, is keeping Apple users more hooked to their devices.
And honest, what do you have to say before honest goes? Because I know
That
honest
junk
is gonna
echo like a
speak.
mud. She must have her phone.
Honest is gonna speak on this. But think about, it's not just the Apple and the Android; it's also the carrier who carries your service.
Yeah, yeah. I don't want to get too far off left though. So with the topic itself right here, it ain't about really the phone. I kind of like so I compared it to like the Jordans, right? It's usually like a lifestyle and a mentality that's behind the majority, right?
Mm-hmm.
So basically, it's just like let's scratch out the iPhone, right? Let's just say that popularity, people that try to keep up with the popularity, we can put it that way, right? Let's just do that. They usually not as smart as they more smart with their money. Um, they're usually meaner and they not as honest for the most part. So I'm just gonna take Android, iPhones out of it. Uh, you said you said that's not true. That people that's trying to keep up with the popular are they tell the truth more than lying. I done seen too many people at a bus stop with freaking with Jordans on. What the heck? But go ahead, you're still echoing though. Go ahead.
Damn, I'm echoing, cuz.
You good
I'm
now?
out here echoing. Okay, cool. Um, cause I'm reading this, right? And I've done read it like 5-6 times. Cause I'm trying to get it in my brain, like, okay, what exactly is we seeing here? I get what studies probably showed, but I don't think depending on your the brand of your damn phone, or if you can manage money, I don't think that shit. Cause I had Android. I started off with a damn Android shit. Me personally, shit. I think the ones that get Androids, you getting what you can afford. Am I cutting out?
What up, Tom? No, you good. You good. I'm gonna play the video so y'all can be
Yeah.
enlightened. Cause
I
I
think.
noticed that everybody that have an Android, it's hard for them. iPhone, it's hard for them to really see like the deep part of this. So I'm gonna play the video real quick.
Oh yeah, you have a real bad echo.
Damn, I got echo. Shit.
It's the Android. It's that site now talking to.
It's
Let me stop.
everybody's iPhone and Android.
It's the iPhone site I'm talking to.
Am I
though,
still
but,
echoing, y'all?
that you sounded good so far though.
I said, am I still echoing?
Let me see. It's not as bad. Not as bad, but it's there. Damn.
Let me
I'm yelling at
drop. I'm
myself.
gonna drop and come back.
Actually, Kev, you are echoing, but I don't know if it's you or honest. Yeah.
It's gonna bounce off of mine though. Is I'm echoing now? I should be echoing now.
No, you're good now. You're good.
Yeah, I'm about to play this video so everybody can be on get it. I'm trying. Dang, it's so hard because I can understand it though when people when it feel like it's talking towards them because I can buy me an iPhone and still kind of understand the reason why he came up with this though. But I think when we always personalize ourselves and we don't want to look past others because I use this as an example, right? I also use it as an example. I said we know it's people that's out there that literally like we giving kids it because we know that's one of the most popular phones, right? I'm pretty sure I thought people knew that one though. That's one of the
But
most
I
popular phones,
have
like the
an
popular
iPhone and
shoes.
I don't disagree with you. The
Yeah.
only part I disagree with you on or disagree with the person maybe I gotta see the video that you're gonna show us. But for
Okay.
now, since I don't know any better, I would say the only part I would probably disagree on is nicer and honest because I don't see how that's quantifiable. But I do see people with Androids being better with money. Like that makes logical sense to me
Yeah.
because the way that Apple upgrades their products and keep you in kind of like a purchasing loop, it makes sense because you're buying new products to go along with your products and then they're steady creating like products that are like it doesn't even make any sense. And from what I understand, I haven't had an Android phone since I had like the Galaxy 3, and I'm sure they probably on like the damn
Yeah.
12 by now. The way that Android upgrades their phone, you probably don't need to purchase a new one for a very long time.
Y'all hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Yeah, all I was just simply trying to say is that, I think whether you an Android or whatever kind of phones you got, if you just got a bad character, you got a bad character. Meaning if you sitting up here, you're not smart with money, you just not smart with money. If you a nice person, you a nice person. If you honest, you an honest person. I don't think a phone, a damn brand label, determines if that makes you a person that's in society treating people right. Because at the end of the day, I had both phones and I still been me. I think that you're
That's where you're
speaking.
coming from with it.
And I think what
But
you're
I do
saying
get
on
that
that
you're
study
I don't
saying
know
too.
if she was
that
done
some
yet.
people.
Hold on real quick.
I do get that you are saying that some people do get big headed or feeling like they are better than somebody just because they paying more money on an iPhone or they got the newest shoes and that shit is a real thing. So I'm not disagreeing with that. People do be acting brand new after they get something new. So shit.
Mm-hmm. I
Well,
think it's that.
the phone
I,
only does what the human tells it to do. Whether it's a Droid,
yeah,
whether it's an iPhone, whether it's a computer, whether it's an iPad, it only does what the human tells it to do.
yeah. I'm gonna use another example though, because I see it's kind of hard to because it's like I know what I'm trying to explain, but it's like I think we can't look past that. We just looking at the brand. I think it's way deeper than just the brands and stuff. So I'm gonna use a different example, right? That's why I'm gonna change this tomorrow. I mean, whenever I do this topic, I'm gonna actually change this and keep them other one because I know there's a lot. We getting lost in the sauce a little bit. I'm gonna say this then. What about because I look at humbleness, right? That's how it is. That's what I'm getting out of it. I do believe people they. I think anybody that's trying to keep up with the Joneses, they're more of the people that's like more of I guess like the ones that want to show off, and it's kind of like I said, it ties into my topic I had some days ago, right? The one, yep, I used the word right. The more arrogant ones, the more that's trying to, So when it comes to popularity, it's about looking cool, looking the sweetest, looking on. So let's take it off there. I'm gonna go with the shoes, right? We done seen. What about like I said with Jordans, right? It's not about the brand. We're gonna get to that. We just saying it's people, it's that mentality where this person saying, I gotta be the one I gotta be the show out person. I gotta be the one that stands out. I don't care. I would, I gotta be, or people that can't afford it, they still gonna find a way to try to get it, right? They gonna try to get it. We done seen that plenty of times, right? Like I used before. Like people that's still on a bus stop, that's taking a bus but got the freshest shoes out of this world. You know what I'm saying? So it's people that rather, and the reason why they probably say lie or not honest, right? Is because they would do, like people will do anything to protect their image. So I can see like they're not going to be themselves. They're going to be enough for what society accept them as. Is that being true to yourself? Or is that trying to be, I'm going to do what it takes to be accepted? So, like I said, it's not. I'm gonna take this off because I realize that because I can understand it, and I feel a lot of people why they not gonna understand where what I'm trying to get to because that's why I find this kind of interesting when he said that though because
No,
I
I
was just
can see
looking
that.
past just the fun, huh? Go ahead,
I
Lou.
said I can see that. I see where you're going with it, and
Yeah,
I can see that for sure. And like I said, I have an iPhone, so I can see where you're going with it, and I totally get what you're saying.
yeah.
But I just don't know how you said you saw this in the video, like the data.
I'm about to play it right now. I got you. My bad. I ain't get to do it yet. This thing about to die too.
This is a study that was done to find the difference between people that use iPhones and people that use Androids. This was actually a crazy study, and I feel like people are going to be very upset when they hear this. So, New York Times posted a study, and they found that Android users are actually more introverted, and iPhone users are actually more extroverted, right? But they did another study, and they pause, Kev.
TikTok, bro. I'll be wanting to slap the mess out of TikTok. Got me in the middle of the video. I'm gonna try to hold on. I'm gonna do it over again.
Hey, yo, put your why don't you
Look
just
at
put your
God.
backup in the empty box?
You said what?
Just play
Why
the
don't you just put your backup in the
sound.
empty box?
Yeah,
Your
just play
backup.
the sound.
No, I got it. It's just the only reason why I did that because when I put this filter on, I think this happened to a lot of people. Put that filter on, it'd be kicking people out every 20 minutes. I'm gonna play it over again. No, that was in the middle of the video. That was so funny stuff.
Between people that use iPhones and people that use Androids. This was actually a crazy study, and I feel like people are going to be very upset when they hear this. So, New York Times posted a study, and they found that Android users are actually more introverted, and iPhone users are actually more extroverted, right? But they did another study, and they found that Android users are actually the more honest and nicer people, and iPhone users are actually people that lie a lot, but they're more adventurous and they're more curious. But what's crazy about this study is they found that Android users are actually the ones that are smarter with their money, because they found that iPhone users actually spend the double of the amount of money per day on their everyday life than Android users. And overall, iPhone users are just on their phones more than Android users. They even found that iPhone users actually send twice as many texts per day and take twice as many pictures per day. So this is a study that was...
Yeah. Some of that stuff it does sound, I don't know. But
Look at the irony of that, though.
See, I told you, if you read the study yourself, and I bet you it'll correlate to what I was telling you. The reason why iPhone users stay on their phone more a day, send more text messages a day, and spend more money, it's because of the way that the phone is set up. I think like the two have to do with each other. I think that's why.
okay.
Well,
I can see that. I think Mr. P, he had said something too, though, that the reason why they spend more money because they make more money too, and that was another context that was missing out of that too. Mr. P had said that earlier.
Yeah, well,
But
we
go ahead.
also have to look at who owns Apple and who owns Android. Who owns the different phones? Because if you look at Apple too, like I can find free music through my Android. The Apple people have to pay for it.
Hey, Kev, I need
Yeah.
you to look up what kind of phone Joe Rogan have. If he got an Android, that man biased as hell, man.
He probably, yeah.
Sean is
I
always...
don't know where that could have came from, though. I don't know. But I don't know. Like I said, what I took out, I already told y'all what I took out the context, though. Why I can agree with some of the stuff he's saying, though. Because, like I said, I used it like as in, I know that's one of the main popular phones. Like I could say the same thing because, like, I live in Detroit, so they, people be wearing yays. We call them yays or Cartiers, if you ever heard of that. Stuff like that. I usually can see them. People do things to put on the front. The people, we could say people that focus on rims, right? They will be more extroverted, right? Because they want to show out every last moment they can get. They don't about to keep their little spinners inside of a garage all day. You know what I'm saying? They can care less.
Hey,
So,
my bad.
Go ahead.
I was going to go back to this is me. You said the triggering word humble, right? When you was talking about Jordans, right? I'm going to say that even that is subjective, and I'm going to tell you why. It don't matter how you look at it. Somebody gonna always have a different perspective as far as what you think, right? So if I'm buying if someone is buying expensive clothes, someone could say they just showboating, or they have a lot of money, or they feel the need to wear expensive things because they're lacking something. Like they feel the need to the expensive clothes replace something that they feel about themselves inadequate, right? On the other end, if you decide to buy something that's cheap because you like it, people still gonna say, oh, he poor, he need to get his money up, he can't afford certain things. So I believe on both sides, somebody gonna always have something to say, regardless whether you have the money to get it, and somebody gonna say, oh, you just being flashy, or you could buy something cheaper. I also believe that buying a shirt from Walmart compared to an expensive shirt, that fabric does make a difference. It feels
Hey, you know
different.
what's funny, Sean? When you mentioned about the pants and stuff from Walmart, that's what I just went to today. I just stacked up on some pants. I was like, man, let me check that out because I was going. I was like, let me go and get me some pants and stuff.
I was just talking about that with Ross. with
Yeah,
Ross, you know, or Walmart, or if you go
yeah.
with Walmart and Ross, yeah, you're kind of getting what they say that is the leftovers. It's really not the leftovers. It's like you're being sold on you're being sold on something.
Yeah. I think the reason why I say that too, because even within my family, and I say, maybe it's just a Detroit thing. I don't know. Whatever. I can't say that now. I actually think it's an all around thing though. But I do see a lot of people. I think I would say that, I guess in my beliefs or whatever, however you want to word it, I do feel like majority of people do focus on image. Even to this day, it shows it. They focus on image more than character. I most definitely, you do something. I wish I knew what that sounded like. Everybody be saying,
You and Mr. Johnson sound the
That's
exact
true.
same.
That's so
who?
true.
Who else?
Can y'all hear
You said,
me? Oh, my shit tweaking.
So wait, I thought when you bought from places like Ross and TJ Maxx and stuff, you was just buying the defects,
mm.
not the overstock. I thought it was like defects from like half a year ago.
I
I
thought
told you.
about that,
I told you, Kev.
but
See what I'm
it's
saying?
not true.
Am I
It's
wrong?
The
not true,
what?
Jim. It's not true, Jim. I did the research on that, and it actually is not. They don't go from one factory to the other. They just send it right to Ross, right to TJ Maxx, right to
But what I'm
yeah.
saying is like the person who makes the clothes, they have a specific thing in mind. And when sometimes when the clothes go to get stitched or labeled or whatever, like the eye might be on the right hand side, but it was supposed to be on the left, or the stripe that was supposed to go diagonal from right to left is going left to right. And when the person sees it, or quality control, when they pick it out, they stack all of those up and then send them to places like TJ Maxx, Marshalls, Ross. You know, am I? That's not how it works.
No, you're right, Jim, because that's what we were told that if the seam was stitched wrong, guess where it's going?
So let me say this because I see let me say this, Sean. Because you said people. I think overall, this is what I try to tell people, right? Because it ain't about people is gonna talk. I already know. That's the reason why I kind of mentioned what I was talking about before earlier. What the heck is the with that ringtone, bro? You catch me off guard. Uh, it's all about who you trying to impress at the end of the day. Because just like I mentioned it when I be talking about the celibate thing, people gonna talk about it. Some people gonna congratulate it. Some people gonna be like, "Hey, not celibate, abstinent." And some people gonna be like, "Man, what the heck, you dry?" You already see when I go in the room, they talk about you gonna stay now. Like that's hurting me. I know what I'm doing this for. I'm not trying to impress people like you. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to impress my wife. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to impress people that know what control is and something a little different. So I'm not worried about what the masses think or because they lack self-control and all this other stuff. I can care less. I'm confident in who I am. That's the difference. That stuff used to affect me back then when I was a child or when I was younger, when I was like a little bit immature. I was kind of scared to tell my friends that, because I was always, I noticed I was trying to impress them, telling, man, I hit this, I hit that, you know what I'm saying? So, nobody wanted to, even when it comes to the body count thing, men try to lie up, and women lie down. That still sound funny. Lie down. But, men be trying to sound like they the man, I got about 400 bodies, you know what I'm saying? They want to talk, that's how it is. That's one of the double standards that's just always been like that. That's something we just can't go against, But it's just been like that though, because it's usually harder for men and stuff, and they must got something going on if they can get women like that, But I had to realize I'm like, "Dawg, I'm just trying to impress my boys. Why I need to, why is I'm scared to tell them like, what? No, I'm about to make sure I'm trying to save myself for my girl, or I don't need, stuff like that. So I'm like, it's all about who I'm trying to impress. And most of the time we just impressing. And what I noticed, these things like trying to impress people from trying to look good and wear the special gear stuff and all that stuff. They usually miserable people that's hiding under the good clothes. That's what it is. That's real talk. That's something I noticed though, because people think that they can popularize their healing or something. They think they can. Or if I fit in, it's gonna make me cool and my trauma gonna go away. No, you the traumatic person that's dressed sharp. That's just what that is. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, and that's something I had to notice. So it's like people is gonna talk, no matter how we want to look at it. But who are you trying to impress? That's what I'm saying. It depends on the type of character you are. I'm not me myself. I'm not a flexer. I don't try to do all that stuff, and I've never been like that when I was younger. You know what I'm saying? I could be a flexer, but you get flexing problems. You know what I'm saying? I can, I try to be more of because I usually don't see, and that's the reason why I go against, because I realize people are hurt, or it's probably this mic. This might be it project real loud, or it might be yelling. I don't know. But I realize that it is a lot of problems that come behind, flexors, because it is. Remember, I was telling you about that before. That it's a lot of people that we be saying that, well, that says a lot about the person, right? But yeah, it do say a lot when I'm sitting, if I want to flex my money and stick out and stuff, and they rob me, I can say, when that says a lot about you, well, they broke. What we expect? That's what we expect from that situation. You know what I'm saying? They broke, and I'm over here showing money off. Of course, they hungry out here. So I'm not about to, some situations I just rather not, put myself, because I realize not being humble, right? It puts you in all right, Lynn. I realize not being humble, it kind of it's a danger to self. It really is. You know what I'm saying? It's a danger to self, and just people that don't know. It's a danger to self or whatever. And it also it hurt other people too, I guess. You can't say it hurt other people, because it's people that's just weak out here. It's weak, that's not confident in themselves, and if I'm flexing in front of them, it can make them feel bad. I mean, that just come with the empathy part or compassion part.
You just gotta
I
be.
want to throw something in the bowl too, cause I'm busy at work. I can't even talk. Some shit always going on every 2 seconds. Let me say this.
Man, y'all got me way past my bedtime. I'm gonna give y'all about 20 more minutes, man. I'm super past. Good thing for tomorrow Friday. Go ahead, babe. Go ahead.
So boom, I ain't gonna lie. This is like towards the iPhone peoples. You feel me? No offense to you Android people, but like I ain't gonna lie. One thing about success, to another layer of success, you feel me, is looking the part. Now we know whether you was been a dope boy, you was selling that box, where you worked at corporate America. You feel me? Image plays a role. No matter how good you is, no matter how many 52 degrees and martial arts talking to trees degrees you got, you feel me? It don't matter. It do matter, but one part or aspect that plays a major role is the look. If the look don't match all that hot shit you talking about, 90% of people ain't gonna believe that you really like that. So I can understand, just like when people get money, well, real like people like social media people, when they get money or they hit a lick or whatever, the first thing they do is they rearrange their whole Instagram. You ever notice how this you seen this nigga 2 months ago before he became an Instagram or a YouTuber? This nigga was riding the bus 3 months ago. Now he's an influencer. His whole page done rebranded. He taking professional pictures. You know he ain't got the money. Now he's taking pictures by BMWs and lamps and all that. And if he starts selling something, you're more prone to buy into his personality, his character that he's playing, because he looks the part. So I ain't gonna lie, no offense to Android niggas, but majority of niggas I see getting money, they do with the latest iPhone. They be broke as hell, can't pay rent, but they be having the iPhone 52 Pro Max with the extra digital effects. Niggas be
Yeah.
having it.
That's what I was talking about. That's why I say y'all got to realize y'all not the only iPhone users. Some of y'all got the money, some of them don't. Somebody lying their way there. You know what I'm saying? I believe it's a big handful of them that do that. So it's just, that's how I look at that. And it's the only reason why we use an iPhone, because it's the most popular phone. It's one of the best phones out there, ain't it? I would have thought.
Majority
So
of
why
all
would we
these
go?
rappers and entertainers, when you see them on interviews, the Kevin Hart's, the LeBron James, what a celebrity y'all know that's walking around with an Android?
Right,
Big ass Android
what I'm
hanging out.
saying. Right, that's one of the top things. So why wouldn't somebody mention that? That's just like mentioning Joe.
Okay,
I don't know. I think
you brought up that you compared it to Jordans. If you compare iPhones and Androids into Jordans and shoes, remember
Right, I
back
got
in the
Jordans
day?
too. Shoot,
Yeah,
I'm not about to take. I'm not
believe
about
me,
to
I
take
used
up
to
a
buy them
Jordan.
all the time. you know,
All Jordan people don't do that. No, I know a lot of Jordan.
and do you remember when they sold the Shaquille's or Shaqs at Walmart? Nobody remembers that.
I ain't gonna lie, I
Yeah,
remember those. I remember niggas come to school with them, they get clowned like a motherfucker. They ain't get no holes. I ain't gonna lie. Niggas was clowning them.
I
I
don't
ain't
to
gonna
care
lie.
how
wear.
poor I am. I'm not buying no
I'm not
Shaqs.
buying no shit. I think people need to go back. I think people need to go back to the basics. Like that's why people are running out of money so fast. Because you sitting up here, you worried about the next level. You up here worried about competing with the next person. Even if that means you gonna go broke. I know people who took trips that they really couldn't afford for real. Yo, rent about to be due. But you up here taking a trip
Yeah.
to a place where you talking about, damn, once that trip gone and you done with the trip, you come back home, sit down and be like, damn, I wish I never had went on that damn trip. I could have just saved that damn money. But it's because you're around somebody that you feeling like you gotta spend. They making you feel like you gotta spend that shit. Truth be told, shit, I think, cause this how my mind think, right? If there was never an upgrade, let's say we all just had regular things that we need far as regular food, clothes. It don't even got to be name brand or anything. It just be regular clothes, shoes, um, just a home. It ain't even got to be a nice, expensive home. It could be just shit, regular, just place that have a refrigerator, microwave, all the shit that you need, right? What would be the purpose to sit up here and replace a already good function a good working microwave, a good working refrigerator? What would be the purpose to replace those things? To like I'll be looking at that shit like, what the fuck is wrong with people? You out here buying, you got a nice working vehicle that don't need no brand new tires, that don't need no brand new windows or any of that shit, but you sitting up here going to replace a goddamn good working, nice looking car, a decent car, for some shit that you probably gonna regret getting because it's gonna cost more money if you get into an accident. That Benz, whatever fuck you driving, gonna cost more money than that regular car you had. So I'm
Yeah,
like, what's the purpose? Like, what is the real
with the
purpose?
crash homes, right?
That's facts, right? I'm gonna get let me get at the hype go. I gotta call it, y'all. I'm tired.
Hold on, real quick.
I
Cause somebody in the comments said they seen a celebrity with an Android. Drop some names, cause I don't believe you. I ain't never seen no celebrity no Android. Name one. One.
if it is one, I mean, I'm pretty sure them the more I would feel like they the more humble one. It's not to say that word to make a John sweat up here a little bit. Uh, go ahead. Hype.
All right,
Yeah,
how
see, I made him
everyone
leave out
tonight?
there. I said that word.
Yeah, he did. How everyone doing tonight?
I'm good.
Yeah, then
How
my
you feeling,
my
man?
opinion with I'm doing all right. I'm just cooking some pumpkin pie right now, so that's about it.
Hmm?
What up,
Well,
hype?
what's up, Gemini? Yeah, my question to that top one, I think that's just your personal opinion. Like with the Android and the iPhone, that's just like we don't know that. That's just your personal opinion. And with the $1 million, the first thing I would do is go get a lawyer first. And I want to say, do y'all agree with that? Like getting a lawyer, if you're 18 years old, you have $1 million.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll get a financial consultant. They come in handy.
Yeah. Okay. I think I'm gonna change this though.
Yeah.
I'm gonna change that topic, and we gonna do this again though. But I'm gonna change it because like I said, I don't want everybody getting lost in the sauce. I don't know. I just expected everybody to. I guess I expect a lot of people to understand, but I forgot that is people go off of personal first before we get to anything. Which I can get it right. People gonna go to personal and then judge it off of that. Well, I have this, so let me not. So I'm a twist it in a different way though on how I'm gonna ask this question, and then because I'm gonna do this over again. I'm probably gonna do this on Saturday, something like that. But yeah, I gotta call it, y'all. I got a headache. I already missed sleep yesterday.
So, Kev, before you go to bed, you need to read your own second question that says, "What is struggle to you?"
Yep.
I think
Not me not
struggle
going to sleep on time.
is
I
no,
didn't
when
even
you
get
ain't
to
got no
answer that after
AC.
3, but it's okay.
You said what, man?
I said I didn't even get to answer the last 3, but it's okay.
Nobody did. That's why I said I gotta
Oh,
do this
that's
again.
crazy.
Yeah, nobody did it. We just
None of
still
us
stuck and we
got
was talking
there.
about, and we ended up talking about black and struggles, and we start talking about something else all the way up.
And it went all left. It went all left,
Yeah.
and it went all right. But
You ain't never eat no
that's just
soup
how
with
Kev's
no
life
fork
is.
before. You know that struggle.
Right. That's what he's
Yeah,
talking about. Eat some dang old sugar breads and all that stuff.
Oh, I love me some sugar bread. I eat it
That
to this day.
to this day. But
We love you, Kev,
What
and
y'all
I
know
hope
about
you
I
have a
wish a
blessed,
for
sandwich?
sure,
fruitful
I
lovely.
night.
wish I had a
No,
sandwich. You
love you
heard
too.
me?
But yeah, all right, y'all, man. I appreciate y'all. I'm probably try to get on tomorrow because I probably go to his birthday party, but we'll see. If I ain't, I'll try to get on tomorrow. Might be late. Appreciate you, Hype, for coming over here. It's my first time seeing you over here. I catch you later, Gemini and Lovely, and I catch y'all though for sure.
I didn't care.
Love you
Yeah,
back.
yeah,
Have a good night.
too.